Yo, 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 we is back. We back. You know what I mean? Hey, I don't know what to tell other people, man. I thought Cassie was gonna be a star witness. But this ain't that. I'll tell you that motherfucking much. Cassie's husband storms out the courtroom. You know what I mean? Lot of courtroom drama going on right now, y'all. Oh, earlier today. Found out that Cassie enjoyed the Freakoffs. Who would have known? who who would have known, y'all, that Cassie enjoyed the Freakoffs? It's crazy as it may sound. That's what she testified to. Billy Westner, what it is. That's what she testified to. She actually testified to exactly what I've been saying the whole time. Cassie enjoyed the Freakoffs until they got excessive. That's what happened. She loved it. You know what I mean? She loved the opportunity of having these Wild King nights. You know what I mean? Motherfucking Wild King nights, man. Project Baby, what it is. She loved it, y'all. She enjoyed herself. Diddy a freaky ass nigga though. I tell you that motherfucker, but yo, Diddy is a freaky ass nigga, y'all. God damn, I didn't even know you could reach that level of freaky. You heard me? But you ready to go downstairs. We ready to get rock and rolling. I was trying to wait till I finish cooking. But it is what it is. Ready to get rolling. Talk about Diddy freakapades. Snake House. Yo, who remember? Who remember when I told y'all that who remembers that, man? Tony Banks. I know you was here. If y'all can remember during that time, we was getting 100,000 views and shit. Hella people coming over here. What about the victims? Cassie ain't no motherfucking victim. Cassie a suspect. That's what the fuck Cassie is. Cassie was a full participant in the Freakoffs. Yo, you don't give victims. Hold on, let me make sure before I say that. Down for y'all. We've been saying it the whole time, bro. We've been saying it the whole time. The whole time. Let me see something. That like button, y'all. Was Cassie given immunity in Diddy's trial?
According to Fox5NewYork.com, Cassie Ventura, better known as Cassie, is an R&B singer, model, dancer, and actress who broke into the industry in 2005. She is considered to be a key prosecution witness in the Diddy trial.
Was Cassie Ventura given immunity?
I got the latest for with Cassie Ventura given immunity. The first headline, from Associated Press News, is, Sean Diddy Combs Trial Live Updates. Cassie Ventura testifies about freak-offs and sexual abuse.
So they ain't here trying to tell us, huh? Why they ain't trying to tell us? Why they ain't trying to tell us if they granted her immunity or not? Yeah, Diddy wild as shit. He a freaky ass nigga, man. I ain't gonna lie. Diddy level of freakiness then surpassed what most people common understanding. For real. Damn, y'all. Yeah, Diddy on a different level when it kind of that freaky shit. She got a man or not? Yo, can y'all see? Is that clear? Let me know if it's clear, y'all. Y'all know how that shit be, son. It's clear as a motherfucker on my end, but on y'all end, that shit don't be clear. It's not clear? Alright. Thank you. Yeah, I know. That's fucked up. They had to sit down and listen to that shit. Is it clear now, y'all? Let me know if it's clear, y'all, before we start, man. Turn my Wi-Fi on. Let me turn on my Wi-Fi. So Tissa Towers is in court today. Y'all know we've been on Tissa Towers' heels for her coverage of this Diddy situation. You know what I mean? But she was in court today, and she gave you 2 updates, so we're going to check them out. Check out Tissa. What the fuck? Alright.
Great content needs a great audience. Like Stretch Armstrong needs to be stretched. Yeah! Woo! Feel the stretch! With 2 buddies, you get...
Matter of fact,
Live from court, the rain is pouring down. It is a beautiful gray day.
Hold on, man. Before we do that. Matter of fact, we can do that first.
In New York City. But guess what? It's also a great day for the prosecution. Now listen, Cassie all day, every day. But this was not a good day for the prosecution. It's not that Cassie didn't have a story to tell. It's not that she wasn't a good witness. It's the fact that it wasn't Maureen Comey. Maureen Comey is the lead prosecutor. She is a beast. It's the fact that this other girl that they have questioning Cassie, yeah, it's not giving. She is getting so bogged down in the minutiae. Getting so bogged down on, I'm trying to see, can I go stand over there? Let's go see before security tell me to move. They are getting so bogged down on the minutiae. They are getting so bogged down on, so who bought the baby oil? Who bought the Astro guy? Who bought this?
Yo, the problem is, yo, they worrying about, yo, this case is not a domestic violence case. They trying to paint Diddy out as a domestic violence abuser. Yo, but this ain't about that. This about sex trafficking and Cassie complicitness in was she a victim or a suspect? That's what really matters for real. Was Cassie a victim or a suspect? Did she knowingly participate in these freakoffs knowing it was illegal? Because she testified that she ain't want Diddy to do it with nobody else. That's explosive. So you didn't like this, but you didn't want him to do it with nobody else? Yo, once the defense had their turn with Cassie, yo, this case is gonna get turned. I think y'all are forgetting, yo, that Diddy has 8 defense attorneys. 3 of them just for appeals. They in there writing everything down, every objection and everything.
When I tell you this girl's voice was like a lullaby, again, they need to go in. Take us to the horror. Take us to the drama.
It ain't
They
no
even
horror.
spent 30 minutes talking about how
Cassie didn't have comfortable. Diddy kept calling her predictable, and Cassie didn't feel comfortable in the Freakoffs. But she never clearly said she didn't say no. It's not because she didn't say no. It's because the prosecution is not asking the right questions. So it literally is. You could even look at the jury and see that it was losing the jury. What is so hard? We have a video of her being dragged. We have a video of horrible things happening. Cassie literally almost drowned in a sea of urine when Diddy and the Mex worker, what's up, Herbert? Thank you for the super chat. Diddy and the Mex worker literally went in, and she literally felt like she was drowning. Which, by the way, when I heard that, I said, remember when Young Miami was like, oh, I love being like golden showers. And then she walked back and was like, I mean that. No, Diddy has a big fetish for that. He literally almost tried. Listen, I don't know if Young Miami was doing it, because Cassie said that it was about 6 months to a year in where they had about 6 months to a year into the relationship, definitely a year. That's when Diddy bought voyeurism. Right?
She says, like, yo, see, there she go, misleading. It was 6 months into the relationship. It wasn't a year. See, she's reporting based off her memory. The other guy's reporting he reporting in real time. It's hard when you writing. I mean, easy when you writing as opposed to speaking. He reporting all that shit on Twitter.
And that, and then she finally agreed to it because she was like, yo, I don't want to lose him. I think I got to do this to keep him happy. And she said after that happened, Diddy was like, welcome to the freak show, because she was having him like every week. After that, he was like, again. My whole point in the matter is, this prosecutor, she's a blind. They need to sit her down and put Maureen Comey back on. Because when I tell you, how do you take a heavily pregnant, beautiful witness, and you literally, so it's called laying foundation. You just can't go in and be like, tell us how Diddy was a monster. No, you need to lay foundation. You need to say, okay, where were you? Who were you around? How do you know this to be true? That's called laying foundation. The only thing is, when you are a skilled prosecutor, and I think this girl might be new, when you are let me step out the way. Before, if y'all see me run, you know security's going to come and tell me to move off the steps. Prosecutor, it is very easy for you to lay foundation in a way that is very, very entertaining to the jury. And I hate to use the word entertaining, but when it comes to the jury, you have to keep the jury riveted.
You do. Y'all know I done said that a million times. Yo, you got to keep the jury focused. You know, these trials be long. It's easy to lose focus. So if you're in that bitch sounding like the clear eyes guy, you'll lose them motherfuckers.
If the jury is not riveted, then what are you doing? If the jury looks like they're about to fall asleep and you're trying to get somebody for smex trafficking and abuse and all that stuff, then you need to ask yourself, what are you really doing? They need to sit that prosecutor down. This was not a good day for the prosecution, but I'll go. I got my book of shadows right here. Let's talk about the real thing that I thought was so surprising. Mark Agnifilo was out there gang banging, windmilling to keep Cassie's video down. So basically, they have videos of the Freakoffs, okay? Now, I was actually talking to the two lawyers that were representing the press. I believe that because this is high interest, it's high stakes, this and that, anybody in the courtroom should be able to see the tape. They said at the very least, even if you can't see the tape, they believe that there should be somebody from the certified press pool, legacy media, Washington Post, CNN, New York Times, legacy, supposed to be serious media, right? So that was that. And I was like, okay. And here's the thing. The judge said that there is a heavy First Amendment consideration because you can't see cameras in the courtroom. You can't have cameras in the courtroom. There is a heavy First Amendment administration. My brain's fried. Let me say, thank you so much, Connie Cruz, for becoming a member of the Tattletales. Y'all, I'm out here trying to recover my costs for this trip.
She ain't paid for that
y'all
trip.
can show some love, I would appreciate it.
She worked for a pay for
y'all
that
see me
trip.
looking to the left. I don't think I'm supposed to be filming right here, but nobody ever told me I actually couldn't. So, I'm just going to, it's better to ask for forgiveness than ask for permission. So anyway, right? When there's a First Amendment, it means that the public has a right to know. It means that because we have a vested interest. Oh my God, Don Hell, thank you so much. Don Hell just sent me a cash app for coffee break after the court work, and I'm gonna get it. You gave me enough for a Frappuccino, not Starbucks. We still boycotting, but you sent me enough for a Frappuccino. Thank you so much. So listen, When there's a First Amendment right, all that means is the public has a right to know. You can't do anything behind closed doors because at the end of the day, the prosecution is representing us. So since they're representing us, we should have a right to know. So anyway, they're like, listen, if the people in the court can't see it, and you know I was going to give you playback, if the people in the court can't see it, play it, have a press pool, and then they can describe it. Marketing affiliate goes up, and he was like, for what? For what? Yana, for what? What exactly are they going to do with this? This is hardcore, explicit material. What exact? Thank you, Rachel Gole. Thank you, Miss Gole. And C. Herbert, thank you for becoming a member of the Tattletale family. I appreciate y'all. And Rachel, thank you for the super chat. So he's like, what are they going to do with this, Your Honor? Like, what is explicit material, Your Honor? And it was a good point. But then I was sitting next to Robert. I was sitting next to the lawyer. Girl, your girl's in the mix. I was sitting next to the lawyers that the press sent in to represent them. They jumped up, and the judge was like, well, if anybody has any objections, and they jumped up. I do, Your Honor. They were in the gallery with us. And he's like, all right, come on, approach the court. So they went into the court, went to the pulpit, you know, where the prosecutor speaks. No, what do you mean? What are we going to do with it? That's not the way things work. We, as members of the press and the public, you don't need to worry about what we're going to do with the information. We just need the information, and we have a right to the information. So what is the big deal? Good point too, and especially because I wanted to see it. So I was like, yeah, Robert, eat it all up. So they was like, you don't need to worry about what we need it for, okay? Thank you, Drench Beauty, for the super chat. They're like, you don't need to know what we need this for. It's public information, and we should be allowed to see it in court. You already don't have any cameras. Y'all gonna have to stop playing. So the judge actually said, you know what? When you put it like that, and I'm paraphrasing, of course, I'm inclined to rule that either the people in the courtroom can view the tape, right? The prosecution was like, well, Your Honor, we only have like 6 still images, and later on, not what we might show a little bit of the video, but for right now we just have 6 images, so still shots, screenshots from the video. So if you don't want to show anybody that, then you don't have to, right? If that's fine, right? It's up to you. So the judge was like, well, hold on. I'm really inclined to go with the First Amendment because I do think the public has the right to know, and I think the press should actually see it. So now the shocking thing is Cassie's in agreement with Diddy about this. Cassie's lawyer just put a motion saying that they don't want those tapes shown. And now here's the thing, and let me be honest with you. I get it. And this is how it ties in to what the prosecutors are doing today. Let me just say this. I get it. The most heartbreaking, humiliating times of Cassie's life. You know, I, again, was right there with y'all. Southern Girl. Oh, thanks for the hard work. You're welcome, Southern Girl. Thank you for the super chat. Thank y'all for helping me earn my travel expenses back. I appreciate it. Nessa, oh my God. Thank you so much for the super chat. Okay, and thank you for becoming a new member. Okay, so anyway, here's the thing I want to say about this. I get it. Because I, along with y'all, making jokes about baby oil, making jokes because maybe that's what I do. Like, I'm not going to sit there and cry at a funeral. I got to do something to lighten the mood because you need humor to get through. What's up, Mel? Mel NYC Reviews said that lawyer fighting for the right to be nosy. Yes. I emailed you this morning. Keep up the good work. As soon as I get home, I'll check all my emails, but I haven't been able to get on my phones. I'm actually sneaking out to do this. But here's the thing. I get it. It is one of the most humiliating things that ever happened to Cassie. I get she feels bad about it. I get all that stuff happened, but I also need to get this, right? Oops. I also need for Cassie to understand this. And this ain't no shade to her, but like it is bigger than you right now. The prosecution is doing a horrible effing job right now. Kay, what's up? Thank you for the super chat. Sure, Watts, thank you for the super chat. I'll read some questions real quick. Kathy Maven, thank you so much for the super chat. Kim Wilson, thank you for the super chat. Rodney Duke said, love tuning in. You always deliver. Thank you so much, Rodney. Let me just say this, right? I get the fact that Cassie is like, I don't want to see that. It's humiliating. But at this point, I do not believe that Cassie's testimony, and this is because of the prosecutor, not because Cassie's not a good witness. And I don't believe the prosecutor's right of question has proven anything beyond a reasonable doubt. They lost the jurors today because the prosecution, this blonde-headed girl, was so big on establishing the minutia, where they were sitting, what they bought, how they did it, and then repeating everything like, oh, so I felt like it was that little meme. I put the packet on the glass. What glass? The door in the microwave. I shut the door. What door? That door in the microwave. Are you listening? MK said, thank you for the hard work and the notes. Oh, you're welcome. Listen, when I get completely done, I'm going to do a mega live tonight about everything I found. And Marie, thank you so much for the super chat. But here's the thing. The prosecution isn't doing a good job right now. The blonde-headed, not Maureen Comey, but the blonde-headed girl, this was the most boring, meandering. We got lost in so much minutia. We literally forgot about the whole covering the horror for 2 years. I literally felt like dozing off. It was a little bit ridiculous. And it really made me worried about, Diddy might beat these charges. He might beat these charges because of prosecution today. And maybe they're establishing it and they'll come back with a bang tomorrow.
She ain't say that, did she? Yo, she ain't just say Diddy might beat these charges, y'all. Not after the motherfucking slander campaign she done ran for what, 6 months, 7 months. I know she ain't say that. We might have heard that wrong, yo. She said that. Diddy might beat the charges.
Thank you so much for the super chat. Maybe they're establishing things and they'll come back with a bang tomorrow. But right now,
yeah, she was so down with it, man.
And so meandering that I feel like everybody got lost in the detail and it took away the horror. So it really did look right. They weren't even asking me follow-up questions. Cassie kept saying that Diddy kept saying whenever she said, I don't think I want to do a freak off, he was like, oh, you're so predictable. Now, clearly, anybody who's ever dealt with people that deal with DV
she let him freak
and mental abuse, you know that word predictable is a loaded answer. And you know that you should actually be like, but when he said predictable, what did he mean by that? How does it make you feel? And what term? Like, explain how it was mental abuse. Like, get up there and do your job for you. Then they were saying stuff like,
that's all the fuck she did.
She literally told us that Diddy, for some, I think it was at the Intercontinental New York City, had a pool full of baby oil.
Diddy didn't sex traffic Cassie, yo. It's like, she ain't sex traffic. She wasn't sex traffic, yo. She loved it. She more of a suspect than a victim. Wait till I read what was said.
And what made Cassie and the guy do it, he would get a pool full of baby oil. Cassie would be so scared because she could have literally drowned or got baby oil on her lungs, and that would have been it. He would have like 20 diptyque candles, right? He would have candle lights, and then pretty soon it moved to like the red studio lights.
So you should be betting against nigga guilt, yo.
He would do all that stuff. Oh, Sabat Audio, thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate y'all. And Marco Ramsey said, hi from Panama. Great job. Thank you so much, Marco. I appreciate all y'all. Thank y'all for helping me earn my cost back. Should I dance for some money? Shucking and jiving and doing the thing.
Come on, man, get to the point.
Take this money.
She just like talking.
So much for joining. At the end of the day, it's up to them to prove this case. And they are literally like forgetting the forest for the trees. Like they're so concerned with the leaves on the trees that they are forgetting that we are in a forest. No, tell us we're in a forest. And then you can explain that there's an oak tree, there's a birch tree, there's a pine tree,
for real,
there's a spruce tree. But you literally lead us in and I'm like, where am I? And they're like, look at this fauna. Look at this leaf. This is right. And they're just like, I don't really care. Carolyn Castle said, it's Diddy. I'm not saying Cassie isn't a believable witness. She 100% is. I'm saying the press. Hey, are you leaving for the day?
Yeah. Great to see you.
It was good to see you too.
I hit you up on TikTok or something, so send me a message.
All right, are you done for the week? Sorry, guys.
Yeah, I gotta go back.
Oh, all right. Well, tell the missus I said hello. All right. Listen,
she's
out here working hard for us as usual. Thank you.
Hey, I can't stand people
and I
like
know
that.
a Capricorn
Don't be fake,
respects hard work. Thank you. That means a lot. Coming when a Capricorn says that you about your business or you a hard worker, you about your business and a hard worker. Thank you. So the whole thing is no. Listen, Ace, it not a pool full of baby oil. Oh my God, it's mortifying. Yeah, a pool full of baby oil, y'all. A pool full of baby oil. So getting back to what I was saying, Cassie is a very reliable witness. Ain't shit changed in the story. I'm not saying, I'm saying that the prosecution is almost like when someone's like, whoa, 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 tell me the story of what happened. You have to tell it in a way so that the jurors clearly understand the horror. If I put everything on reverse, backward, slow-mo speed, any story is going to look or feel like super, super boring. So again, prosecutors, that blonde girl, they need to put Maureen Comey back on there. Send the girl 777 said, hopefully the prosecution is warming up. Girl, you and me are praying. Kate said, I hope this gets you a New York coffee. Oh, thank you, Kate. The parties were demonstrations of the baby oil. Who bought it? Love from Chicago. Oh, so hey, how are y'all? Thanks. Yeah, I'm on live right now. You want me to say hi? Okay. I'll be around after, huh? No, do you want to get a quick picture? You sure? All right. Let's see. We outside the courthouse. Everybody say hi.
Hey.
Say hi. Thank you, Jamie.
Sean in HD. Video Famer News, Famer2.com.
That's right. Get those plugs in. We about people getting their money.
Yes, yes. And we're here at the Diddy trial.
That's right.
The life and trial of Sean Diddy Combs. And it's a lot of talk about baby oil.
Yeah.
A lot of talk about, that Suge Knight story's ill though.
Oh, thanks for
That
reminding
Suge
me.
Knight
Okay.
story.
Let me get
You
back to
gotta
work.
tell him about
No,
that
that's a
Suge
very
Knight
I forgot
story.
about that. I have
That
my
Suge
notes.
Knight story remind.
They're trying to convince the jury that because Diddy was dangerous and violent, or had dangerous and violent tendencies, then there's no way that due to fear of a man she was with for 9 years, that she couldn't have possibly consented to these acts. That's a bunch of bullshit. All it takes is one jury to see through it. One juror.
I mean, when J-Lo had to bring the gun in the club.
Yes, you saw
You
one of
feel
the
me?
prosecutors were.
You know
So
what
what
I'm
he
saying?
reminded
So
me
we
of
seen
was
we seen a pattern
Yes.
here from homeboy.
Yes.
But I tell the people, even if Diddy walk out this building today,
No, he gonna
literally
catch
we're
the case.
seeing him walk out like when Jesus rose.
They're gonna make sure they gonna make sure they find him guilty of something. They're gonna find him guilty of something. I think what he trying to duck is the sex trafficking count. The racketeering sex trafficking. That carry life in prison. If he ducked that count, he win. That's a win.
Rose and walk. The fact of the matter is, for me, my opinion, Diddy is guilty morally.
true.
Diddy
Yeah,
has done so many things to other human beings, not to mention the way he brutalized a woman.
Yes.
Okay, and he was unforgiven now.
Yeah.
Diddy was 40 years old. In his 40s, he never apologized.
Yep.
He's 50 something now, and he
Because
only
he
because
got
they
caught.
grabbed
There
him.
you go.
Yeah.
There's a little remorse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But understand, people, while he was out here running amok, shout outs to the family, the children.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Okay,
sad that they
the
have
boys
to-
been misled,
Yeah.
and the girls were confused, and they heard some things that rattled them, because they were excused sometimes from the room.
Yes,
right?
they were. They were.
All right.
But interesting enough, they didn't leave with Cassie's testimony. But go on.
This is true.
No,
When it got too
Well,
explicit, they
that's how it is. That's the nature of people.
Okay.
If because it's not their family getting their ass beat.
That's true.
When
That's the
these
nature.
dudes, when it's their family getting their ass beat, they want to go to war and kill.
Yeah.
But let me ask you something, because you're supposed to be the big top
Exactly,
dog.
bro.
Let me ask you something. A name came up. The name D
That's not
Rock.
academic.
Right.
Is that Biggie Small best friend D Rock?
So I did some research. It is supposed to be Biggie Small's best friend.
That's
What?
not
No.
Yeah.
Well, guess what? That is so shady.
Yeah.
And
I don't
very
like
telling.
academics.
Absolutely.
Because
know
remember,
who he is.
Biggie Smalls did not want to leave that hotel room. Diddy begged D-Rock to go convince him
Yes.
to come out.
Absolutely.
If it wasn't for D-Rock ass, Biggie would still be alive.
Absolutely.
Yo, he put the
He just
listen.
gave some gems.
He gave some gems. I'm gonna write this down for the live later. I didn't even make that connection.
That's a fact. That's a fact. You
Listen.
going back in?
Yeah, I'm going back in. Are y'all gonna be here tomorrow? Yeah. Okay. What's your name, Federal?
No.
What?
Let's link for real. Listen.
What?
Let's link for real as far as you said if we're gonna be here tomorrow.
Yeah. I will.
No, go ahead. Don't try to slide up on her. You took the opportunity.
Or I can let you know, email, whatever you want to use.
My man trying to go.
DM or email, and I'll give you my contact info.
Yeah, but
I just don't want to.
She like white guy.
Yeah, but I'm on live. I can't give my contact info. Listen, it's tisatells@gmail.com. Just email me. I'll give you my contact info.
One more thing.
Yeah.
If you see DJ Academic say he coming.
You know what? You better stop your shit.
No, he said he was coming.
Oh, wow. That's
right.
great.
But guess what? I'm here. He ain't coming.
That's right.
Who see you? Why he got a problem with Academic?
That's right. All right. I'll see y'all tomorrow. And email me. I'll hit you up, okay? Huh?
Why he got a problem with Academics?
All right. So, no problem. Okay, so.
Niggas know y'all?
He just reminded me. So there was a point in trial where Cassie said that Diddy and his friend D-Rock, the Biggie connection, it was Biggie's best friend that people said maybe took him out. This is allegedly the D-Rock, right? They said that Cassie and Diddy were in the middle of a freak off. D-Rock comes in and was like, yo, Suge Knight is down the hill. They was in California. Diddy and D-Rock got suited up, all black, put on the baklava's. They did everything, bacala, whatever you call them.
Yo, see, but all of this is irrelevant to sex trafficking. Like, yo, their case, they talking more about the things Diddy did in his life than actually Cassie being trafficked.
The shiesty 3,000 mask, got in all black, grabbed all the gats out the safe, the bang-bangs out the safe, and ran down there to go handle Suge Knight. And they jumped in the back Escalade, dressed in all black like the Omen. Cassie literally described how Diddy and D-Rock went out hunting for Suge Knight. Now, let me tell y'all something, right? Because this is very important to say. That mess came out, and the prosecution drowned us in detail, and nobody even cared about that. That's how bad the prosecution was doing. The baby oil, whole bathtub full of baby oil. Prosecution just glazed up over that. Like, what are you talking about? She said they had a bathtub full of baby oil, diptyque candles, all this stuff going on. Again, the prosecution is not doing their job. Let me catch these super chats before they leave. Jamie Overstreet, your first live. Thank you so much for the super chat. No, that's bizarre. Elvera MLD.
A bathtub full of baby oil? That's a lot of goddamn baby oil, man. That shit might have been like 300 bottles alone. He said he had over 1,000. That might have been 300 right there.
E-Rock and Biggie, I forgot to tell y'all about it. When I said I have notes, I literally have a new notebook of notes. Trial, and she is making it so boring that you're losing. Oh, Avera said, watching from South Africa, you're the best. It makes it so bad that it's like you're losing the whole jury. It's weird. The prosecution isn't compromised. They're not just doing a good job. Hopefully they're laying all this foundation, and then they're going to come out with that, hit you with the who, hit you with the ha. As Sierra said, can we just put him in jail? He's clearly guilty. He is clearly guilty, but you got to prove it. I will say one thing. I think Diddy is, I think that he's enjoying Cassie's testimony a bit too much. It's really weird. It is really, really weird. But yeah, y'all.
All right. Let's see what else she had. So she went back to court. Let's see what else she said.
Younghae loves calligraphy, and she loves helping others love it too. So she built a course on Kajabi that turned her passion into a business.
How are they making that assessment?
That flowed into
Don't nobody know what happened
when
they went out that house.
Their progress,
niggas could have been
take on
bluffing.
Challenges.
Listen, Divine TV is out here covering the trial too. Y'all, if you don't follow, why don't you tell them your socials?
I'm Sean Divine, and Sean Divine TV, SS and Code with the brand, out here with Tisatells.
Y'all know I was in the trial. This was all covered, but I believe that there was a bombshell that was just dropped off about that. What is the actual bombshell? Y'all, do you on out if D-Rock hadn't pushed the issue. There's a little beef behind that. However, if this is the same D-Rock and the picture looks like the same D-Rock based upon information and belief, it actually looks like
information and belief. She funny as
that
shit.
Cassie testified that Diddy and D-Rock literally scooted up and rolled out on Chick Night, and they looked like they was going to try to murk that man. They said they were dressed in all black. They said that they had little collars on. They said they probably had some dark Air Force One energy on there too, right? Liberia Rose, hey, what's up, Liberia? How are you doing? But in any case, this is what Cassie testified. I have my notes. I'm going to pull them out. You know we are right at 500 Pearl Street. Doing the thing. Here's the fit. Yes, y'all can't see it, but I'm on my legal eagle. Whatnot, trying to keep it professional. But y'all, who is D-Rock, you guys might add? All right, let's get into this. D-Rock, whose real name is Damian Butler, that is Diddy's security, was a close friend and confidant is B.I.G., Christopher Wallace. Their friendship began in their childhood home in Brooklyn and evolved over time. D-Rock is known for taking a bang-bang charge on Biggie's behalf, which led them to serving time in prison. After his release, D-Rock became Biggie's personal assistant and managed his career until his passing. Again, there's a little controversy. We're not saying that hey, Tracy Andrews, thank you so much for the super chat. Appreciate you. We're not saying that D-Rock did anything, but I do know that if you go on Twitter, oh my God, wait. I almost forgot to leave with the biggest thing. I'm going to do a story about this later. Do you know that Cassie testified that during the Freakoffs, Diddy, you can't tell me this ain't childhood trauma. I'm looking at Janice Combs like, what happened in that house? Yeah, listen to what Diddy was into. He would demand that the escort either eject on Cassie's stomach or inside her tunnel of love. And then Diddy would demand that Cassie go into the room next door. And when Cassie went into the room next door, he would make Cassie rub that juice, right? He would make Cassie rub that juice on his nipples and his chest.
Ew,
Diddy like Cassie to take the male sex workers pudding. I'm trying not to get demonetized, but it's probably a long while. Take the pudding and rub it on his chest and his tatas. Melina Cook, thank you so much for the super chat. And Hibiscus Rose, thank you so much for the super chat. On top of that, the judge made a ruling. I'm going to get back to the D-Rock story about the Biggie stuff, but I just got out of court, so much to just tell y'all. On top of that, the judge made a ruling about the press. The judge made a ruling about the press. If you guys don't know, the press had their own lawyers coming in and said, listen, this is a public interest. We need to know everything. Thank you, Ebony, for the super chat. And we need to find out everything. You guys, thank you so much for super chatting. Listen, this is my love letter to you guys. I used my own money and my own time to fly out and cover this trial. Again, I might not have celebrations at 100,000, 200,000, 300,000 subbies, but baby, I do be writing y'all love letters. Because when you ask for something, I'll go out of my way to do it. Anyway, the judge made a ruling. I'm telling y'all the breaking news before we get back into the Biggie Tupac stuff that Cassie testified on, all right? So, D-Rock, so the judge literally ruled on it. Because apparently May, who is victim number 2, Cassie, who's victim number 1, and the prosecutors are like, no, I don't care who needs to see it. CNN, MSNBC, New York Times, I don't care who needs to see it. Because those materials were meant for blackmail materials. They were meant to hurt. Sharina, son, thank you so much. You said amazing coverage. Keep up the good work. Be sure to get rest. I am going to get some rest later on. Y'all know when I'm on the grind, I'm on the grind. Anyway, right?
Diddy might be the king of the freaky
Egyptian deity, thank you so much for the super chat. Y'all blessing me and showing me love. Buying me dinner tonight. Thank y'all. Okay, so and Miss E.T., thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for the super chat. Y'all blessing me. I'm going to read some questions from the chat in a second. Let me just get through this, right? Keep sending super chats, but let me get through this. So the judge was like, listen, I thought about it, and usually there is a First Amendment right. However, there's a lot of case law.
Stuck on your next project. Let's fix that. Check out beckeasy.com.
That when it is, hey, my God, Celtic Moon, thank you so much for the,
all right, come on, I get to
for the super chat. And special
all right, are we done with her? You done with her. It's done with her. I'm gonna read what happened, y'all. She too goddamn long with it. Cassie also stated on stand today that during the trial, Diddy and the escort would have sex with her. And at times Diddy would watch, and Diddy sometimes would walk up and give erect male oral sex himself. Sometimes, what the fuck, Diddy would make Cassie, this shit is crazy. If the escort, without being given permission, they were paid less, allegedly. Jesus Christ. Yeah, that nigga Diddy crazy as a motherfucker, boy. The fuck wrong with this nigga, man? Read. Hey, yo, this nigga Diddy, wow. But she liked it. Yo, how many women is going to sit around that? If that's what really was going on, how many women is going to sit around and participate in that type shit? I can't wait till the defense until she get cross-examined. That should be tomorrow. That's gonna be tomorrow. Kat testified that on one occasion, a blow-up pool of baby oil and lubricant was placed in the hotel room, and she was told to get inside in her outfit and shoes. She also said close to 10 large-sized bottles of baby oil would be used during the freak-offs. They made a visual of it. You said ain't that freaky? Cassie said the freak-offs were a very choreographed experience with a lot of baby oil. Look, she loved it. The closed baby oil bottles would be heated in a sink of hot water, then applied because Diddy wanted her glistening at all times. Also, Cassie testified that Diddy would call her out whenever she looked dry, sometimes making her reapply baby oil every 5 minutes. Yo, she love that shit, man. This nigga Diddy crazy. They didn't need the motherfucker to do a promotion for baby oil. Oh my God. Let's read some of the testimony from court. Diddy's legal team requested Cassie's husband be barred from courtroom during her testimony. Yo, man, the shit he couldn't sit around. I wouldn't want to hear that shit anyway. Assistant U.S. Attorney, why are you choking? Ventura, too much urine in my mouth. Who else urinated on you? Sean. Did you want Sean to urinate on you? I didn't want anyone to urinate on me. How often did it happen? Often enough. Yo, come on, man. She's sitting there bullshit. Any other use of candle wax? Ventura, a few times poured on my body. Who set the temperature of the room? Sean. I was expected to do freak-offs on my period. Did you want to do that? No. Did you want to be urinated on? Objection. Judge, grounds. Defense, asked and answered. Judge, overruled. No, I did not want it. How did it feel? It was disgusting. It was too much. I choked. No one could think I wanted it. Yo, how did you not want it and you allowed it? I don't get it. And this shit went on for years. Which hotel charged the most for damage to the room? The Intercontinental in New York. They redecorated the whole room for ridiculous money. Back to the urination. Judge, Miss Johnson, only a few more questions. Assistant U.S. Attorney, why didn't you say no? It was obvious I didn't want to be on the ground being urinated on by two men. Where did you find the escorts? Initially, Craigslist. And so that's the situation with Suge Knight. Do you recall an incident between Sean and Suge Knight? Yes, we were having a freak off in L.A. D-Rock came in and said Suge was down at dinner. Sean drove over there. What was your reaction? I cried. Said, don't do nothing stupid. You know, why that is like, what the fuck does that have to do with the trial? Well, you ever handed a gun? Yes. We were doing a club in downtown LA. We had taken mushrooms. I was high. I was told to put the gun in my bag. I was freaking. Who was present? A driver, security, and Sean. Another time, I saw them get dressed and grab guns and leave in the SUV. How long were they gone? 30 to 40 minutes. Let me switch the topics. How serious a relationship does Sean mention voyeurism to you? First 6 months or a year. So voyeurism is the practice of gaining sexual pleasure from watching others when they are naked or engaging in sexual activity. Man, this shit went on for way too long for her not to want this shit, man. I just think it became excessive. I mean, it started off as fun for. I think it got excessive after a while. Cassie testified in court that Diddy disrespectfully made her call him Pop Pop because that's what she called her grandfather. The name stuck through years of what she described as weekly freak-offs that left her feeling dirty, confused, and high on ecstasy and Molly and cocaine. She told prosecutors the freak-offs happened weekly for years, ending around 2017 or 2018. I never slept, she said, adding she stayed up on drugs. When asked if she remembered all of them, she replied, that would be impossible. Cassie broke down saying she wanted to stop. I was humiliated. I didn't have those words then. I couldn't talk to anyone about it. She cried. She said she told him she didn't want to do it anymore, but tried to bring it up gently because she didn't want him to get angry or do it with someone else. Yo, how the fuck does both of those make sense? She didn't want him to get angry or do it with someone else. So if he got angry, maybe he would do it with somebody else, and then that would exclude you from the freak off. You would think that's what she would have wanted, right? If she didn't enjoy it, why wouldn't she want him to do it with somebody else? She was sex trafficked. She couldn't leave. I would think that would be an exit. That would be Cassie's exit plan. I'm done with the freak offs. This is all you want to engage in. I'm out of here. And he obliged because he wasn't done with the freak offs. He loved the freak offs. You know what I mean? He probably want a freak off right now. You hear me? He might be freaking off in a joint. You never know. Man, they never stopping these freak offs. If Diddy beat this case, first day home, he doing a freak off. You hear me? And nigga doing a freak off first. He gonna do a first day out freak off. Like how niggas be doing a first day out freestyle. If Diddy beat this case, he is doing a first day out freak off. Trying to tell you, it's gonna be epic. Baby oil everywhere. She admitted Diddy could be violent, and that's why she kept quiet. In one email shown in court, she told him, I really need to fuck. Explaining she said it to please him. When he asked if she wanted to stop, she's backpedaled out of fear. Come on, man. She just got all the excuses. No accountability, y'all. Like, where's the accountability on Cassie, yo, who's a grown woman, man? That what I get, right? Yo got a lot of money. He got a lot of power. He got a lot of influence. So it ain't really easy as we saying. But I'm sure something could have been done. Why didn't you go to the police back then? You could have went to the feds back then. You know what I mean? Avoided all these years of trauma. Right. Look. Why wouldn't she want him to do it with anyone, with other people? You know what I mean? Come on, yo. Like, yo, as a juror, that would stick in my mind. So you ain't like it, but you ain't want to do it with nobody else. Cassie testified she made money through hosting parties, not her music, but only with Diddy approval. Diddy allegedly criticized her appearance, saying she looked too Mexican with particular hairstyle. He preferred her nails white with French tips. Her hairstyle varied. She mentioned shaving her head in 2009. She testified that Diddy told her to work out and prepare for the Freakoff. When asked, how do you feel about his comments, she replied, it varied. We already read that. Read that too. I thought they shared that shit twice. Cassie testified that Diddy paid for things like cars and gave her cash, but would take them away based on his mood. When asked what else he would take away, she answered, my self-confidence. She said staff would also take things away. She also testified that her laptop and phone were taken by security whenever she was being punished and would be kept as long as the punishment lasted. She was in daily contact with Diddy's staff. She identified people in photos as Christina Combs, KK, or Miss Fletcher, and D-Rock, who was a part of Diddy's security team. She testified that her first freak-off occurred with Combs in Combs' Los Angeles home at age 22, around 2008. She said a male Las Vegas stripper came to the house just months after Combs told her about his interest in voyeurism. Cassie said the freak-offs were very choreographed. We already read that. It was a mess, she said. It was like, what are we doing? Okay. Oh, shit. Another message was introduced where Cassie wrote to Diddy that she really needs to fuck. When asked why she sent it, she says because she wanted to be with him. In a separate message, Diddy asked if she wanted to stop, and Cassie responded by calling herself predictable. The prosecution asked what she believed the message meant. Cassie said she thought he understood she didn't want to keep it going, but she pushed back out of fear, adding that her fears stemmed from past violent behavior. Cassie testified that she responded to escorts to ads on Craigslist and Backpage while in New York. When asked if she ever contacted escorts on her own, she said no. That's going to get proven wrong. She stated Diddy urinated on her and emphasized, I don't want anyone to urinate on me. Cassie said it happened often enough. When asked about the hotel damage, she identified. We already read that. Where's the part where she said she enjoyed it originally? Cassie reveals last Freakoffs became a job. There was no time to do anything else but them, then try to recover. What was his lifestyle like? Ventura. He had all these assistants. He can get things done. He traveled quite a bit. Assistant U.S. Attorney. What's this photo? Sean and I at a strip club in New York, like 2007 or 2008, Halloween. How did Sean moves vary day to day? When it swung, could you describe it? Anger, zoning out. How did it impact you? Greatly. The next thing I knew, I was getting hit in the face. There were also psychological damages. Abuse. He told me to watch my mouth, change my face. Did you see other men? Yes. Did Sean see other women? Yes. He said, I'm puffy. I was insanely jealous. Did you move to LA with him? Yes. He wanted to be close to his kids who were there. Where did you live in LA? 875 Comstock Avenue. The West Side Wellshire Corridor condos. How tall is that building? No more than 17 floors. Where did Sean live? 200 South Mapleton. Sean would use a golf cart to get back and forth. How many songs did you write with Sean? Over 100. Most were never released. Some got leaked on the internet. Some on mixtapes. How many albums on your deal were not released? 9. Did you get paid for them? No. The Freakoffs became a job. There was no time to do anything else but do them, then try to recover. How much time in a week would Freakoffs take? The longest was 4 days, significant periods of time. I handed up GXB. Do you recognize it? Yes. I reviewed this drive. It has communication and documents pertaining to Mr. Combs. Did you review photos on it? Yes. What's this photo? Me in 2004 with Carrie Morgan. When did you sign the Bad Boy Records? 2006. It was a 10-album deal. Did you release any after late 2006? No. Who's in this photo? Kim Porter. She was Sean's ex from before me and the mother of his children. Where did you celebrate in this photo? Las Vegas. Carrie Morgan was there too. We are out on the patio on my 21st birthday. What happened then? Sean kissed me in the bathroom. I ran back to my hotel. I told Carrie. Is Carrie testifying to this? What is the age difference between you and Sean? 17 years. How did you feel when Sean invited you to hotels? Nervous, excitement. We were going to talk about music. He introduced me to oral sex. I didn't understand it. Did you visit Sean in Miami? Yes, I went to Carrie Morgan in Dallas, Austin. I went with Carrie Morgan in Dallas, Austin. What did you and Sean do together? Blue Dot for ecstasy on a boat. Had you once before taken ecstasy unintentionally? Yes. Oh man, she was a pill popper. Oh bitch, you been popping. You's a pill popping hoe. she say she likes a little shit, but be the fucking slow. That's what Bad Soldier Sip said. How did you take ecstasy unintentionally? It was in the Gatorade. When you took it unintentionally with Sean, how did it feel? Like rolling. At that time, what did you think, Ventura? They were spending a lot of time together. Oh, shut up. Fuck that. Ventura, I thought we were monogamous. U.S. State's Attorney, was it made public? No, I was an artist. Also, his family, his children. I was his artist, also his family, his children. Who was linked to him publicly? Kim Porter. How did Sean treat you at this time? We had fun. Yeah, where is the fucking shit I was looking for? Looking for the part where she said that she enjoyed it at first. I'll be right back. Cassie testified that one escort was sent away because he couldn't perform. She explained that a safe escort was someone who wasn't a cop and wouldn't talk about their experience. When asked why avoiding a cop mattered, she said she realized the situation was illegal, prompted a defense objection, and the judge instructed the jury to disregard her comment regarding payment. Cassie said either security delivered the cash or Combs brought it himself. Cassie testified that she used drugs at every freak off to disassociate and feel emotionless. You use drugs at every freak off because y'all was drug users. She tripped me out with this shit. Diddy was a drug user. You didn't just use drugs at freak off. Y'all was using drugs 24/7. Blue ecstasy. They probably was taking motherfucking what's the fuck the name of them bitches? Adderalls. You know what I mean? Probably was taking a little bit of perks. Y'all was every day was a party. Mainly substances like Special K, GHB, and MDM. She said Combs also used drugs, and sometimes the escorts did too. In an email exchange, Cassie confirmed they were discussing drug use, with Combs indicating he was high. She explained she took more drugs to mentally escape from the experience, which she said she hated. Even when the drugs made her vomit, Combs told her to continue. Cassie testified she did not want to continue having intercourse when she felt like vomiting. She described the effects of various drugs. GHB made her feel drunk and tipsy. Cocaine made her heart race, which she didn't like, and mushrooms caused hallucinations, making the walls appear to. She was a party like a motherfucker. Cassie testified about being directed by Diddy on who to contact when drugs ran out. She also described the incident after an escort finished. Diddy instructed that the substance be placed on his body, specifically his nipples. This is something she did but did not want to do. Cassie testified that feeling dehumanized and objectified by men, with some session being watched by Diddy via FaceTime. Recording of the session sometimes appeared on Cassie's devices, which she would delete, calling them disgusting and expressing the desire for no one ever to see them. Sean's devices were also used at times. Ventura asked him to delete the videos, but doesn't know if he actually did. Yo, see, this is the part I got a problem with, right? If these videos were so dehumanizing, what the fuck's word she used? Dehumanizing, right? Why the fuck does she keep them? Yo, who keeps videos that makes them feel dehumanized? Like you would want them out of your possession. You would burn them bitches. You would think, right? Why did Cassie keep these videos? She kept 9 of them. Gave them to the feds. But she said it made her feel dehumanized and objectified. And it was disgusting. I just think that is mighty strange to hold on to. Because all I was going to do is remind you of it. Cassie recounts leaving the freak off early at the Century City Intercontinental because of an upcoming premiere. She says Diddy became violent, hitting her between sessions as she tried to leave via the elevator. He allegedly threw her to the ground, grabbing Cassie by the neck. Oh, that's the one shit. The prosecutor then presented hotel hallway video evidence to support the account. So she left the freak off early. Not because she didn't want to participate. So he left the courtroom. I ain't gonna lie, y'all.
Watch yourself in the front.
I ain't gonna lie, we had to get a divorce after this shit. I mean, he probably knew all this shit though. I'm sure she probably like, look, husband, gonna be some wild things that come out in this trial, man. It's gonna be some things you find out about me that you ain't quite know. Cassie testified that she enjoyed the Freakoffs at first.
I got the latest for Cassie testified that she enjoyed the Freakoff at first. The first headline, from The Hollywood Reporter, is, at Diddy trial, ex-girlfriend Cassie details disgusting, humiliating freak-off sex.
Until also revealed from the witness stand on Tuesday that video of Combs attacking her in the hallway, fleeing her freak off, then turned violently. She told the court that back in March of 2016, she had her first big move premiere coming up, and beforehand had told Combs she was eager to do a freak off, but was worried about wrecking her body. Oh shit! So in 2016, she told Combs she was eager to do a freak off, but was worried about wrecking her body before the event. At the hotel, she recalled to the court she was suddenly punched in the eye by Combs, bruising her face. At that point, she fled the room while he was in the bathroom or on the phone. Yeah, he trying to get paid. Venture's arrival at Combs' trial was touted on Monday during the opening statement by the court as a 6-year reunion for the former on and off again couple whose tumultuous relationship went on for a decade after the R&B singer signed to his label. Tech days of abuse, sex workers, turning his music and fashion empire into a criminal enterprise. Johnson moved the testimony to the Freakoffs. In the afternoon, having Venture answer questions after question about the male sex workers and how they were hired by Combs and at times by Ventura via Craig's Live and a company called Cowboy for Angels. The drugs taken at the events, which she testified included ecstasy, MDM, ketamine, GBH, and mushrooms, and how they made her feel. The progression of the sexual acts at the events and the humiliation of being urinated at Combs' request. Asked why she continued to do even arrange freak-off, Ventura replied, "Good question. I wanted to make him happy." Yeah, she loved it, man. Every freak-off was directed by Combs. He knew specifically where he wanted everyone to be, the lighting and such. She said, then describing the famous baby oil that was discovered at his home during the federal raid last year. So over the first session, we just kind of like ended up getting closer and closer. Then eventually had to put baby oil on each other. Combs, she testified, wanted her and the escorts to be glistening. A total of large 10 bottles of, yeah, right there. Last for days. The rap mogul would watch all this unfold while barking orders, which frequently will lead to escorts to lose their erection. Ventura said from the stand, this was the result of Combs adjusting something in the room or hearing the sound of an unrecognizable voice, she explained. When the session ended, Ventura would exit and spend time doing drugs or being quiet together in a separate room, and often would repeat again and again with new escorts. Breaking down in tears, Ventura told the court when asked that the only thing she liked about the Freakoffs was that they spent time with him. She felt that they were the only moments she really had with him while they were together. Oh my God. She loved it. I'm mad I can't find the fucking shit that I seen when she said she enjoyed it at first, but then it became excessive. I felt disgusted. I was humiliated. I didn't have the words to put together at the time. Headshots of several male escorts were shown to the court as Ventura named them and explained the frequency of their participation in the freak-off. Some of the men became regulars, she said. One of the men was known as the Punisher. What the fuck? Yo, it was the Punisher. Damn. Cozy eventually begins to fill the freak-off out, informing her or asking for her consent. Ventura testified, adding that her devices were used at times because they were there. And if she saw them later, she would immediately delete them. She said having them on the phone made her feel terrible. Ventura was asked why she did not merely not perform for Combs, which she did. Ventura was asked why she did not merely perform for Combs, and what she did to stop having to participate in freak-offs. I didn't want to make him angry for me. I didn't want to upset him or make him angry with me or for even sharing it, she explained. But I would just tread lightly when it brought up. Sometimes I would email him about it. I didn't want anything bad to happen. Yeah, she loved the freak-offs, y'all. She was a freak-off queen. She was queen of the freak-offs. You know what I mean? Cassie Ventura, queen of the freak-offs. All right, let's see what's going on. Oh shit, what the fuck yo do on No Jumper? Alright, we ain't move away from Diddy. Yeah, the nigga name was the Punisher, yo. We ain't move away from Diddy. I gotta see what Point and Shoot just did or No Jumper. That shit, I be tripping off Point and Shoot. I wanna go into the other trial too though, y'all. Wisconsin was in court. Rodney Hitton Jr.
Good evening, I'm Eva Pilgrim. Thanks for streaming with us. It's day 2 of testimony in the Sean Diddy Combs trial, and the prosecution's star witness, his ex-girlfriend Cassie Ventura, taking the stand. The disturbing video of Diddy and Cassie in an LA hotel hallway, one of the sparks that really ignited this case today.
The fuck was that? Yeah, I don't know how you can move on from that, bro. I'm gonna keep it all the way real. That shit would fuck me up. But she probably warned him ahead of time, like, yo, it's gonna be some things that make it hard for you to smile. Hey, yeah, she probably hit him with the Tupac line. It's gonna be some things that make it hard for you to smile, man. That's probably what she told him before trial.
Wanna know? I took my
smile for me. Hey, I ain't gonna lie, I wouldn't be able to get past that shit.
Okay, so this is going to be a very important video. This is going to be an update on No Jumper and what's been going on lately because it's not looking good at all. This is a huge disaster for No Jumper. I mean, this whole video is going to be extremely negative. Nothing good is going to be said, and I want to just get right down to business. So No Jumper is the police. What? Not really you guys know what I mean. They're like, they're looked at as a federal podcast. A lot of people are saying that No Jumper is getting people locked up. They're providing evidence for the DA. It's a evidence machine. No Jumper is. And that's not a very good reputation to have when all you do is interview gang members and all this stuff. So I want to play you a clip of CML Lavish D, street legend, rap legend from Sacramento. I want to play you a clip of what he had to say about No Jumper. Listen to this.
I got your DM a few days ago saying you want to get an interview in with me. I declined your offer respectfully, though. You know what I'm saying? But there's a lot of police shit going on in y'all building. And I don't want to be associated with that shit. You feel what I'm saying? Y'all really not helping nobody.
Clap it up for y'all, man. Finally somebody. Salute to Sacramento, man. Sacramento need to take over as the face of Los Angeles. Finally, somebody with fucking sense that can say, yo, you know what? Man, I'm not fucking with you, Adam. Salute to yo, whoever he is, man. Hope people follow suit.
Career, y'all getting niggas locked up. Well, niggas is getting locked up and they're using y'all platform to indict niggas and, you know what I'm saying, and all that. I don't want to be associated with none of that, though, you feel me? No disrespect to you or none of your staff, but I just don't want to be associated with that type of shit, you feel me? I'm a low-key type of dude. I ain't trying to go viral. I ain't trying to have the police looking at me. I've been living a low-key life.
So this is really detrimental to No Jumper. People are concerned about their freedom when they get reached out to by No Jumper's team. They're thinking, oh my God, it's the feds. That's not good. What? And what's so interesting to me about this is that, you know, a few years ago when the 16 surrendered his wife to be sexually fulfilled by Jason Love, that's when he forfeited his aura, his coolness. Everyone stopped respecting him at that point. But they would still occasionally go on No Jumper because they looked at it as, oh, I'm going on the platform. I'm not going on Adam 16. You know, they still would suggest that they're just going on the platform. They don't necessarily like the 16. Well, now it's the platform that's got that stank on it. What? And everyone can smell it. It smells like pigs. It smells like disgusting. So people are worried about going on No Jumper for law enforcement reasons. I want to play a clip of Rio the Young OG. I suspect that this is the reason why he turns down No Jumper.
I ain't doing no Jumper interview. No.
So as you can see, it's becoming quite fashionable to not go on No Jumper, and this is really triumphant. It's very inspiring because people are doing the right thing, and it makes me feel so good. So this next clip is going to be rapper KRXQ Nephew, and he's going to walk off the show because talk that's going on. There's too much gang talk, and this is what No Jumper is now. So people are walking off. I want to show you this.
Rap in a vehicle with that signage from your brand, right? That's a high show of respect.
Fair, it wasn't a rap. They actually had like monitors on the side of the vehicle. Hey. Out here? Yes, all right. What happened? You just not into the gang talk?
Oh. Hey. All right, Neff. Much respect, player.
All right, shit. That was a powerful appearance. I'm going to hit you after this.
Okay. Well, the thing is, just what you say, if it was the
this should be crazy, yo, because Adam tries to play like he's so innocent. Like he don't know what the fuck he doing. Like, yo, you know what you doing, bro. You not a dumbass. You know what I mean, you might be a dumbass, but you know what you doing. He always try to play the innocent role like he the victim and shit. No, man, you out there getting people there interrogating them niggas, trying to get them niggas sent to prison, man. Niggas on to you, Adam, and Wack, and Vlad, and the rest of them niggas.
Wow, so it is at this point, it's becoming cool. It's actually in style to distance yourself from No Jumper. It's not No Jumper's if you go on No Jumper at this point in 2025, if you go on No Jumper, you're a dumbass. What? Okay, no one respects you. They're gonna look at you. See, this is the problem with No Jumper now. If you go on No Jumper, you'll look like a fed, even though you're just a guest. And if you're a rapper, it doesn't matter. See, the 16 isn't interested in hip hop. He's interested in porn and sex. So if you really want to go on a podcast and get questioned about sex all day long? When the 16 thinks about hip hop, he thinks about taking advantage of fans and girls. This is why he went on tour with Lil Pump.
Adam 22 did my first tour when I was 16. Girls that were the same age as me when I was 16 and he was fucking 16-year-olds. So he has a lot of allegations right now going on against him, whatever. But that's karma, nigga. You keep talking shit about me, I'm gonna keep on putting you on blast, nigga, because you were fucking 16-year-olds with me, you little bitch. Don't fucking lie, nigga. And I got proof, nigga. I probably got videos on my phone that I can pull up, but I'm not gonna do it on stream.
Whoa. So did you just hear how the 16 said hi to this little girl? He said, hi. That's flirting.
What? Oh, boob touching. That's like kind of a theme. Kim just slapped the dude's ass too.
And I'm grabbing boobs.
We're getting deep. This is fucked up.
He's not wearing a bra.
And she's blatantly not of age either, Kim. And she's blatantly not of age either, Kim. She's blatantly not of age either. Dude, they paid for the meet and greet. Hey, Lil Pump's a gynecologist, little known fact. Hey. This is for the vlog thumbnail too. We made a porno. Hey, for the record, I gave the free tickets to like.
You know, Adam is one of the freaky ass niggas too. I told you the freaky podcasters. Well, freaky niggas. You got Kanye. You got Diddy. Diddy number one. Kanye probably close second. Then you got Adam. Matter of fact, you want to put Adam over Kanye. Then you got DJ Academics. Shannon Sharp. They all freaky motherfuckers, man. Oh, and Joe Buttons. Matter of fact, we gotta bump Joe Buttons up a notch. We're gonna bump Joe Buttons under Adam. Because they're a freaky ass nigga too.
And they ended up looking like this.
He's acting like a teenager. Listen to him. Listen to his speech patterns. He's full of energy. He's like, for the record, I gave these tickets away to leave it. I mean, listen to these speech patterns.
I gave the free some random girls.
Cassie right under Diddy. They back in that.
Now, I will remind everyone that the 16 of Nashua is the one who put this out. This is he did this. He edited this together. He included all the flirting of all the teenage girls. This is from him.
That is. That girls the youngest shit.
Get award-winning YouTube TV to watch.
Is that why they call him Adam 16? What's up, Turn? What's up, Ron? Make sure y'all subscribe to the channel if y'all new.
YouTube comments, and they ended up looking like this. That's like when you're on the Price is Right and you spin the wheel and you hit the fucking 100. So wait, what are you guys' names?
Saria and Sign. And I'm Alex.
Right. Okay. Got it. Hey.
They got mine. Mine's Alex. Hey, Alex.
Please have a seat. I mean, looking at this footage, you really have to start to wonder what's going through the mind of this cuck. This was, I mean, what interest would he have in hanging out with this group? And those poor kids had to deal with this creepy old guy dangling money around, bragging about himself all the time, flirting with all the girls. Imagine having to deal with that. That would have sucked. I'm so glad that I didn't have to deal with that.
Fucking girls my age, right? Adam was fucking girls that was the same age as me when I was 16. Like, what's wrong with you, bro?
Oh, shit.
You are a straight pedo.
That's the shit I used to hate about Adam. I'm like, fuck this fucking little bitch wanting to fuck little fucking 16-year-olds, wanting to fuck little fucking 16-year-olds, wanting to fuck little fucking 16.
All right, we gotta bump Adam up. We gotta bump Adam up to 2, y'all.
So I really.
Matter of fact, Adam is number 1.
16 didn't
Fuck
do
it.
those things.
Adam is number 1 freaky
I don't think
nigga.
there's a statute of limitations. One of these girls could come forward at any time. So that's really concerning if it's true. I don't think it's true. I think the 16's a good guy. I think that he would never do anything like that at all. So, but he is a sex lunatic, and you're going to see that in this next clip. And this is partially why this guy walked off. It's because of the sexual deviance. And so what you're getting ready to watch is the 16 of Nashua is going to interrogate KRXQ nephew about his groupie interactions and if he's ever done sex to groupies.
But that's real.
Going good, man.
What are the nephew shows like? Are they filled with white women off ketamine and 17-year-old little sweaty cheap bastards? What's going on?
Man, big shouts out to all the fans, man. But shit, it's all type of people, different people.
So did you just hear what he said? The 16 is disgusting. He just said, so was it filled with 17? No, he said white. Was it filled with white women and 17-year-olds? And then he corrected himself.
What?
Instead of saying 17-year-old sluts, he said 17-year-old sweaty bodies. That's not what he was going to say, I don't think. I think he was going to say, was it full of 17-year-old sluts? 17's okay. It's the 16s that he's worried about, I think. So this was really disgusting. I was like, why is he?
Yeah, I don't add
this is a terribly, terribly, terribly sick line of questioning. And KRXQ nephew wasn't having it, so he did a cold walk-off. And then the 16 began to cope. We saw, I believe, what looked like it was going to turn into a crinkled nose laugh.
What?
But it didn't materialize, but it was close. And then so he's coping, and then they have a discussion after he leaves about why they think he left. This was interesting. Look at this.
Not a crib, not a blood. He comes in here. He don't know what the fuck we're talking about. And it probably sounds kind of like, oh, shit, if I sit here, I might kind of be like up in the mix of a bunch of weird shit that I've probably been actively avoiding. If I was him, I would be trying to stay out of that type of shit, you know?
You were talking about dicks and fucking gang members.
Oh, we were talking about dicks and penises and all that, too, yeah.
I think it was more so a clip thing. You know what I'm saying? I don't think he was psyched on the dicks either.
He always got the token Negro. The token Negro to sit up there and accept it all. Hey, I swear, where the fuck did they find these niggas at? Nigga, you should have got up and left too, nigga. Fuck you still sitting down for? What's up, Ray? The fuck is he still sitting down for? He should have got up and bounced.
You gotta be like a Renaissance man. You gotta kind of have a little something to say about everything. But can I just address like the whack thing real quick?
Okay, so on this,
wow. So the 16 is so cucked. He's such a cuck that he just got the subject changed in his face by this guy from Long Beach.
What?
This is Brandon from the Viral Gay podcast, I believe. He's from Long Beach. He's the most annoying, most idiotic, most shitty podcaster I have ever witnessed in the physical world, in nature. And I'm not even joking. And people are probably wondering, where'd this fucking guy come from? And I've got one word for you. Jala.
Frederick Jala is my real name.
Jala fucking brought him. And he wants a job bad. He wants it so. He actually talks sex with the 16. This is really disgusting. Look at this.
White dudes are incredibly cool with you coming through fucking their daughters, bro. Like, they don't really be tripping. Like, black dudes, hell nah. I dated Katie. Her dad, hey, Brenda, how's it going? We in her room, like,
remember Katie,
bro, not even tripping. I'm like, bro, like, do you realize I'm about to go in there?
It's like that Dave Chappelle skit.
Blow his chick back out, but hey, he was cool, man.
I wouldn't give a fuck, and you're kind of making me rethink that. Like, oh, am I supposed to be mad?
Right? See, yeah, it was cool because you were cool with the parents. The parents, they're young, they're this or that.
So the 16 is not alone. This Brandon guy's mind is very dark sexually. And so he's trying to use his dark sexual deviancy to win over the 16 and show him like, hey, I'll talk about sex with you. I'll talk about how I want to fuck all the girls and we can have sex. I can't tell you how disgusted I am by this.
She's a fucking nun right now. I am black. I know black women are horny. They always got somebody in the dugout.
So Brandon wants a job so bad that he's willing to literally try to prove himself to the 16 by like going out of his way, like obviously going out of his way to prove his sexual openness. This is wild, bro. He should be so embarrassed. I don't know if he is or not, but I'm embarrassed for him. This is insane. He used to talk, he used to sit in a chair and go on and on about how bad the 16 was. And now he's talking about, I fuck all types of girls. Like,
we just talk about them niggas, yo. Like, these niggas is diabolical. Like, they sit around and talk bad about the nigga. And next thing you know, they fucking locking arms with him. Like, I don't understand how that happens. Yo, the only way I can go to No Jumper is if I'm grilling him about the fuck shit. Anything outside of me grilling them about the fuck shit, yo, I could never go there. Yo, we got to talk about the fuck shit. And you got to apologize on your platform to the world for all the bullshit you participated with.
Of my dick in her pussy. I don't want to hear this at all.
Look at all the most negative platforms.
Yeah.
We're sitting in a place where the people probably have nowhere near as much money as No Jumper is getting right now. Why does this look way better than No Jumper? Adam let his own wife get screwed by some dude on TV. Like, for real. You think this guy is in a place that's healthy in his mind? So let those idiots and everybody who watch him have that unhealthy space.
Hey,
if
yo,
you look at YouTube or any social media, the majority of the most successful channels are positive content. You get a girl, you pounding her down. Then you realize, man, I can just barely stick my dick in and just pull it out and stick it in, pull it out. And they have a huge orgasm. Nobody's making more money than Mr. Beast. He don't talk about nothing there. I beat my meat so many times to that
Maybe
chick.
I can convert her back.
She is
back to Satan.
in high school, bro. That was my thing. An orgy and a sex party are two different things.
Yo, this is crazy.
Sex parties, all kinds of different.
You get to go in different rooms and fuck.
I never been to one, so I don't.
So this guy was just bitching about how he wanted to do the uplifting stuff on YouTube. He wanted to make positive content. He wanted to put out highly marketable, highly positive content. Now he's talking about those eyes wide shut parties they have down there in Hollywood, where they're going in rooms and they're masked up and they're fucking each other. I mean, he knows about everything like that. He knows way too much about porn, way too much about the underworld of sex. That's disgusting. Especially because, I mean, look at him. Imagine this guy coming up to you and going, so, do you want to swap wives?
Yeah, remember I told y'all that, though, yo. A lot of these niggas do that. Like, a lot of these niggas coming to the internet. Y'all know my neck been bothering me. A lot of these niggas coming to this internet with great intentions. You feel me? Just like some niggas coming to the rap industry or some niggas coming to the police force with great intentions. But eventually niggas flip. And I don't even think these niggas been online long. Like, where the fuck did they even come from? Like, yo, you flip that fast? Like, yo, I die on this hill, man. Yo, straight up and down, yo. Like, I ain't flipping. That's one thing you ain't gotta worry about. You ain't gotta worry about keeping G dudes, flipping the script, and start the bullshit like the rest of these niggas. I can't do it morally. Like, these niggas, it ain't that deep. You understand what I'm saying? Like, yo, you can, just build it up. But what happened is everybody want to take the shortcut. You know, the shortcut. Nobody want to take the road less traveled. Everybody want to jump the line. Yeah, but a lot of times you jump the line, you ain't going to stand there long. Look at niggas like, I don't want to throw no niggas' names out there, but look at some of these niggas that came and look at where they at now. You know what I mean? Look at some of these people that went viral and where they at now. You don't hear from them. That's what I've been saying the whole time. I'd rather build my platform brick by brick by brick. That way, when I get to the point of where I'm going to be, I'm solidified. I ain't going nowhere. You understand? I done build up a following. I build up a people that fuck with my channel, and we rocking. But these niggas don't want to do that. They want to jump the line. They want to come up fast, but a lot of times they fall hard. And that's what the fuck be going on. Yeah, you going to come up fast. You going to make a couple hours, but you going to crash land, my nigga. You're gonna crash land because you really don't got no real support system, no real base. It's all fuck shit. Eventually, the people that's involved in the fuck shit, they gonna smarten up and be like, yo, I'm done. I done moved past that stage in my life. 5 years go past the 20-year-olds that was interested in that shit, they gonna be 25 now, and they ain't even gonna be fucking with you.
Well, he thinks that that's a normal thing, and he's trying to get the 16 to be like, oh, this guy's cool. I like it. He understands and he wants the 16 to like him so that he can get a permanent spot on No Jumper, and he'll just continue to appease the cuck and talk sex, and maybe even do some porn. What? Maybe he'll even do porno for the 16. I think that at this point, I'm willing to think that he would do anything for a spot on No Jumper, which is fucking crazy. And I want to show you this next part. So he's beefing with Almighty Dodson. Almighty Dodson is he's a rapper. I don't know anything really else about him. He's a homosexual, but he's on No Jumper, and they're beefing. And I just want to play just a small little snippet of this.
He's not trying to fight.
Right now. Where would you like to go?
Where would you like to go?
I'm about to turn off this whole.
Okay, don't turn off the line. Sit down. Sit down. Sit down. Sit down. Sit down, bro. Sit down, man. Sit down.
So he did actually just get marked out there, didn't he? He just got turned into a little ass bitch by one of the zestiest, softest podcasters since Tony Willridge. What? Almighty Dodson. Antoine Dodson, to be exact. This guy is a huge lolcow. He's been complaining about his baldness on Reddit, disguising himself, saying, please help me with my baldness. He is a huge clown, and I want people to understand this. So Dodson is, and I don't really cover Dodson very much because he's so low tier. He's got like such little motion. I'll cover Lush before I cover Dodson. Dodson is literally a nobody at this point. And the thing that I don't think that he understands is that he is fucked. It's a dead end for him. The moment
he got the sad ass
No
picture.
Jumper, he's fucked.
Yo felt the saddest picture he could possibly find. It posted that shit. Like, why you post the picture of him looking like this, man?
He's got to go back to McDonald's where he used to work. What? He is a complete, failure of every. He lives with his daddy. And he's got all these kids. He's just such a fucking loser. So that's why I don't really talk about him that much. But again, this all goes back to the state of No Jumper. No Jumper is in a terrible position. Dodson is leading the cast. This is not good. And speaking of the cast, I want to show you this clip of Jala.
Frederick Jala is my real
He
name.
has been observed with a baby cockroach crawling all over his body, and this is absolutely disgusting. I have to show you this.
First, Stephen A. Smith talked like this. The first thing they said was, Shannon Sharp don't
Hey,
got
what
to
the
support
fuck?
ESPN. Shannon
How the fuck
Sharp
they can
got
see
to
that?
be doing something wrong.
Ew,
bro,
that
because
bitch all
if
over
your
his ass.
coworkers coming out
speak like
That
this
bitch ain't no
against you.
cockroach.
So Stephen A. Smith
She might be a net or
was the
something.
first one to go at Shannon Sharp.
Okay, so that was viciously disgusting. I mean, this little baby cockroach nymph, it looks like a cockroach, right? That looks to me exactly like a German cockroach nymph. And I think it's very possible that that's exactly what it is because they like dark, moist areas. And this underneath Jala's armpits, his butt crack.
You said he had a cockroach from calling it up. That ain't no motherfucking cockroach. That's probably a net or something, man.
His butt crack goes halfway up his back. What? There's so much real estate on Jala's body to house insects. And so what I think is going on here is I think that this food that's stuck in Jala's beard is sending off a signal, and the cockroach's antennae are picking up that signal, and they know that there's food present, but they just can't find it. So they're crawling all around his body looking for this food, and it's stuck in his beard. So it's kind of hard to find, but they can smell it. And I'm not a scientist. This is what is going on in my imagination. This is what I think could be going on. And Jala does have a history of being physically gross. Like, he smells terrible, apparently, what people say. He is just really, really funky.
Last week was really bad.
I wonder if it smells like a liver.
But that was the only time I ever smelled him.
That fool is fucking ruckus in your stereo, dog.
Really?
Yeah.
What the fuck does that mean?
We want the funk. Yeah, exactly.
Gotta have that funk.
Exactly, bro.
No. Last week on the news, me and Gina was like,
really? So that's why I'm smiling. Not because of the actual death. You feel me? But let's get into it, though.
All right, Flacco, speak on it first. Speak on it first.
I want you to switch.
All right, Flacco, speak on it first.
I want you to switch to being sensitive.
I disavow. Okay. You feel me?
So listen. So what do you think about the situation here?
Yo,
listen. So what do you think about the situation here?
Yo, if
so listen. So what do you think about the situation here?
Starting a business, doing what you love
that
is
is breeze.
Along with an LLC, you'll need to stay
Yo, if you fat and sloppy, bro.
Really? Jesus Christ.
Wow.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Oh, Lord.
And so this is all just sort of coming, it's adding up, it's panning out. So I just wanted to include that in this situation. And speaking of Jala, he is really out of control lately. I mean, you should see, I want to play you this clip where he is actually, it looks like he's trying to sabotage No Jumper.
What?
And I really... because of the evidence that I'm about to show you. So let me just play this.
Yeah. Well, he's for sure fat. So I'm not even kidding. Yeah. I just see.
I can't believe niggas watch, yo. Like, how the fuck do niggas watch a nigga built like this? Like, yo, how do you watch a nigga like him do hip hop content? Like, yo, that is diabolical, yo. Like, y'all could never watch. Yo, if I was to go to y'all page and show you how many videos I watched of this nigga, maybe 3. You understand what I'm saying? Like, all he does is steal his takes from people. Like, niggas like, yo, he don't have an original point because he is so far outside of the culture. He has to watch other people's channels to build a perception. And then he does videos based on what he see on other people's channels.
Yeah. For sure, homo. All right, so suck my dick. I don't fuck with him on Neighborhood Crib.
So as you just heard in this clip, in this show, this Jala, what he's doing is he's fully enunciating the F slur, and he's trying to spew hate speech on No Jumper to either get it demonetized or get it in trouble or get it reported because he wants to be the bigger platform. He's actually trying to kill No Jumper now. And so he's done this multiple times. This is only the first. I'm not going to go back and find all the other instances where he's done this blatantly, but on his own, on Poetic Jala's own channel, he doesn't even say the word fart. What? He doesn't say any profanity at all, and he's hyper aware of the fact that hate speech is against community guidelines and everything. So on his own channel, he's extremely careful not to violate these. Look at this.
The advocate. Lush. You want to unalive myself. Lush. Okay, so Lush, listen. So first off, I watched the live stream. Please don't say the F word on this channel, okay? I had to turn off the live stream to not get banned, okay? So don't say the F word, okay? So look. Yeah. So Lush, first off, man.
What's the end of the F-slur?
Yeah. So Lush, first off, bro, like, I'm so hungry, man.
Highly upset.
To be fair, so Jala says, Lush, don't say the F slur on my channel. I don't want to get banned. But then he goes on the Cucks channel and starts, firing it off left and right. I think it's very clear what's going on. He's trying to very subtly and very secretly try to get No Jumper to go down so that Jala can be the number one. I'm not joking about that. Jala thinks that he is like the future. And so I'm just concerned. I'm worried about the 16 getting double crossed by Jala and getting his, really, it just doesn't that look like sabotage to you guys? Let me know what you guys think. I'm going to be reading every comment, by the way. So that's Jala. He also said that he was going to start streaming every day or whatever now. And he's made this announcement. He made this big announcement on his community posts on YouTube a month ago. He said, I'm going to come back on May 10th and stream every day. I'm the new academics. Well, he came back and streamed. He quit after 2 streams because he sucked too much. And everyone in the comments were telling him that he sucks and that he shouldn't do this. And so I'm just wondering what's going on with that. But again, he thinks that he is like the next big thing. And this is really dangerous because his ego is inflated to the point where I think he's trying to attack No Jumper. I think he's trying to get No Jumper flagged and stuff like that. And so that's my little take on Jala and the state of No Jumper. It's really, really not looking good. And so that's going to be my little update on Jala and his little schemes that he's probably doing. And so I want to move on to Sassy Josh. So Sassy Josh has been, he's been losing a lot of weight, and it's in a very short amount of time. And people are saying, Ozempic, Ozempic, Ozempic. They're going crazy Ozempic in the Reddit and everything, like this guy's on Ozempic. And I don't know if he's on Ozempic or not, but I will say this. I believe that there is something going on.
What?
There's something going on. And there's evidence of that here in this next clip that I'm going to show you. This is alarming. And what you're going to see is Sassy Josh is going to be dozing off in the middle of saying some zesty shit. But that's not the point. The point is that his eyes are closing and he's dozing off mid-sentence. Look at this.
Did he not? Josh. It didn't feel exactly like he was tripping on you.
He has Fat Charles ass.
But there clearly has been like some animosity between the two of you.
I don't even know him.
I
don't know him.
That's where
what
I don't know where
animosity?
this is coming
Ever
we got Jay in the building, y'all.
I don't know he exists.
But you guys have
until right now.
You guys are trying
this
to
one-sided.
not fight. Like, none of this matters. Like literally, we're just trying to say.
That nigga was dead
up here. Did you see? So he was having a completely coherent, alert conversation. His eyes are.
That's Xanax right there.
Eyes close, and then he looks like he's fighting something off. He's wiping his face. He's going, you guys are trying to.
You think it's the Urkies? It could be the Urkies.
I mean, this is really alarming, right?
Urkies.
And this is going to get 1,000 times worse in this next clip. You haven't even seen anything. Wait till you see this. This is.
Cut that shit out today, man. We ain't talking about witches, man. We're not talking about witches today.
Very, very bad. Look at this shit.
As long as we're pressing people about their drug abuse, let's have a conversation with the man behind the boards, Josh. We walk out there. Josh is snoring, like breathing out of his
that's
mouth,
the
like,
Yerkies.
just absolutely dunzo.
That's the Yerkies. You're out.
And then partially out of concern for his health, but partially out of concern for content.
Yeah, how do you feel about witches?
I took a box of Fruit Loops and began to sprinkle them on his head. That didn't do it. So then we did a couple of other things. We took Popeye's biscuits and
everybody on No Jumper on drugs, man.
Like little what's her name, Princess
Drug
Leia
jumper.
type buns on the
Federal
side of his
platform.
head. Some were calling it Biscuits by Dre.
Not funny.
And then we ended up putting the smelling salts to his nose. That didn't do it. We covered his mouth and put the smelling salts to his nose.
We're really just getting started. I mean, when you look at what industry insiders are imagining, it starts to get a little brave new world. For example, the consultant Deloitte's global lottery and gambling.
Dude, he's like inhaling hard. Huh?
Wow. So imagine how embarrassing that must have been for sassy Josh, for the 16 to embarrass him like that, to humiliate him like that. For the sake of laughter and comments and attention, he humiliated him and made him look like the biggest J-Cat junkie that I've ever fucking seen. He's more of a J-Cat than Lush. What? He's the biggest knock at No Jumper as of now. So, and that's my opinion. I'm allowed to say that. And at this point, yeah,
you think it's the buzz? He might got all of it in it. Could be the buzz,
so
the yolks, and the white.
With you guys, and I thought that was very funny that the 16 did that to him. Now, all jokes aside, this is incredibly dangerous, and someone should probably, if this is what Josh is doing, I think someone needs to reach out to him and intervene and get him the help that he might need, because that was insane.
You got to be high to go on No Jumper, yo. You can't go on No Jumper sober, knowing the feds is watching, and you might be a federal agent, and motherfucker might get on to you. Yeah, right? And you got to have some level of intoxication to go up that bitch, man. You might doze off mid-interview.
Walked in as a paramedic, and I would have seen him present the way that he was, snoring respirations on the couch.
There is a nasty combo over shit. Niggas be moving like that.
Okay, so give me the BVM. We need BVM. Narcan. Do we have Narcan? Okay, let's get an adjunct in here. Let's prepare to intubate. We got to intubate this asshole now. Okay, hold on. So, do we? Is air available? Do we?
Yeah. Let's go to the trial. See the point and shoot, man. Motherfucking Rodney Hinton Jr. was in court, yo. You know they seeking the death penalty against him. Me personally, I think he was texting and driving. You know, but nobody cares what I think. I mean, I don't think it was actually done intentionally. I think
it's time to take a spin.
I think he might have been into it with his girl or something. I mean, he just hit the gas and kept hitting that bitch. You know, I don't think it was intentional, right?
A full stack marketer spending all day switching between platforms. 1 minute it's SEO.
The fact that you have retained Mr. Bennett attorneys who are certified by the Ohio Supreme Court death penalty specifications. One, because Mr. Hinton has been indicted by the grand jury on the two counts of aggravated murder with death penalty specifications, 1 count of murder, a specialty felony, and 2 counts of felonious assault.
Who else got hit?
Mr. Hinton, if you want to be represented by an attorney but cannot afford one,
driving,
I will appoint 2 attorneys who
they
are
gotta
certified.
They got to prove to me he wasn't texting and driving. Yeah, right? Until they prove to me he wasn't texting and driving, I think he was texting and driving, yo. At the very most, he should be charged with texting and driving, you know, that caused bodily harm or injury or death or some shit like that. If that's
by the Ohio Supreme Court to handle death penalty cases. If you hire your own attorney, he or she does not need to be death penalty certified. You can hire 1, 2, or as many lawyers as you want or can afford. If you are indigent and need an attorney appointed, I will select 2 attorneys that are certified by the Ohio Supreme Court. It is my understanding, sir, that you wish to hire your own attorney and in fact, Mr. Bennett to represent you. Is that correct?
Yes.
Mr. Bennett, you are representing him, isn't that correct? Okay, thank you so much. I do need to tell you, Mr. Hinton, I do believe that you have qualified for public defender appointment. Is that correct, Mr. Kennedy?
Yes, it is, John.
And in fact, was an affidavit prepared regarding his indigency?
Yes.
Yeah, I know. I heard about that shit.
Okay, and was that affidavit filed with the clerk's office or with the courts?
That's always so much police there.
Okay, and thank you so much for that. That does not get filed with the clerk's office. Okay, just wanted to check and be sure. Okay, thank you so much, sir. I really appreciate that, being here. Okay, all right, so you have Mr. Bennett as your attorney. That's fine, we're good to go. I just wanted to make sure that was clear. And so what we will do is, so, Ms. Sarah, if you would like to begin. First I will ask, has the defendant been served with a copy of the indictment?
We have
Okay, wonderful. And is counsel prepared to waive any defects in the service of the indictment? All right, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Go ahead, Ms. Sarah.
So this is case number B25-02219, Rodney L. Hinton, been indicted with 2 counts, aggravated murder with specification.
Yeah, why has he got 2 counts though?
Cases, 1 count murder, special felony, 2 counts felonious assault. You've already stated that you received a copy of the indictment. How do you plead?
Okay, all right. So, Mr. Hinton, I need to go over some rights with you, okay? So, the first and the second count of the indictment are aggravated murder, and it is what is called a special felony, and it carries with it the possibility of the death penalty, which may be imposed, making this what we call a capital murder case. Although a capital murder case is procedurally much more complicated, most of the rights you have in a death penalty case are the same as any other type of criminal matter. The aggravated murder charge is also accompanied by one specification, which we will talk about in just a minute, okay? You are presumed to be innocent, which means the state of Ohio has to prove that you are guilty if they can. They do this by calling witnesses to the stand and presenting evidence. All the witnesses have to testify in your presence, and your attorney will have the right to cross-examine each of these witnesses to test their truthfulness, and this is the right of confrontation. You have the right to call witnesses also, and if there are any witnesses who will not come to court voluntarily, I will order them by court to court by way of subpoena, and this is the right of compulsory process. You have the right to have this case heard by a jury of 12 people. They would hear and decide the evidence. All 12 must be convinced beyond a reasonable doubt of your guilt in this case in order for you to be convicted. If the jury finds you guilty of the crime and the specification, they can recommend the imposition of a death penalty. They can also recommend one of the life sentences options, which I will in just a minute. In the alternative, you have the right to waive a jury and have the case tried to a 3-judge panel. In this event, myself and 2 other judges would hear the case, decide the evidence, and if necessary, determine the sentence. The trial will be bifurcated, that is, divided into 2 parts. One is the trial phase with either the jury or the 3-judge panel, and the second is the sentencing phase, which would happen if you have a jury or a 3-judge panel. Either way, there's still 2 phases to the trial, okay? You understand? Okay. At the trial phase, the jury or the 3-judge panel will determine whether the state has proved beyond a reasonable doubt the crime of aggravated murder and whether the aggravated circumstances in the specification have been proven, also beyond a reasonable doubt. If you are found guilty of the principal offense, but not guilty of the specification, I will sentence you to one of the following sentences: life imprisonment without possibility of parole, life imprisonment without parole for 30 years, life imprisonment without parole for 25 years, or life imprisonment without parole for 20 years. If you are found guilty of the principal offense and the specification, we will move to a second phase of the trial, known as the sentencing phase. The sentencing phase is presided over by the same jury or the same 3-judge panel that heard the trial. At this phase, the state has the burden of proving that aggravating circumstances are sufficient to outweigh the factors in mitigation. The aggravating circumstance in this case is that the offense was committed and that the victim, Larry Henderson, was a law enforcement officer, and you had reasonable cause to know or knew he was a law enforcement officer, and either at the time he engaged in his duties or it was your specific purpose to kill a law enforcement officer.
The prosecution has a burden of going forward with evidence that proves the aggravated circumstance. You have the burden of going forward with evidence of any factors in mitigation of the death penalty. Mitigating factors are those that lessen your moral culpability or diminish the appropriateness of the death penalty as a sentence. They can include your age, lack of prior criminal record, mental illness, etc. Just about anything can be a mitigating factor. The crime itself is not an aggravated circumstance, but it can be a mitigating factor depending upon the nature and the circumstance of the offense. You have the right to present evidence in the sentencing phase and have the right to compulsory process at this phase also. You have the right to remain silent at both the trial phase and the sentencing phase. This means no one can call you as a witness for the state. Whether or not you testify is up to you and your attorney. If you exercise your right to remain silent at the trial phase, the prosecutor is not allowed to comment on your silence, and I will instruct the jury not to hold your silence against you. At the sentencing phase, you can remain silent. You can testify under oath or make an unsworn statement. If you make an unsworn statement, you will not be subject to cross-examination. If the jury finds beyond a reasonable doubt that aggravating circumstances outweigh the mitigating factors, they will recommend a sentence of death. It is then incumbent upon me to make my own determination based upon a similar weighing process whether death is the appropriate sentence. If I agree with the jury's recommendation, I will impose the death penalty. If I do not agree with the jury's recommendation, I will impose a sentence of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, or life imprisonment without parole for 30, 25, or 20 years.
Mom loves that they have fresh strawberries on top. Kids love the chocolate. Try our new chocolate strawberry pancake.
Hit that like button, y'all.
If the jury does not find beyond a reasonable doubt the aggravating circumstance outweighs the factors in mitigation, then one of the life sentences will be imposed. I will not be permitted to impose the death penalty without the unanimous recommendation from the jury. The verdict in the sentencing phase does not necessarily have to be unanimous. A single juror may prevent a death penalty recommendation by finding that the aggravating circumstance in the case does not outweigh the mitigating factors. However, all the jurors must agree before they can recommend a death penalty. If the jury is deadlocked and cannot reach a verdict at the sentencing phase, one of the life sentences will be imposed. If the case is being tried to a 3-judge panel, a single judge can prevent the death penalty just like a juror can. If all 3 of the judges agree the mitigating circumstances outweigh the mitigating factors, the death penalty will be imposed. If the judges do not all agree on the death penalty, one of the life sentences will be imposed. A verdict resulting in the death penalty is automatically appealed to the Ohio Supreme Court. They will engage in the same weighing process as the jury and the judges to determine if the death penalty is appropriate. The indictment that you are facing also has additional charges besides the 2 aggravated murder charges. There is a count 3, which is a murder, which is a special felony, and that is a charge that carries 15 to life as a maximum penalty. There are also 2 felonious assault charges. Those are felonies of the first degree, and each one of those carries a possibility.
They just cleared the books on yo with these charges. Like, how did one person get hurt, but he got 2 counts of certain charges? Hey, sit your ass up.
3 to 11 years at the Ohio Department of Corrections. Mr. Defendant, are you a citizen of the United States?
Yes.
And are you under the influence of alcohol or any drugs?
No.
Are you taking any medications right now?
Yes.
No?
Yes.
What medications are you taking, sir?
Laxapro.
I'm sorry?
Laxapro.
I can't hear you.
Laxapro.
Maxiprone?
Lexapro. And what is that for, sir?
Judge, I'm on a bipolar. Taking medication.
I'm just asking to make sure that he knows what he's doing today so that he's of clear mind. I ask all, because he's entering his plea, that he's not intoxicated, he's not loopy, he's not under the influence of any drugs. I'm not trying to pry into anything, sir, but just to make sure he knows what he's doing here today.
I think he's fully aware of what's going on. And he understands what's going on.
So you don't think he's high on drugs, that he's competent to stand here today? That's all I'm asking, Mr. Bennett.
I don't think, I think he understands the nature of the procedure.
Okay. All right. Then the plea is not guilty and will be entered as such. And anything else from the state? All right, thank you so much. Anything else from you, Mr. Bennett?
No.
I know that it's been a no bond hearing has been set and heard by Judge Yates, and the bond is currently no bond. Okay, anything further from anyone? Okay, I have a couple other further things that I want to say. All right, the defendant will be held and continue to be held without bond. Okay, I have a few more rights that I need to go over with you. Mr. Hinton, you have the right to have your case heard within a speedy amount of time. Generally, a person charged with a crime has the right to have their case heard within 270 days of that arrest. This incident supposedly occurred on May 2nd of 2025, and as soon as your statutory trial date should be somewhere around the beginning of February 2026. There is a separate statute that says you have the right to have your untried indictment against you to be tried within 180 days of making a demand that your case be brought to trial. You would have to make that demand directly to the court and send a copy to the prosecutor. If you have done that, then the untried indictment date would be on or about beginning of November of 2025. You also have a right to a speedy trial under the United States Constitution, but there is no math in the analysis of this right. Rather, there are a number of factors that the court must consider. I'm going to set this case for a scheduling conference in the next week. At that time, we're going to pick a trial date, and between now and then, the attorneys are going to talk. Your attorney is going to talk to you about whether or not you want to waive your right to speedy trial or not. If you are not going to waive a speedy trial, then we need to figure out when the speedy trial date is and set that case appropriately. If you have any questions about what your speedy trial date is, you need to talk to your attorney and have them advise me on this issue. In addition to the scheduling conference next week, I anticipate there are going to be a number of pretrial hearings and conferences between now and the trial. Because this is a capital murder case, you are entitled to have an extraordinary level of due process. This necessitates that I check on things with you from time to time where ordinarily we wouldn't have talked between now and the trial. I also might ask you how you're being treated in the jail, how the food is, how things are, and how you're getting along yourself and with your defense team and things like that. We are not going to discuss the merits of the case, your trial strategy, or anything of that nature. But if there is something going on with you that affects these proceedings, I'm going to want to know about that and what it is, okay? Okay?
Okay.
Okay. I don't want to hear about every little disagreement you have with your attorney, if there are any. I'm used to do this kind of work, and I know that from experience, sometimes there are disagreements and they're going to happen, so that's really pretty normal. But if there is a breakdown in communication with you and your attorney, or if no one's visiting you in the jail, or you're locked up, or following any witnesses or discovery, I'm going to want to know about that, okay?
Okay.
Okay. I'm going to put down a preliminary case management order that will probably be next week after the pretrial. And so that's going to list the caption of the case, how things are going to proceed, when motions will be filed, how they should be captioned, who's going to use letters, numbers, a whole list of information about how I want this trial to proceed from both attorneys so there's no misunderstanding, so we're all on the same page and so that everything goes forward smoothly. At this
Next conference that we're going to have, the scheduling conference, I would like to discuss a tentative date for the state to provide initial discovery and a bill of particulars, procedure for the retention of experts by the defense, and to set that trial date. I would like to also talk about any competency issues
bullshit.
or any sanity issues that might be raised, if any. I would also be in a position to pick a lot of the dates and the deadlines for everything that's going to happen in this case. I would also like the defendant to remain retained.
I don't think I ever seen somebody facing a death penalty for hitting somebody with a car. And, you know, maybe I'm tripping, but I haven't yet heard of a case where somebody. Matter of fact, I didn't cover cases where people got hit with cars and they was drunk driving. I mean, they was drunk driving. They was high off meth. They done ran down, killed 3 people, and they done got probation. Now with Shorty, they trying to give him the death penalty.
Into the Claremont County Jail. Okay, so I'm going to put on an order setting the bond, keeping it remaining at no bond. I'm going to set the next scheduling date. I would like to meet next week. Are you all available next Thursday?
Officer,
and that would be...
So officer life is worth more than a regular citizen life? Is that what we doing here? Is that the precedent they're trying to set? A police officer life is worth more than a regular person's life.
What day? May...
I'm sorry. What the fuck, you the police or something? May 22nd. They'll say yeah.
Everybody meet.
So this officer life worth more than yours, bro? Since you said yeah. This police officer life right here is worth more than yours? Niggas is crazy.
Do we have could we meet at like, do you want to meet at 9 or maybe 11? What would be better for council? Okay, thank you. 11 o'clock. So May 22nd at 11 o'clock. And then I'm going to put on the order that the defendant remained housed at the Claremont County Jail. Is there anything further
you
from
okay
the
with that?
Is there anything further from the defense?
Is you okay with police officers' lives?
Very much. We'll see you all next Thursday.
Being worth more than regular citizen lives. How many people is okay with that? I think that's a dangerous precedent they setting. The fuck that nigga name was. Tory Lanez stabbed by a 42-year-old convicted murderer, Santino Queso, who was serving life in prison. Oh, so he really was stabbed by a Hispanic. Oh, that shit ready to get real. The inmate who allegedly stabbed Tory Lanez in prison this week has been identified as Santino Queso, who is already serving life in prison without the possibility of parole. A representative for the California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation told the Post that Queso, or however you say it, 42, is being investigated for allegedly attacking a rap at a housing unit in California. He has a mile-long rap sheet that dates back to 2004 when he was sentenced to life without the possibility of parole for second-degree murder, first-degree attempted murder, personal use of a dangerous or deadly weapon, and inflict great bodily harm. 2008, during his incarceration, was sentenced to an additional 6 years for assault by a prisoner with an deadly weapon of force likely to cause great bodily harm. Over the last 10 years, he was given an additional 2 years for possession of manufacture of a deadly weapon by a prisoner. That shit crazy. Hey, Real, let's talk about it, Real. Since you always got so much to say. You follow me on Instagram, nigga. I'm doing my part. Raising awareness. Somebody else can change the laws. Fuck boy. Oh yeah, what the fuck that nigga name is? Yeah, I bet you don't, nigga. OTF Diddy said, real is real. Don't count a nigga out. OTF Diddy said, don't count him out, man. They're coming back full blast. Darius Miles. That's what I want to look up. Darius Miles in court. That's not it. Oh, three women. The Family TV nigga did a video on him. I got nothing recent. Oh, they didn't took the case out the news, huh? They always do that. Make it blow a case up, then take it out the news.
According to CBSNews.com, Baltimore.
Something must have went on. Alabama basketball player Darius Miles sentenced.
According to Tuscaloosanews.com, former Alabama basketball player Darius Miles has been jailed without bond for nearly 2 years since the shooting death of 23-year-old Jamia Harris on January 15, 2023.
So they ain't do no news coverage on it. They took the video down. Why nobody did that? That's strange. It's odd. Nobody did it because the other dude handed him the gun. He ain't face no consequences. He in the NBA right now. Let's go to Family TV. He did a video on it. That's why they did that. Took that bitch out the news.
You might know Harbor Freight for affordability.
Yeah, but I thought they would have gave it some coverage like they did in the beginning, but I see why. I know why. The other dude was involved, and now want, you know what I mean, sully his reputation.
Oh my goodness! Darius Miles!
Darius Miles. I'm from Washington, D.C. And a couple things you should know about me is I'm goofy. My second sport was football. I played quarter.
Yo, this is one of them situations where everybody can't go, bro. Yo took your homeboy to the campus with him. I covered this when it first happened. Yo took his homeboy to the campus with him. His homeboy did some dumbass shit, fucked up his life, fucked both their lives up.
Quarterback, and I love to watch action movies.
New details. A judge has denied bond for former Alabama basketball player Darius Miles. Court documents show probable cause was established during a preliminary hearing today. Miles faces capital murder charges in connection to the shooting death of Jamia Harris. The case is now set for a grand jury. During that same hearing, a Tuscaloosa police officer testified, saying freshman standout Brandon Miller brought the gun to Miles. He says Miller received a text from his now former teammate telling him to bring the weapon. Alabama head basketball coach Nate Oates later spoke on the news, saying Miller isn't facing any trouble.
We knew about that. I mean, you can't control everything anybody does outside of practice. Nobody knew that was going to happen. College kids are out. Brandon hasn't been in any type of trouble, nor has he in any type of trouble in this case.
They protected the shit out of
The state says that based on Alabama law, it cannot charge Miller with any crime for bringing the weapon to Miles. Nate Oates later apologized for his earlier statements, saying he needed to clarify his intentions. Oates says, quote, "This entire time, I've tried to be thoughtful in my words relative to this tragic incident, and my statements came across poorly. We were informed by law enforcement of other student athletes being in the vicinity, and law enforcement has repeatedly..."
These are the crimes I'm against. Senseless murders. Like this was avoidable. Stupid as a motherfucker. You try to hide the man girl, or however that shit went. You had words with your over the girl. You shooting to the car, kill a girl.
He told us that no other student athletes were suspects. They were witnesses only. Our understanding is that they have all been fully truthful and cooperative.
On the first week of May in 2025, a college basketball player best friend was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole after a 5-day trial for a crime that was committed over 2 years ago. And get this, according to this trial, which we'll later break down, the prosecutor believed the man who provided the firearm was the guy who had the brightest future, the ticket, the guy he was set to protect, the hometown hero, due to his gift and dedication to basketball. The 6'7" small forward from Washington, D.C., Darius Miles. Darius was a 3-star prospect coming out of high school. He attended IMG Academy, accepted his offer for the University of Alabama on a full ride to play basketball from 2020 to 2023 before his incident. While at Alabama, he primarily played as a reserve, appearing in 53 games with 2 starts. He was also a key figure in the 2020 recruiting class.
I grew up in Southeast. My grandma, she had an apartment in Park Naylor. Okay. That's over there, like close to Good Hope Road, Pennsylvania Avenue. That's like up the street from Pennsylvania.
Oh my goodness! Darius Miles!
Darius Miles, you kidding me? Coming right to your living room. Oh, he just flushes it home. Gets up high, forget hanging on the rim when you can get up high enough and just throw that thing in.
So, dropping easy games.
All right, Darius?
Honestly, just learning lessons. That's what us as a team usually look at when we take losses. Just learning lessons.
Oh, for real?
Figuring out what we need to work on to put a full 40 minutes of basketball together. And that's really it, honestly. But here's the thing. The hometown star athlete has yet to go to trial. But now, we finally got a motive. And later in this video, we disclose that motive. Go over the details in this incident. Pay our respects to the victim. And see where we stand today. But before we go over this one, I want you guys to remember, I won't give you no angle. I just give you the story. So with that being said, make sure you like, comment, and subscribe. We'll jump right to it. On January 14th, 2023, Alabama men's basketball was hosting LSU. At the time, Alabama was 14-1, and LSU was 12-4. Approaching halftime, Jaden Bradley hits a first half buzzer beater as Alabama heads into the locker room up 37 points. By 40 points, 106-66, making their record for the year 15-2 and 12-5 for LSU. To celebrate being ranked number 1 in the nation, Miles went to go plan an evening with Davis, Brandon Miller, and Jaden Bradley. Miller and Bradley were Miles' teammates. Davis, of course, as we just mentioned, was the best friend of Miles, but was not affiliated with the team. They met up at the VI at University Downs apartment complex prior to going out. Bradley drove Davis to 1225, sports bar on the Strip. Miller drove Miles there.
But during this 5-day trial, Davis had testified that the line was too long. So instead, he went to Moe's barbecue, while Miles, Bradley, and Davis went into 1225 together and left once it closed. Miles, Bradley, and Davis left the bar and walked across University Boulevard. A black Jeep Wrangler sat parked at a stop sign with his hazards on. Inside that Jeep was a 23-year-old mom of one, Jamia Harris. She was in the passenger. Her boyfriend, a man identified as Cedric Johnson, was in the driver. In the backseat was Harris' cousin, a young woman identified as Asia Humphrey. Now, Miles didn't initially stop at the Jeep, but Davis did. He danced to the front left of it, but then Cedric rolled the driver's side backseat window down. As Davis walked up, had a confrontation with Cedric. Now, testimony differed as to what exactly was said between the two, but Davis testified that he called Cedric out to have a fist fight. But Miles came back to the Jeep and pulled Davis away from the Jeep. Johnston testified. Eventually, the trio walked away from the Jeep. Miles had a, quote, common effect, end quote, on Davis, Bradley, and told police. Per testimony from 2023, which the Family TV will request once the completion of this investigation. Miles told police he saw a gun pass back to Cedric while at the Jeep. Cedric and Humphreys confirmed during this Davis trial that Cedric testified Harris slid him his gun after Davis told him he whacked people. Davis denied saying that during his testimony. Miles got Davis away from the Jeep because he sought the gun, Miles told police. Miles, Davis, and Bradley walked behind Hudstove back to Braley's car. At 1:38 a.m., Miller texted Miles to let him know he was on his way to pick him up from the strip. 9 seconds later, Miles texts Miller, quote, I need my joint. A nigga just real lie got to fake it, end quote. And for those who don't know, joint is a DC term for firearm. Now, Miller told the jury it meant, quote, somebody was trying to scare somebody, end quote. According to AEL.com, during the trial last week, an attorney for Davis asked Miller, quote, when you received this text message, you knew Darius wanted that firearm. It's because someone was threatening him, right? Question mark, end quote. Miller had answered, quote, correct. Miles got in the car with Bradley in his two-door Dodge Challenger and drove back to Great Street. Meanwhile, Davis went to, quote, look for the Jeep, end quote. Bradley had testified. Bradley had quoted, he was worried about the Jeep, end quote. Miles and Bradley drove to Great Street to, quote, to check on Buzz, end quote. Bradley testified, Buzz is Davis' nickname. Miles and Bradley parked on the right side of Great Street. Miller pulled up behind them in his Dodge Charger and also parked. Miles walked up to Davis and Skylar X's, which is Miles' girlfriend. Then the three walked back to the two cars. Miles and Davis then walked to the back right of Miller's car, while S's waited by Bradley's car. Dash cam audio from Miller's car made it possible to hear what Davis and Miles said in the back of the car. Testimony from Davis and a police investigator confirmed who said what. Quoted, the heat is in the hat, end quote, from Miles. Response from Davis, quote, is there one in the head, end quote. Miles had responded, you know it is. The conversation referred to a handgun and that a bullet was in the chamber, per testimony from an investigator. A police investigator testified in 2023. He relied on this conversation captured on the dash cam that Miles aided and abetted a capital murder. After Miles emerged from the back of the Dodge Charger, he walked back to his girlfriend, who was standing at the front of the car. Davis went a different direction. Miles moved Essence and her friend off Great Street to an area behind Houndstooth. Davis told Darius to take him home. Essence had testified. Miles walked behind towards Miller and Braley's car on Great Street. Then he walked by both cars, continued to walk past the Jeep that had ended up right behind Miller's car. The Jeep did not have his headlights on. Johnston testified that he switched them off about 2 minutes prior. Miles glanced into the Jeep when he walked by. Humphreys testified. Miles also flipped his hood on his jacket when he walked by the Jeep. In that moment, Davis emerged from behind two buildings. Miles flipped the hood back down right after. Miles continued walking and disappeared from his view and off view of the surveillance camera. He left the scene and was not on Great Street when Davis ran up to the driver's side window and shot into the Jeep. Miles' next known action, he and Exons picked up Davis, who was on foot after the shooting. Davis testified they went back to VA at University Downs, the apartment complex where they started the night. Davis testified he gave the gun back to Darius Miles. Davis also said he did not know what Miles did with the gun. Police investigators Brandon Culpepper testified that the firearm was found at the apartment where the group went before and after the time of the strip. The firearm was in a closet in a drawer, wrapped in a Gatorade towel. So at this point, we know that the person who pulled the trigger had testified on his homeboy who haven't set to take trial. And we also know that wasn't needed because According to the investigator who was investigating this case, he determined that Miles was just as guilty because of a conversation that was captured on the dash of the Tesla. And to be point blank, a Tesla solved this murder. Nonetheless, on the first week of May of 2025, Darius Miles, the basketball star who's been incarcerated since January of 2023, he just witnessed his best friend, Michael Davis, tell on him and still get life in prison, all while he still wait for a trial date.
In Tuscaloosa will spend the rest of his life in prison after being found guilty of capital murder today.
Michael Davis found guilty by a jury for the shooting death of Birmingham's Jamia Harris.
WVTM 13's Jarvis Robertson is joining us live now with how Harris's family is responding to the news.
Michael Davis and Darius Miles are both charged in connection to Jamia Harris's death. Now, today, one of the suspects learned his next chapter. We did have a chance to hear from her parents after court, and they were very pleased with the jury's verdict.
You know, we can go in way but guilty.
Dakota Hurd has felt the heartache ever since January 2023, when her daughter, Jamia Harris, was killed on the Tuscaloosa Strip.
We watched 5 days of every angle, and it was gut-wrenching to me because I had 5 days of watching how my child died.
During the trial of Michael Davis, one of the suspects in Jamia's death, he learned his fate, life behind bars without parole.
And I am forever grateful to follow it. In the district attorney's office, everybody who worked on this, Brandon Culpepper with the Violent Crimes Unit, Tuscaloosa Police Department, I want to say thank you. They have made my Mother's Day.
Jamia's stepdad, Kelvin Hurd, is proud of the jury and how they remained focused. He describes the defense's strategy as distracting.
The way he tried to besmirch Jamia's name, I felt that was uncalled for. It was extremely insensitive.
Her father, Johannan Harris, was nervous about the process, but knows the right verdict was rendered Friday.
Jamia is my only daughter, which I lost to violence, but justice was served today.
There's no denying the pain inflicted on both sides of this case. Family members for the suspect also have to deal with the consequences of Davis's actions.
We're not dancing around their hurt because I've seen hurt. I've seen what this has done to my wife.
Jamia left behind a small his mom through the different memories of the heart, pictures, and stories family will tell. And that's exactly what will happen this weekend.
I'm going home to her baby right now, and I'm going to hug him tight. And I'm going to take him to see his mother in Montgomery. And we are going to spend Mother's Day in her grave.
Again, Michael Davis has been sentenced to life without parole. Former basketball player Darius Miles is being...
It's a crazy story. Just knowing all this could have been avoided, and knowing the backstory that this young girl lost her life because some dudes had equals with firearms inside parked vehicles. But knowing what you know now, fam, what you think the future is for Darius Miles, a similar sentence, a lesser sentence, and is it rightfully so? Talk to me in the comments. Once again, rest in peace to the victim. Love and condolences to her family. Fam, I'll catch you guys on the next one.
With Asana, AI teammates can help level up your goals by connecting them to relevant projects, so every team knows their role in the bigger picture. Asana, the #1 AI work management platform. Try for free today at asana.com.
There y'all. My bad. The fuck happened, y'all? I ain't even fucking catch what happened. Hey, shut your ass up, goddammit.
Area behind house tooth. Davis told Darius
What's up, Zane?
to take him home. Essence had testified. Miles walked behind towards Miller and Braley's car on Gray Street. Then he walked by both cars, continued to walk past the Jeep that had ended up right behind Miller's car. The Jeep did not have his headlights on. Johnson testified that he switched them off about 2 minutes prior. Miles glanced into the Jeep when he walked by. Humphreys testified. Miles also flipped his hood on his jacket when he walked by the Jeep. In that moment, Davis emerged from behind 2 buildings. Miles flipped the hood back down right after. Miles continued walking and disappeared from his view and off view of the surveillance camera. He left the scene and was not on Great Street when Davis ran up to the driver's side window and shot into the Jeep. Miles' next known action, he and Exons picked up Davis, who was on foot after the shooting. Davis testified they went back to VA University Downs, the apartment complex where they started the night. Davis testified.
Hold on, let me answer the phone. Motherfucking mother. If I'm calling my son's phone.
He gave the gun back to Darius Miles. Davis also said he did not know what Miles did with the gun. Police investigators Brandon Culpepper testified that the firearm was found at the apartment where the group went before and after the time of the strip. Firearm was in a closet in a drawer wrapped in a Gatorade towel. The person who pulled the trigger had testified on his homeboy who haven't set to take trial. And we also know that wasn't needed because, according to the investigator who was investigating this case, he determined that Miles was just as guilty because of a conversation that was captured on the dash of the Tesla. And to be point blank, a Tesla solved this murder. Nonetheless, on the first week of May of 2025, Darius Miles, the basketball star who's been incarcerated since January of 2023, he just witnessed his best friend, Michael Davis, tell on him and still get life in prison, all while he still wait for a trial date.
In Tuscaloosa will spend the rest of his life in prison after being found guilty of capital murder today.
Michael Davis found guilty by a jury for the shooting death of Birmingham's Jamia Harris.
WVTM 13's Jarvis Robertson is joining us live now with how Harris's family is responding to the news.
Michael Davis and Darius Miles are both charged in connection to Jamia Harris's death. Now, today, one of the suspects learned his next chapter. We did have a chance to hear from her parents after court. They were very pleased with the jury's verdict.
You know, we can go anyway but guilty.
DeCarla Hurd has felt the heartache ever since January 2023 when her daughter, Jamia Harris, was killed on the Tuscaloosa Strip.
We watched 5 days of every angle, and it was gut-wrenching to me because I had 5 days of watching how my child died.
During the trial of Michael Davis, one of the suspects in Jamia's death, he learned his fate, life behind bars without parole.
And I am forever grateful to follow it. In the district attorney's office, everybody who worked on this, Brandon Culpepper with the Violent Crimes Unit, Tuscaloosa Police Department, I want to say thank you. They have made my Mother's Day.
Jamia's stepdad, Kelvin Hurd, is proud of the jury and how they remained focused. He describes the defense's strategy as distracting.
The way he tried to besmirch Jamia's name, I felt that was uncalled for. It was extremely insensitive.
Her father, Johannan Harris, was nervous about the process, but knows the right verdict was rendered Friday.
Jamia is my only daughter, which I lost to violence, but justice was served today.
There's no denying the pain inflicted on both sides of this case. Family members for the suspect also have to deal with the consequences of Davis's actions.
We're not dancing around their hurt because I've seen her. I've seen what this has done.
He testified and still got life. So now you're going in the system as a rat with a life sentence. Nico, shut up!
And my wife.
Jamia left behind a small child, one that will remember his mom through the different memories of the heart, pictures, and stories family will tell. And that's exactly what will happen this weekend.
I'm going home to her baby right now, and I'm going to hug him tight. And I'm going to take him to see his mother in Montgomery. And we are going to spend Mother's Day in her grave.
That shit fucked up.
Again, Michael Davis has been sentenced to life without parole. Former basketball player Darius Miles is being...
It's a crazy story. Just knowing all this could have been avoided. And knowing the backstory that this young girl lost her life.
I know. So Brandon Miller ain't catch... Darius Miles ain't catch life. He gonna get some type of deal. Rat on his front. That was just a dumbass situation. Yo, did y'all see that video? Did y'all see that video I shared on my community about COINTELPRO and shit that Los Angeles scanners in Los Angeles put out? Y'all ain't see that video. You need to check that video out, man. That's the shit I be telling y'all about. About the attack on the black community, man. The attack on voices in the black community. And how the feds refuse to allow an independent voice to be a thing. Wow, he thought Trap Lil Ross and why he thought Wack 100 was trying to extort him. Yo, what the fuck type of shit is this, man? How you interview Wack 100 and then interview somebody that come up there and say, you know, Wack 100 is trying to extort me? That shit crazy. Let's see, spider load. that nigga Diddy a wild ass nigga, man. Yeah, Diddy a wild motherfucker, man. Freaky ass nigga. But he not a sex trafficker though, man. Just a freaky ass nigga, that's all. Diddy, Adam 22, the freaky niggas.
You are now the black.
Plus, big shout out to my nigga SPI.
It do, y'all. I think what happens is I think them niggas been fucking this for so long. I mean, and they can basically down there have a woman do anything for them. They just get to experiment. You feel me? Like Diddy, Diddy like boys anyway. Like we already know that. Diddy, he borderline. You understand what I'm saying? I ain't gonna say borderline because like Cassie tell it, he was in that bitch sucking dick too. You feel me? Like that shit was getting wild. Yeah, that motherfucking Freakoffs got wild, man. They could call them bitches Wild King Nights. You know what I mean? Cassie. I can see Diddy now. Cassie. Ready? You ready? Well, Wild King Night tomorrow. Get prepared. This is gonna get freaky in this bitch. Hey, Diddy funny as shit. Hey, Cassie. Shit ready to get freaky in this motherfucker. She loved it. She couldn't wait. That's why she put out her album. She was thinking about Cassie focus was Wild King Nights. You know what I mean? She couldn't wait for the next one. Fuck her album. She forgot she was an artist. She turned into a porn star. You feel me? Cassie was Diddy personal porn star, man. Fucking Wild King Nights. Yo, that is hilarious. That is a hilarious name. Diddy did wrong for that name, yo. I wonder how he broke that shit down. Hey, Cassie. We've been doing these Freakoffs for a while now, right? I came up with a name. How did he talk? He tried to talk all smooth and shit. Came up with a name, Cassie. We gonna call it Wild King Nights. What you think about that? She probably like, I love it, Diddy. I love it. Fucking Wild King Nights. Yeah, Diddy funny as shit. No, yo, but look. So Tory Lanez, man, was stabbed by a Hispanic inmate. Yeah, I know I be tripping on this, but yo, how you come up with that name though? Like, where did that name arrive from? Like, you had to got that shit from somewhere. Fucking Wild King Nights. They turned that shit to a spectacle.
I'm ready.
A 4-day Freakoff is insane, man.
Yo, son. Hello.
My bad, Daddy. I was getting my car at the car wash.
All right, don't trip. You know the boy Tory Lanez just got hit up there. Oh, you did? Yeah, about some messages. I got some people up there calling me. I'm finna record their call. I'm gonna call you back. All right. All right. Hello? 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 Shit, the fuck? Hello? Can you hear me? Oh, yeah, I hear you now. What it do, cuz? Yo, I hear you, bro. What's Gucci? What's cracking? What it do, Fog? Shit, nothing much to look, right? This morning, brother, the next came out and bust on the boy Tory.
Yeah, the Punisher was right.
Nah, that's gonna respond when we come off this shit. We're gonna respond the right way to that. They laid the yard down. No, it happened in the building. What was it over? It was over some. What he had did he have a debt, a gambling debt or something? Nah, nothing like that. Shit, we don't even really know. We don't even know the whole situation, you know. So it was just like some foul play. So it's gonna be up. Yeah, for sure, with some foul play. Damn, cuz.
Yeah, the nigga name was the Punisher, man.
Wasn't nobody right there with
you. The Punisher was their favorite escort. It's like, yo, what the fuck, yo? Like, yo, Diddy and Cassie. In fact, we ain't ready to just keep saying Diddy wild. No, hell no. Diddy and Cassie wild, to be honest. Like, they both living a wild, reckless life. Like, yo, for real, I don't even know how she can return back to regular sex. Like, after participating in that level of freakery, like, yo, you can't go back to just having sex normal. Ain't no fucking way. She's still, Cassie probably still doing freak-offs, y'all. She's just doing this shit with the husband. They are still participating in active freak-offs, in my opinion. You feel me? Like, seriously, though, how can you go back to that? How can you go back? How can you go back to 4 night? I mean, how could you move on and go back to normal sex after 4 night freak-offs that's drug fueled? You know what I mean? You fucking with the Punisher. You know what I mean? You got the motherfucking Punisher in the building. You understand? You full body all down. They get you getting in the pool of body a fucking tub of baby oil. Shit slippery as a motherfucker. You probably broke a bone once or twice. Yo, you can't go back to motherfucking regular sex. And then the freaky shit that Diddy got going on. Like, oh man, hell no. Hell no. She's still doing freak offs. I don't think she having regular sex. Nope. She probably doing that Shannon Sharp shit, that BDSM shit.
Wasn't nobody right there with him?
Yeah, for real.
Yeah, I guess nobody wasn't. He was by himself out there. He got a whole tier full of necks. He on a whole tier full of necks.
Hey, Beauty Queen Cassie wasn't no victim, man. Cassie is a suspect.
I'm already knowing. God damn. You don't know if he's gonna be all right or not either. Nah, we don't know yet. He gonna.
Man, they did Tory bad in that bitch. How niggas let a Mexican stab him? That's fucked up. They gonna have to go to war behind that. Like, yo, Tory Lanez should not be able to be stabbed by no motherfucking Hispanic, yo. Hell no. That shit ain't supposed to be able to go down, man. Cause he wouldn't be able to stab one of them niggas. If Tory would have stabbed that Hispanic, them Hispanics would have went berserk. So the same rules need to be applied. They probably gonna lock them California jails down for a minute. What's up, Sunday Best?
That's right. That's crazy because I've been out here. I've been the whole time he's been going through. I've been feeling like that man got railroaded. I hate to see him in that position. I'm glad. Yeah, for sure, he got railroaded. Yeah, he got railroaded.
Tory gonna see this shit out. Yo, he got a lawsuit. Yo, Tory didn't shoot Megan Thee Stallion, y'all. Yo, what fucked Tory over is that fucking phone conversation. He should have never called Kelsey from that jail when he first got locked. Yo, that shit ruined everything. Because after that video, I start believing like, damn, maybe he did do it. Yo, but there's no real context to that video other than what the state tried to present in the defense theory of it. And it was ultimately about who the jury believed. Yo, but that phone call with Kelsey was damaging, man. But yo didn't shoot Meg. Look at this video. Yo, Megan Thee Stallion stepped on glass, man. She stepped on glass. Look at this shit.
Hands up, hands up. All right, move back to the sound of my voice. Keep your hands up. Move back to the sound
Y'all
of my
hear that
voice.
shit? Listen to her step on the glass. What the fuck? I fucked it up. Listen to this shit again. Look when she come out the car.
Hold your hands up. Okay? Come out, people guys.
Yeah.
Hands up, hands up.
You hear it stepped on.
All right, move back to the sound of my voice. Keep your hands up.
She stepped on glass, man.
My voice. Back. Keep going, keep going.
The glass right there.
Stop, stop. Keep moving. Walk back with your hands up. Walk back on the sidewalk. Yeah, keep walking back on the sidewalk.
79, Roger, perfect.
Keep moving back. We're gonna help you.
Keep coming back to the
Red, Hollywood, or
Shoulders or hands. Hold your
Oh my god, he go real with the dumb shit. Yo, you can see, it's obvious the girl stepped on glass, yo. You look at this. You don't think this is glass right here. Listen to it.
hands up.
Look at it.
Hands up, hands up.
Stepped on glass, bro.
All right.
She stepped on glass, bro. It's scraped. You see the wounds? A girl ain't get fucking shot. Problem is Meg gets too drunk. She gets too drunk and she can't remember what the fuck she does. Nigga, that shit was on that hill, dumbass nigga. Listen, you don't even know what you talking about, bro. She was her heel was wounded, not the top of her foot. Stupid ass. Look at it. Stepped on glass, bro. Clear as day. Real just a troll. He like being dumb. She stepped on glass, my nigga. Look at it again for the non-believers. See her feet? See the glass? Stepped on glass. Nigga ain't shoot that girl, man.
Like I'm lying. Oh, she's.
I already treated her for glass wounds on her left foot. Also happened to be by CEO United Grade of organization for higher profile donors like Beyonce, Jay-Z have made significant contributions to various United Way chapters. Come on, man. Yo, you don't have to hear it. Nigga, what the fuck you think that crunch was? You want to hear the crunch again? Listen to the crunch. You ain't got to see it. Listen to it. You don't gotta see it, bro. You can hear it. You don't just see it, you can hear it as well. Girl stepped on glass, man. Put up motherfucking wounds. Let me show you real, because you're a dumbass. Pictures of Megan Thee Stallion foot TMZ.
According to hotnewhiphop.com, TMZ has published the damage done to Megan Thee Stallion's foot during the night Tory Lanez shot her.
Where the fuck that fucking video at? I ain't, that shit is nothing. That's not a bullet wound. Nigga, you ever see, look at this shit. You ever see a motherfucker shot in their foot, nigga? Look at this. Look at this. All at the bottom of her foot. A heel. Nigga, people get shot in their foot, nigga, their toes be, nigga, you might lose a toe, nigga. I know niggas got shot in their hand and lost fingers. Like, yo, you don't just end up with a little ass scrape. You don't just end up with a little ass scrape, my nigga. But let's get back to what we was talking about. Tory Lanez.
Eddie should be in prison, bro.
Yo, she didn't even get grades, yo. Yo, for one, yo, what happened was Tory Lane's fingerprints weren't even on the gun. His DNA wasn't on the gun. Kelsey's was. Kelsey and Tory Lanez was fighting over a gun because Kelsey wanted to kill Meg or wanted to shoot Meg because Meg fucked Tory and Kelsey was fucking Tory. It's the second time. This is the second time Meg did that shit to her. She did it before. Fuck with another guy she was fucking with. So she got tired of it. She tried to shoot Meg or pulled the gun out on Meg. Tory tried to wrestle it from her. Gunshot goes off, and Tory gets 10 years in prison. Yeah, like, yo, niggas lose limbs, man. Niggas lose toes when niggas get shot in their foot. You lose fingers. I know niggas that lost fingers, man. You don't just end up with little scrapes and shit. Even with a graze.
Believe it, 100%.
And she was dumb drunk. Like, I honestly don't think she know what happened. It was just easier to blame Tory. You know what I mean? It's more publicity. You know, I remember, y'all, at this time, Megan first, she just came out. She just came out. She wasn't, you know what I mean? She still was climbing. It was easier to blame Tory. Now, Tory fucked up because Tory started antagonizing him. That's where he got to take accountability at. Should have left that shit alone, bro. He started antagonizing her. And you know what happens when you antagonize a woman? You know what I mean? They get vindictive. Bro, you slow, bro. I already stopped responding to you, my nigga. Cause you just say dumb shit repeatedly.
I've been feeling like that nigga got railroaded. I hate to see him in that position. I'm glad.
Yeah, for sure, he got railroaded.
Yeah, he got railroaded. I'm glad that the
I said Eddie should be in prison, bro.
I believe it, 100%. How he been programming it? He been programming cool.
Man, all he do is program, come outside, work out, play ball, do him.
That's right. I heard it's been cracking up there too. It was a riot the other day, not too long ago.
Yeah, he was like, I want to say like 3 weeks ago, the riot.
Yeah, I got.
Like 2 weeks.
You been straight though?
Yeah, he be cracking up here. Yeah, I just straight. You know me, keeping my head up high. I got 4 months left.
As you should. As you
Yeah,
should.
I be out there.
You gotta tap in, come through the black box when you get out here, man.
I got you.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro. Like, niggas don't know bullet won't. Yo, bullets do damage, bro. Real damage.
I'm finna get this shit out to the people, let them know Tory Lane's all right, but he went through something, and I'm glad you tapped in, cuz. Good looking.
I know a nigga got shot with a shotgun. His whole the whole inner of his underarm is gone. Like, yo, bullets do real damage, bro. Not little superficial scratches and shit.
You already know. Fire up is all love.
Death go. Good looking, Dex.
Yeah, no doubt. You contest, you're gonna get it.
All right, cuz.
All right.
Yeah, real say he from New York, but I think real from Long Island. And he ain't from New York City. He from New York City, he had better understand what the fuck going on out here. What the fuck going on? Diddy Freakoffs.
When your family's going every which way, share your morning at
Yo, it real. Just had my $20.
$6.99. Breakfast is better together.
Disgusting sex acts, a wild scene, and extreme violence. Dave?
Yo, god damn, they came in hot, didn't they? Listen to how they come in on the story. God damn. Yo, hold up, yo. Yo, they came in hot. Like, you know off the rip, this shit is gonna be biased. Check it out.
Disgusting sex acts, a wild scene, and extreme violence.
Damn.
Day 2 of Sean Combs' criminal trial saw the beginning of the long-awaited testimony of Cassandra Ventura, the star witness of this case. We bring on law and crime reporter Elizabeth Milner,
wait
who is
till,
once again in the
what I'm
courtroom.
telling y'all, wait till the defense get a hold of Cassie. Oh my God. If y'all think it was fireworks today, wait till she get cross-examined by the motherfucking defense attorneys of Diddy. Yo, that shit is that's gonna be epic. If it's a day to sit in court, yo, that'll be that day, yo, because they is gonna fucking they're gonna fucking poke holes in her whole story. Yeah, y'all gonna see. I'm trying to tell you, she was complicit. She loved that shit. If you don't do nothing for that long, yo, if you don't like it, yo, I fuck all that. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I've been on their heels for months. Fake ass news source. All they do is push propaganda.
To give us a sense of what exactly happened today in court. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber.
This the recap.
Hey everybody, this is another Law and Crime legal alert.
Hey, G-Man, that's what I'm thinking she gonna do too. She gonna be up that bitch crying and shit. Cause she knows she can't stand a chance on cross-examination. When they cross-examine her, that shit gonna be bad, yo. Her best bet is just to start crying. That's probably what the United States Attorney told her to do. When in doubt, cry. Whenever you get in a tight spot, just cry. I'm telling you, it's gonna work. Cause she ain't gonna be able to answer them questions. She not gonna be able to answer them questions, man. Oh, yo.
Witness for nearly 6 hours. She testified. And I'm going to tell you right now what she testified to based on what we were reading in that courtroom. It was something. It wasn't just alleged psychological torment, physical abuse, sexual exploitation at the hands of Sean Combs. Now, remember, she is coming in there, 8.5 months pregnant, coming in after the testimony of 2 other witnesses.
Yeah.
There is a lot to get into. We're going to give you a comprehensive breakdown of every major moment from today's proceedings because, as you know, there are no cameras in that courtroom. There is no audio of what happened. But we got the next best thing. We got Law and Crimes reporter Elizabeth Milner, who was inside that courtroom witnessing firsthand everything that happened today. Elizabeth, thank you so much for coming on. I know this has already been an exhausting day, particularly about what you heard in that courtroom. We will get to that. Before we even get into the testimony, real quick,
I didn't even notice that.
Is it just insane out there again? Are we seeing tons of people, reporters, spectators? Just tell us what the scene looks like right now.
The scene honestly kind of mirrored day 1, which was opening statements. You know, day 2 was really no different. A lot of people trying to get inside that courthouse, a lot of people trying to get inside that courtroom, especially for the big testimony that we were all expecting today. Of course, that being Cassie Ventura taking the stand. And so it was a lot of people just trying to kind of weasel their way in through. I was able to get inside that courtroom, really just with a luck and a prayer and also a little connections, which always helps in this case. But really, it's just madness over here at the courthouse. I mean, there's media campouts just extending across the block. A lot of public interest in this case as well, too, from people who just either want to get a glimpse of either Diddy, his family, just be inside that courtroom, just be inside the courthouse, even if they're in the overflow room and able to kind of watch the proceedings that way. But there's definitely a lot of interest in the case, and I don't expect that to die down even throughout this week.
No, and this was expected with Cassandra Ventura taking the stand. Now, before we get to her testimony, the day actually started with finishing up the testimony, the cross-examination of Daniel Phillip. That is that male escort,
Diddy money, though.
male performer.
They got Kelly. See, this the difference between this case and a lot. Yo, Diddy's still a billionaire. You know what I mean? They got Kelly when he was broke. Diddy got 8 lawyers, y'all. The man got 8 lawyers, like some of the best of the best. Like, I just he gonna beat the main count. Now they might get him on something, but he gonna get the main count where they talking about life in prison. He gonna beat that. I'm for certain he gonna beat that for sure. Yeah, and R. Kelly was dealing with young girls too. Yeah, that's definitely thanks Snake House. R. Kelly was dealing with young girls. All these women are grown adults consenting.
Testimony yesterday.
I
Talked
think he might
about how
cost more
Diddy
than that.
allegedly paid him to have
He might
sex
be
with
more
Cassandra
like 30,
Ventura,
40 million.
all while Diddy was not only watching but recording. And this happened
No,
to,
they beauty queen. No. See, there you go. You must be new over here. You've been following the wrong pages, beauty queen. Them lawsuits have been tossed. Diddy might got 4 lawsuits on the table, and they gonna get tossed as well. Those lawsuits wasn't to get money, like I've been telling people the whole time. Those lawsuits was to damage the jury pool. That's all it was. Ain't none of them people get no money. None of them lawsuits that's filed from the 2003 and shit, they're not getting paid. See, y'all gotta see, y'all. If you're new to the channel, you know everybody over here, we already in tune to what's going on. The play was to ruin them in the public opinion, so we can walk over them in court. That was the play. I mean, that's been the play from the beginning. We're gonna slander them. We're gonna put out these fake ass lawsuits. We're gonna make allegations of children. We're gonna make allegations of basically minors. And none of that shit was true. If it was true, it ain't never come out. We gonna make allegations that this is the start of taking the industry down. Who remembers all of these things? What happened? Like that's why I keep asking that. What happened to the people that was telling y'all about the Diddy list, the takedown in Hollywood, Justin Bieber, Usher? Where are these people? Where did they go? They're not saying it anymore. You ever remember? They're not saying it anymore. No, I'm not saying by line. I'm saying them lawsuits was fugazi. Them lawsuits was never designed to get no money. You can go back to the first video we did on Diddy. My stance on Diddy has been consistent the whole time. Never flip-flop. You go to some of these other motherfuckers, they flip-flopping the whole time. 1 minute, Diddy going to jail. Next minute, no, hell no, we keeping that shit real. Like, I ain't got time to be playing with people. Like, you gonna keep that shit real all the way through. This case is bogus. Diddy didn't sex traffic Cassie. Cassie more of a suspect than a victim. She participated. She paid sex workers. She called sex workers. This shit went on for years, yo. They was in a 9-year relationship. He didn't sex traffic that girl, man. Yeah, I know it was hard to leave. I'm sure it was. Diddy was controlling. Diddy got money. Diddy manipulative. But that's a relationship. That ain't a federal crime. You understand what I'm saying? That is a domestic violence relationship. That is not a federal crime worth life in prison. Right. You're right. In some states, they would be considered common law marriage. That's all I'm trying to get people to understand, y'all. This man is charged with a federal crime for being a domestic abuser and a freaky ass nigga. You feel me? We gotta throw freaky ass nigga in there too, because we cannot forget about the freaky shit. He's a domestic abuser and a freakazoid. That nigga's facing life in prison for that shit. Like, everybody should be upset. Because this is a dangerous precedent. Basically, if you got a girl and you providing for her financially, like everything, you paying all the bills, she coming to you for tampons, and basically the feds are saying that she can't consent to sex. That's basically what the feds are saying. Being as though Diddy controlled her royalties, controlled her money, basically can cut her water off at any given moment. She cannot consent to these parties or to Wild King nights. I mean, she couldn't consent to it. That is bogus. Because the thought of saying no, now he punishing her. Now he taking her cars away. Now he ain't paying her money. Now ain't putting her music out. It's the same concept. It's the same concept. as you being with your girl paying all the bills, and she a stay-at-home mother. She can't consent. She can't tell you no, because if she tell you no, you might stop paying all the bills. Now she out on the street. It's the same. That's what the feds is doing, y'all. Yo, that is a dangerous precedent to set. Because they're only going to attack black people with it, for people that didn't know. Dang, everybody ain't going to get hit with that shit. Just black people. You know how they did.
Only happened several times. Again, Combs is charged with racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking, transportation to engage in prostitution. So we're talking about coerced sexual performances. Key witness here. Elizabeth, what came out of cross-examination today of this witness?
One man, Rico.
Hold on, before you pay for yet another app to manage your team, let me introduce you to Connect Team, the one platform that replaces all of these.
The Man Act have never been implemented on anybody other than black men.
Well, the cross-examination was continued by Xavier Donaldson, and it was interesting to kind of see him in action even yesterday as well as today, because he's a little feisty when it came to this particular witness. He was essentially...
Hey, Beauty Queen, you've been watching all the wrong channels. Yo, it wasn't no poison in the baby oil, man. It wasn't no GHB in the baby oil. That shit was a lie. See, that's what I'm saying. It been hey, Beauty Queen, make sure you subscribe to the channel. you be getting fed lies on this motherfucker app. Yo, there was no proof of GHB in any baby oil. Like, no proof. Like, that shit was some shit that was concocted on social media and was ran through fake blogs pushing the narrative. They probably worked with the feds. Yeah, there wasn't never no poison baby oil. No, that shit wasn't true. Just the thing, a lot of people getting fed misinformation, so their understanding of the cases is off a little bit. You know, because they just be getting they watching YouTubers, and these motherfuckers is either working with them people or they just flat out lying. I mean, they ain't really interested in telling the truth. They just trying to chase views. So if they tell you that, yo, the Diddy list coming out, get ready. Who do y'all think gonna be on the list? I got a source. Source just contacted me. Like, everybody got a source. I got a source just contacted me, say, yo, the Diddy list is on the way. Yeah, man, what y'all think? They say no numbers going up. That bitch go from 10,000 to 20,000, 30,000, 40,000 to 100,000. Now the list never come out, and they just move forward. Yeah, so in today's Diddy news, that's what they mean. In today's Diddy news, Cassie takes the stand. They like, hold up, yo. What the fuck happened to the Diddy list? That's what the fuck they be doing, though. And people allow them to do it. People don't. You go to the comments, though. I watch the videos. You go to the comments, it might be 2 people out of 500 comments like, yo, so you ain't gonna speak on the list? Like, if you just did 3 videos about this list and how we need to be prepared for it, and Jay-Z next, and remember the Jay-Z next videos? Jay-Z next and Jaguar Wright called it. Now, Cassie takes the stand. Fucking, it's gonna be minors. Remember the minors? Yo, Diddy was on. Yo, what about the minors though? You gotta protect the children. I say, yo, ain't no minors in this case. It's one victim. Now, how you know it's only one victim? Yo, because I read the paperwork. There's only one victim. Now they got 4 victims, and one of the victims ain't testifying. One of the victims ain't a victim. She told the feds repeatedly that I'm not a victim. Like, yo, how you gonna make me a victim? She said she ain't no fucking victim, man. So now they got her on the witness list, but they took her off, so she not testifying. Like, yo, it's a bunch of bull. I can't believe, yo, see, yo, people want Diddy to go to jail, you know, because of all the things we heard about Diddy over the years. So I get it, but at the same time, yo, we gotta keep that shit real too, man. Yeah, no, she always was on the payroll. Just like the rest of them girls. She was always on the payroll. She put out a statement. The victim 2 is the girl, Diddy Dirty Money. It's the girl that was on Diddy Dirty, not the one that been making all those statements, the one that talked against her. That's victim number 2. She put out a whole statement and supported Diddy. Said, I ain't never see Diddy do none of them things that Danny Kane girl is mentioning. They try to make her a victim in the case, and she say, I ain't no fucking victim. Like, why the fuck are? Because Diddy supposed to been paying her bills. Diddy probably paying a lot of their bills, man. Probably cut Cassie off on a payment plan. That's why she got mad.
Questioning him on, returning to the Gramercy Park Hotel. Why was Diddy sitting in the corner? Why did he notice that specifically? He was asked about what was going on while he and Cassie were having sex. Donaldson asked, did Cassie take the lead? He says he, being Daniel Phillip, said they both did their thing. He was asked, was Cassie drunk? Daniel Phillip responded, no. Was Cassie high? Daniel Phillip responded, no. Did Cassie pay him or pay for a hotel? Daniel Phillip responded, saying he just didn't know. They were talking about the alleged assault that had happened at Cassie's apartment, something that Cassie herself had even testified about as well too. And so essentially a lot of these questions back and forth were just pretty much to kind of get clarity. There were some points in the cross-examination I was kind of like, where is this going?
Have you ever heard content creators say, comment the word murders below, and I'll send you over something for free? And then when you come...
But maybe from the defense's perspective, they were essentially trying... said that Daniel Phillip, said that he wasn't necessarily jealous seeing Diddy have sex with Cassie, but he had allegedly told federal prosecutors that he was on October 7th of 2024, and this is where a sidebar had happened. And so after the sidebar,
then he was infatuated with Cassie. That's why he testified. He ain't never like Diddy fucking this bitch. I like her. I mean, I don't want to just fuck her with you watching. I want to fuck her by myself.
was over. Daniel Phillip was questioned again, would he feel jealous because he had liked Cassie romantically? And so Daniel Phillip said he didn't recall saying that. So when the redirect happened, Maureen Comey just really kind of had to redirect all of the cross-examination, all of the back and forth, kind of back to a focus. So she asked, about Diddy. Testimony is just kind of the way he would talk about Cassie per se. Like, for example, yesterday he had said that Cassie was one of the most beautiful women that he had ever seen. He had also said, had Cassie given him a chance, that he would absolutely date her. So it seems like he kind of had more on his end, more of a platonic feeling towards Cassie, especially kind of in that need to kind of protect her. So, Phillip said that, Daniel Phillip, said that he wasn't necessarily jealous seeing Diddy have sex with Cassie, but he had allegedly told federal prosecutors that he was on October 7th of 2024. And this is where a sidebar had happened. And so after the sidebar was over, Daniel Phillip was questioned again, would he feel jealous because he had liked Cassie romantically? And so Daniel Phillip said he didn't recall saying that to prosecutors. And so when the redirect happened, Maureen Comey just really kind of had to redirect all of the cross-examination, all of the back and forth, kind of back to a focus. So she asked, about Diddy directing and why that wasn't brought up necessarily. Said that Diddy had directed Cassie to give him, oral, rub baby oil on him. They were asked, Daniel Phillip was asked about money, given more money for sex, $3,800 more than he would be if he were to come over to dance, or for time, I should say. He said he was paid anywhere between $700 to $5,000, $6,000 just for sex, and then essentially he's paid $0 and 0 cents if he didn't have sex with Cassie or in the room with Diddy. And so, during the redirect, Daniel Phillip said,
all of that shit that they did was just dirty, man. Cassie was part. If this is a crime, Cassie participated. If Diddy, what the fuck she called? Know who the victims are? Know who's the real victims? The motherfucking sex workers. They the victims. If you want to be honest, they the ones was unbeknownst to them what the fuck was going on. If this Diddy enterprise is a crime, is a what you gonna fucking call that shit? Is an enterprise, basically. Then Cassie is the motherfucking star of the show. I mean, she's second in command.
Cassie normally didn't respond to his text messages, but then there was a point that, after Diddy had beat Cassie, that Diddy was actually trying to get Cassie to continue to perform sexually with Daniel Phillip, and said that Daniel couldn't get an erection after kind of hearing the slaps going on in a nearby room. He said he essentially just wanted to hug her because he could tell that she was shaking and that she was afraid, and that pretty much reaffirmed that Diddy beat Cassie essentially, and even called her the B word. And so then they were talking under the recross. He was asked again about, text messages that he said he didn't receive responses to. And then some of the exhibits were showing that, Cassie had responded very casually to some of those messages. So some of those were pretty from Daniel Phillips.
Diddy is a domestic abuser. At the most, that's what you get from this case. Well, he's a freaky ass nigga too. But at the most, you get domestic abusing, man. You know what I mean? Yeah, but Diddy's not charged with domestic abuse. I think people keep not. Diddy isn't charged with domestic abuse. Diddy is charged with running a criminal enterprise, a sex trafficking ring. Think about that. Think about what we know of sex trafficking. They trying to redefine. The feds is trying to redefine the definition of sex trafficking. From all what we know of sex trafficking was people being used against their will, being traveled state to state, state line. Cassie admitted. She admitted that she liked the Freakoffs. They just became too frequent for her. But she never told him to stop. She never told him, she never told him, I don't want to do Freakoffs anymore, Diddy. He asked her about it. She said I wanted to make him happy. What do you call it? Is that somebody that's being sex trafficked? Fuck yeah. I ain't saying Diddy a motherfucking saint. I don't even fuck with Diddy. You feel me? Like, I don't want people to, I don't fuck with Diddy. I don't give a fuck about Diddy, to be honest. But I don't like the fact that the system is coming down on this man with trumped up ass charges. If they do that shit to Diddy, they can do that shit to me. They can do that shit to you. They can do that shit to them. They have been doing it to everybody. I mean, this shit got to stop somewhere. We can't keep allowing them people to just hit you with trumped up charges and sentence people to prison for life on a fabricated sequence of events, on a fabricated story. I mean, they do that shit way too often, man. That's why I come to Diddy defense. It ain't about Diddy. It's more about me versus the system and how the system preys on niggas. That's why I come to defense of Diddy. And Cassie on bullshit. Cassie got paid. She shouldn't be on that stand. You got what you wanted. You wanted payment. With all the fucked up shit that Diddy, she said Diddy did to her. She wanted payment. I thought R. Kelly was the first person to be sentenced under the Mann Act. Who was the first person to be arrested under the Mann Act federally?
Jack Johnson. According to Illinois.edu, in 1913, Jack Johnson was accused of breaking the Mann Act in response to his relationship with Lucille Cameron, who was alleged to be a white prostitute. He was the first person to be persecuted under the act.
The white slavery law that brought down Jack Johnson and his the boxer. So you're cool with this? Essence, you cool with them designing a law to take down black men? Because you know it's a racial component to the Man Act. The racial component to the Man Act federally.
According to thehill.com, President Trump has taken steps to nullify disparate impact liability, a key component.
You cool with that? Because what I understand, it hasn't been a white person charged under this same act. It disproportionately affected black men who are often charged for their relationship with white women, reflecting a racial component. The vague law of act allow for broad interpretations that target black individuals, lead to significant legal and social consequences for many. So y'all cool with that? The Man Act, R. Kelly.
Robert Sylvester Kelly, the R&B singer also known as R. Kelly, was convicted today by a federal jury in Brooklyn of all 9 counts of a superseding indictment charging him with racketeering predicated on criminal conduct including sexual exploitation of children, forced labor, and Mann Act violations involving the coercion and transportation of women and girls in interstate commerce to engage in illegal sexual activity.
Hey, August, where you go at? Essence, where you go at, man? Actual question.
Cross, redirect, recross, and so and then that essentially wrapped him up as a witness. He was off the stand probably within an hour of when court had began, and he put on his shades and just walked out of the courtroom. It seemed like Diddy was kind of, obviously he was listening at every single witness who had taken the stand thus far in this case, but definitely Diddy had his eyes on Daniel Phillip, was paying very close attention to.
Are you a full stack marketer spending all day
Yo, that's why I say, they didn't found the law to target black men. And they've been using it, I guess, since 1912. They found a law to attack black men.
Again, participating very much.
Black people don't even see a problem with it. We champion this motherfucker. See, that's the shit. Now this motherfucker ready pissed me off. That's the shit that pissed me off with black people. We can see an injustice, watch it, say nothing, and just allow it to persist for however long they want to do it. This is a white slavery law that was designed, they first charged by in 1912, and they still talking to black men with it. Yo, but Diddy ain't charged with no white women. That's how she just what I always tell y'all, right? The reason why I be against the juvenile crime bills and shit like that is because, yo, once you open that door, there's no closing it. So this door was open through white women, but it's open now. So now it don't just apply to white women. It don't just, but it still applies to black men. Now they broaden their horizon with the law, with the bill. That's what they do. Like, Charleston white bitch ass talking about we need another 3 strikes law. Mass incarceration. That's the type of shit he talking. But if y'all remember with mass incarceration, a lot of people fell under those guidelines that didn't deserve to be maxed out. You understand what I'm saying? Once you open certain doors on some of these laws, like if we start allowing on a broad scale of juveniles being convicted and arrested and charged as adults at 13 years old, man, before you know it, they be charging 10-year-olds. That's how this shit works. Now, that's just a scenario, but you understand what I'm saying. Once you open them doors, they don't close again. The motherfuckers just get opened further and further and further. Next thing you know, you can fit a whole house through the bitch. That's why certain things is better left. Certain laws, certain avenues of justice is better left unexplored. Because most of the time they only use that shit against black people. They don't use that shit against black people, right? Yo, how you got a law that was designed in 1912 and you haven't charged a white man under it yet? What's up with Hugh Hefner? What the fuck? He ain't deserve a man act? Like, yo, black people ain't the only ones moving like this. I don't even think black people are the main ones moving like this. Diddy is a you know what I mean? There's probably way more white Diddies than it is black ones. Still today. They probably in a freak out right now. You hear me? Baby oil everywhere. They ain't even using baby oil. They motherfucking using castor oil. You hear me? It'll tell them what the fuck they doing, man. I'm just saying. Yo, we gotta stop allowing that shit, man. And just turning the blind eye to it like the shit okay. The shit ain't okay. It ain't okay that they got a law from 1912 that doesn't need to take off black men for fucking with white women. It's not okay. Nobody. Yeah, man. All Diddy was doing was having wild king nights, man. Yeah. It's a lot of women that probably would love to be a participant in Diddy Wild King nights. Yeah, God. Hey, Essence. What the fuck, Essence? Where you, Essence? Do you follow this page? Cause you was, yo, Essence. Talk to you directly, right? What group of people? Name one group of people in American society that's more accountable than black people. What group of people? Like, why do y'all say that? What group of people is more accountable than black people? That we didn't watch other groups of people lie, get caught in a lie, and stand on it. And stand on it. It's been proven that this person lied. They will get up there on the news and stand on a lie. You don't see black people do that. You don't see black people do that. Even what's the fuck boy name? The fuck boy. That used to be in power. Even his ass got up there and admitted he was lying eventually. Yeah, but that's not what you said, Essence. You said we. Your exact words was, at some point we have to hold ourselves to a higher standard. I assume you're black, because that's what your picture look like. So when you say we, we're talking about black people. You know, we as a society need to hold ourselves, need to be more accountable. We're not even living in the world where accountability is even a thing anymore. If you ever know it, they're moving away from accountability. The motherfuckers ain't being accountable for nothing. Nowadays, that shit being force fed. You don't have to be accountable. You can just blame somebody else. But when it comes down to us as a race, ain't no more people who've been more accountable than black people in this motherfucking world, man. Stop letting the motherfuckers tell you anything and run with it. You got motherfucking anti-Semitic, what the fuck they call it? Anti-Semitic Semitism. They use that shit any chance they get. You know what I mean? Motherfuckers be telling the truth. They be like, oh, he's an anti-Semite. Motherfuckers are they being accountable? Cause they run that shit in the hole. You hear me? You can say some shit that's true, that can be proven, that's backed up by facts, history, science, and they call you an anti-Semite. I ain't say that. But what's good for the goose supposed to be good for the gander. We tired of being governed. We tired of being governed under different laws. I mean, the shit been going on so long, motherfuckers and start accepting it as reality. Fuck no, we still fighting. The fight ain't over. We fighting every day on this bitch, especially on this internet. We fighting real versus fake. I don't know if you noticed it or not, but it's a motherfucking it's a motherfucking 12-round match going on YouTube right now between real, fake, and federal. You know what I mean?
so in his defense by jotting notes down, handing them off to his attorney, listening to Xavier Donaldson do the cross-examination and even the recross as well too. And so definitely Diddy's eyes were very laser focused on this witness and the following witness too, who we all know to be Cassie Ventura.
Yeah, it seems to me the defense was really trying to hone in the fact, well, who paid you, what, $700, $6,000 an episode? Well, it was Cassandra Ventura. She was the one in control. She was the one who was enjoying this. She was a partner in what was going on and not a victim. That there was this text message, I think, that was sent to that you told them both that you love them. So it wasn't anything nefarious that was going on, that she was being forced sexual arrangement, but she was a willing participant, and it just might be a kinky, sexy episode, but not a crime. So I kind of understand where the defense was going by ultimately cross-examining him. But now we got to talk about Cassandra Ventura. So before we even get into the substance of what she had to say, and there is a lot to get there, she walks in, okay? Tell us what the environment was like with her walking in, and how did she appear? And did she ever look at Sean Combs, either when she got on the stand, during her testimony? Did he ever look at her? Paint the picture of what that was like before we even get into the substance of what she had to say.
If you're considering distributing your music with DistroKid, maybe because you saw a social media ad or you like their low upfront pricing, you might be in for a big surprise because there's more to music distribution than just the base fee. They charge add-ons for features that other distributors like Lander already include, such as the Leave a Legacy fee, which allows you to keep your music in stores even if you cancel your subscription, YouTube Content ID, which is how you collect royalties from people using your music on YouTube, and it's just ridiculous.
How the fuck would it do that?
Yeah, it was definitely a moment a lot of us were kind of expecting. We were all thinking it was going to be like a pin drop moment, but really it kind of happened within the blink of an eye of her coming in to the courtroom. So essentially, she walks inside the courtroom. She's wearing a long brown dress. She is very, very visibly pregnant to a point where I thought, oh my goodness, just stand by, everyone. It was, that was very apparent. That was very obvious. So she kind of walked in. It's not like she was smiling necessarily or looking at familiar faces that she may have known in her past, i.e. Diddy's family, and waving at them. That was not the case at all. She kept laser focused. She walked just straight to the witness stand. She had kind of escorts take her over there, but she didn't look in Diddy's direction from what I could see. I didn't see her once kind of look over or give him an eye or a look or anything like that. She just walked immediately to the witness stand. She raised her right hand. She swore the oath to testify, and even for the duration of the the duration of her testimony today, for the most part, I didn't even catch her glimpsing at the defense table. For the most part, she kept laser focused on Emily Johnson as Emily Johnson was asking her questions. Probably the only people outside of Emily Johnson and possibly even her husband that she was eyeing in the courtroom was probably little moments at the jury, when they had came in back from their breaks or a quick bathroom break, and that
light bus
was just a very kind of faint smile. And so for the most part, from what I could see of her, it didn't seem like she kind of paid Diddy any type of mind. But you can only guess how she's feeling being inside that courtroom. Us as reporters, we're all jotting down these notes.
The fuck you made? She happy, isn't she? Diddy probably her best friend on the low. She just can't show the world. That man paid her $30 million, man. I don't think Cassie has any problem with Diddy. I think she's completely satisfied with how things went.
These families inside that courtroom listening to all of this testimony. Then you have Cassie's side of the family, who's inside that courtroom as well. That even including her husband Alex, as well as her brother. I believe her mother was inside that courtroom as well too, as well as Cassie's. So for the most part, I didn't see her, even when she had exited the courtroom, even looking at the defense's side or anything like that. And so she was there to do what she had needed to do, and that was to testify. To me, I wasn't catching that she was there really for a reunion or any type of sorts. But it's interesting because, according to the defense, the last time Diddy and Cassie were in a room together or in the same vicinity as each other was Kim Porter's memorial back in 2018. That's what the defense said in their opening statement yesterday. And so, you know, this was a moment that I'm sure she had waited for a long time, probably didn't want to be very close to giving birth or anything like that while she's taking the stand. But, you know, it's been a long time since Diddy and Cassie were in the same room with each other, let alone the same vicinity as each other.
Right. So when she started testifying, my understanding, explained that when she first met Sean Combs and began a romantic relationship with him, it was good at first, right? I mean, talk to us about the beginning of the relationship and how she described him, because I think that's important in order to understand the context, and also maybe a potentially to be used by the prosecution, a potential win for the defense.
What about the people that told y'all? What about the people that told y'all that the people that went to Diddy parties was going to be testifying? Yo, see, most people still don't understand what happened. Yo, it's a difference between the freak-offs and Diddy parties. Diddy didn't do freak-offs with his party goers. Diddy did freak-offs with his girlfriend. Diddy did freak-offs with his girlfriends, right? So what the United States government is bringing is former girlfriends that participated in the freak-offs. Think about that. He didn't do this with the public. He didn't do this with just any old body. He did this with his girlfriends. So the United States government is saying you sex traffic 4 girlfriends by forcing them to participate in freak-offs. How the fuck you force 4 different people to participate in freak-offs? 4 different people? Not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 different people. You force them to do it. Ain't nobody say, hold on, I'm going to the feds. Fuck that. I don't want to participate. He's trying to force me through coercion. I don't like it. I'm getting his ass locked up. He didn't make any money for freak-offs. That's another thing. He didn't make any money. This is some shit, and that's another. I'm glad you brought that up, Essence. So that's another point. I can see if he profited. He didn't profit off freak-offs. He spent money. So he wasn't paying them to fuck Cassie. I mean, well, he was paying them. He wasn't paying Cassie to fuck them. He was paying them to fuck Cassie. Because it's in the documents, Essence. This some shit Diddy did for sexual gratification. You know what I mean? He did this for sexual gratification. That's it, and that's all. You gotta realize Diddy probably fucked a lot of women, man. You know, he'll start experimenting like a lot of them niggas do. Kanye West a freaky motherfucker too. You know what I mean? Why cuckolds? Cuckolds get people to fuck their wives. Why they haven't came after none of them niggas? Why the cuckold guys ain't get hit with a man at? Do y'all know what a cuckold is? Let's see what is the definition of a cuckold. What is the definition of a cuckold? Do we know any cuckold Ricos? What is the definition of a cuckold? Cuckold. No. What is the definition of a cuckold? Danny, want to give us the definition? Oh, right here. A cuckold is a man whose wife or partner is sexually unfaithful. The term is used to describe a man whose wife deceives him by having a sexual relationship with another man. This term is occasionally used to describe a woman whose husband or partner is sexually unfaithful. Yeah, but cuckolds, look, they're going back to biblical days. Look how long this shit been going on. He's just a freaky ass nigga, y'all. That's it. Freaky ass domestic abuser that was high on drugs.
Yeah, so, the questioning was done by Emily Johnson. One of the first few questions that Emily Johnson had asked Cassie was, how old are you? So Cassie is now 38 years old. So I say that just in the context of when she met Diddy.
You know, they decided that the dude for Abercrombie and Fitch wasn't competent to stand trial. They don't even cover that. That shit just disappeared out the news. They said that man wasn't even competent to stand trial, man. The shit he did was way worse. Diddy did this shit with his girlfriends. That nigga preyed on straight males. Yo was making straight males give him head for gigs. And they said they gave him a bond, $10 million, and then came back and said he's not competent to stand trial. That was a play. That was a play, y'all. The Abercrombie and Fitch shit, that shit wasn't real. That shit was a play by the federal government to say, look, we came down on the white guy too. It ain't just about Diddy. That's what the fuck that was. It ain't just about Diddy. Look, we been fair with this shit. Yeah, the case. Yeah, they say he wasn't competent to stand trial. Let me show you. I'm sure no news source reported it. You know, I went to the paperwork. Flim Flam sent me the paperwork, I think. Hey, Flim Flam, you watching? Because you don't have a comment. That's you Rouse and Brian McKnight. Oh, there you go. She ain't sent me the paperwork. She sent me ABC Chicago. He's been ruled incompetent to stand trial. And ordered hospitalized. He said he has Alzheimer's, Lewy body dementia, and the residual effects of a traumatic brain injury. So that y'all didn't know this before y'all locked him up. That's how you know it was a play. Y'all didn't know. You think the federal government didn't know he had all these issues before they grabbed him? Y'all go find the oldest nigga living. Hey, yo, they went and found the oldest nigga living that was participating in this bullshit. Locked his ass up just to release him and then drop the case. Dirty motherfucker. See, the fans think we stupid. They couldn't find a younger guy that fit the bill. I'm sure he ain't doing it. I'm sure he probably the oldest one doing it. They're like, yo, we gotta find the oldest guy doing it. Yeah, he did this shit. He was doing this shit for you. Man, we read this lawsuit was disgusting. Prosecutor says romantic partner and the third man used the promise of modeling jobs to lure men to drug-fueled sex parties in New York City, the Hamptons, and other locations. The charges announced in October echo sexual misconduct accusations made in a civil case in the media in recent years. Yeah, this nigga was ill. Preying on straight men. Dirty bastard.
Around 2005, that was 20 years ago. The prosecution.
And if you remember, that was always my take from the beginning. Like, yo, I can't stand with the prosecution of Diddy if you ain't prosecuting everybody. You understand what I'm saying? If they just every 10 years they're gonna pick a guy and make him the face of whatever the fuck they want to make him the face of, yo, I can't get behind that. It's see if you're going to dismantle the whole institution or leave this shit alone. You know what I mean? Don't just keep grabbing niggas every now and then and make, Diddy's the face of sex trafficking when we know the whole industry is moving like this. The whole industry uses quid pro quo. We know this. They've been doing it. Nigga, fuck the industry. Nigga, they do that shit in corporate jobs. They've been doing it. So I can't get behind the prosecution of Diddy when I know this shit still. If Diddy catch life in prison today, that ain't gonna stop this. This is still going on in the industry. They still grabbing these young girls or young guys and waving music opportunities over their head and telling them they gotta suck their dick or do some old weird ass shit to get to get $1 million. They still doing it. So what the fuck are we doing here? Similar to what I say about with the juveniles, and do we want jail or do we want the community to get fixed? Like, what are we doing? Are we just going to lock people up every now and then, or do they want to break up the whole institution that makes this a thing? Do they want to stop quid pro quo or not? I don't think they want to stop it. So if they don't want to stop it, who am I to say Diddy need to be found guilty? Y'all know this shit going on. This shit been going on since the beginning of time. Y'all allowed it to go on. So who am I to say, yo, Diddy need to go to prison for what he did to Cassie, when the next Diddy gonna do the same thing to Chrissy, and it's gonna go unpunished, unnoticed. Nobody's gonna be held accountable. Man, fuck out of here, man. What community? The black community? It's not the community that's the problem. It's the environment that creates the community. That's the problem. It's not the community. People change with the environment. Essence, you be listening to a lot of them white boys or a lot of them sellout ass niggas, or you just go with what you know. But do people not change? Is it not science? Is it not science that things change with the environment? Essence, ain't that science? Ain't that what science told us? Science told us things change with the environment. Science told us that when you go and you live in the cold for 100 years, you lose skin pigmentation. You didn't answer my question. I asked you a direct question. Is that not science? Didn't science tell us that? Science told us animals adapt to their environment, right? Or am I tripping? Let me know. Am I tripping, or is that what science told us? Y'all waiting on Essence to give us an answer. I think she know the answer. She just don't want to admit it. No. So you know the answer. You know the answer. So why people don't apply that science to black community? Why do people say it's black people that's the problem? It's the culture that's the problem. But it's not the environment that creates the culture. Because that's what creates the environment creates the culture. The environment creates the people. People are products of their environment. Right? You don't have to be. But a large percentage of people are products of their environment. I don't give a fuck if you grew up in the trailer park, you're going to be a product of the trailer park. If you grew up in a rural community, you grew up in a country. If you grew up on a farm, you're going to be a product of the farm. And the morals and principles that you learned from growing up on a farm, you apply to your everyday life. So if you're a product of the ghetto, if you're a product of the trenches, you understand what I'm saying? Same rules apply. But people don't like to apply the rules when it comes to black people. Because they just expect us to just be the exception to every rule. That's good. But how many people did? See, Essence, you can't do that. You can't do that. You can't apply your life situations to everybody around you. Because just like I could say, I made it out of Baltimore, I made it out of some fucked up environments, I know 1,000 people that didn't. I know more people that didn't make it out than did. I know more people that died trying than actually made it. You know what I mean? And you do too. Essence. If you're from South Central LA, you do too. Now, if the numbers was reversed, if the numbers was reversed, some people just come from dysfunctional families. You know, some people are born into dysfunction. Come on, Essence L, come on, don't be one of them, man. Don't be one of the ones that hate your people, man, and look down on your people because a lot of us still ain't figured it out yet. A lot of people come from dysfunction. You got generations of dysfunction. The mother fucked up. The grandmother fucked up. The kids fucked up. Don't be one of them, man. Don't get to a point of understanding and then look down on the people that still trying to figure it out.
That she was just 19 years old when she had met Diddy. She had said she had signed with Bad Boy in 2006, and she had signed actually a 10-album deal. She said she knew Diddy and remembered him. Well, I say Diddy, but she referred to him as Sean throughout her entire testimony. But she knew who she calls Sean as somebody who was larger than life, but didn't necessarily know too much about him personally. So the prosecution was asking,
So is black people not the most resilient people that ever walked the face of this earth? Yo, we come from some of the worst of the worst. And make it out. Yeah, a lot of people don't, but people make it out. It's not it's not another group of people you can put in some of these environments for hundreds of years and since redlining and become what we have become today. Yo, because most people are mentally weak. That's why they think we're able to endure the things that we endure, because we're able to go through this shit and still prosper, still keep a level head while witnessing murders and deaths. And you understand what I'm saying? Man, you take some of these group of people and put them in our environments and they grow up saying that some of the things we see, they're going to go to a mental institution. They're going to be pleading insanity. So you can't then turn around and say, well, black people not accountable. What the fuck do you mean? The fuck be the most accountable people on earth. You want to keep it real? Yo, we come from some fucked up environments, man. Murder, death, drugs, mayhem. You know what I mean? A lot of dead friends. Motherfuckers dying they day with this bitch. And we still make it. We still thrive. We still taking care of our kids. We still getting up, go to work every morning. We still trying. That's the thing. Of black, they make it seem like black people gave up. even some of the worst stuff is still trying. You know what I mean? Motherfuckers ain't never gave up. And we fought for everything that we deserve. Everything that we got. Only for people to push a narrative and say black people lazy. Black people not accountable. Man, you crazy, man. That shit ain't the truth. Yo, white people harm white people too. Essence. Do you live around black people? If you live around black people are going to try to harm you. If you live around white people are going to try to harm you. People, it's proximity. Proximity murders, proximity crime. If you live in a black community, odds are, if something happened to you, it's going to be by the hands of a black person. That's just the reality of it, man. If you was white and you lived in a white community, odds is another white person is going to try to harm you. Essence. Black on black crime wasn't real. That shit was a myth. You haven't heard Asian on Asian crime, white on white crime, Indian on Indian crime, Hispanic on Hispanic crime, just black on black crime. That was something that was popularized in the 80s, glorified. That was propaganda. I just did a whole video talking about Fox 45 and the propaganda machine they running on. No, but that wasn't your point, Essence. That was not your point. Your point was black people is the enemy of your enemies is black people. Which you have to worry, that was your point. Don't try to change your point because I broke it down to where so you know what I'm saying is facts. Don't be one of the people that move the goalposts. You want to be right. Don't be closed-minded to the point where you just want to be right. And you know what I'm saying makes sense. But you just move the goalposts because you did it twice this conversation. You know what I'm saying makes sense, but you'll move the goalposts instead of saying, you know what, that is true. I ain't never look at it that way. That's disingenuous, man. And it's not pushing the culture forward. Yeah, Cassie said she enjoyed it. Nine Blackwell. Cassie said she loved it. Right. She did it for years. She facilitated it. You know what I mean? Yeah, education. Yo, that's what I always say though. Neiman. In order to stop the crime, you're not gonna ever stop the crime by arresting people. Like that never ever solve crime. In order to solve crime, you gotta stop the institutions that make crime even an option. That's how you stop crime. You gotta fix the education system. You gotta fix that shit. You gotta fix the right to capital. I mean, you gotta fix joblessness, fatherlessness. That's what you do. You fix that shit. Then you fix crime. You ain't gonna never fix crime by locking people up. But that's the narrative that they're selling to the black community. They're using Charleston White to do it. Charleston White pushing the shit out that shit. So you got ignorant black people that think they smart. And they are subscribing to this rhetoric that he's pushing. And that shit ain't gonna do nothing but push more people to the prison system. Black community still gonna be in disarray. Crime still gonna be rampant, but if you're not fixing nothing, yo, crime starts before it happens. I say that all the time for people. Crime starts before it happens, man. Police are a reaction to an action. You're never gonna fix crime reacting to it. That's not how you fix crime. You fix crime by stopping it before it starts. That's how you fix crime. But nobody focuses on that. Because they don't want to fix crime. Because it's money in Black Death. Appreciate it. It's money in Black Death. It's profitable. Very, very profitable. Y'all always take y'all back to the videos we watched in the 80s in Baltimore and see how they pushed the crack epidemic on people. See how they pushed the HIV AIDS on the black community. They pushed that shit on us. So much so that we start living it, breathing it. We start talking it. We start believing it. We start pushing their narrative. Essence. Cut it out, man. You starting to be like jail. It's not how you fix crime, man. Most crimes happen through ignorance. God don't even blame the ignorant. You read the Bible before? God don't even place blame at the ignorant. Motherfuckers is uneducated. The school system is fucked up. School system fucked up. Then you got nowadays, you got this shit that's being pushed through social media. You know, the worry about yourself campaign. You know what I mean? the put yourself first campaign when it used to be once you had kids, your wants and needs went to the back. That's how we was raised in the 80s. That's how our parents raised us. But now it's they transitioning out of that. It's now, no, you worry about yourself. You gotta get yourself right first. Meanwhile, the kids being left to defend for themselves. Yeah, it's fucked up. You know what I mean? It's everybody else's problem, not the individuals, right? No, I don't know. You definitely gotta hold yourself to a level. You definitely gotta hold yourself to a higher standard. You know, that goes without saying. I don't even think that's a conversation. I think everybody knows that. Like, it serves no purpose to saying that. Like, everybody knows that. You know, like, that serves zero purpose. Some people don't even know what to do with their 24 hours essence. Because they ain't got the education. Education, remember they say education rule a nation? That should still apply.
When did she release her album? That was in August of 2006. But then, surprisingly, no more albums came after that. Remember, she signed a 10-album deal. There was only one album that was released, as well as a mixtape, too. But she said, you know, after she had signed with Bad Boy, their relationship was pretty platonic. And this is when we, in the gallery, as well as the jurors, too, you know, were shown photos of her and Sean together. Another photo from the 2006 BET Awards with Cassie, Kim Porter, Sean Combs, and then another friend. All just kind of posing together on what looked like to be a red carpet. She was asked about Kim Porter specifically because at this time, Kim Porter and Diddy were still technically in a relationship. They were obviously co-parenting together because they had kids together at this point. And so when asked about Kim Porter, Cassie referred to her as Diddy's or Sean Combs' ex, as well as the mother of his children. She said, you know, even after signing with Bad Boy and stuff like that, that she had...
When did the black community start going downhill? What year was this? What year? No, but you're wrong. What year did the black community start going downhill? Do you know that? You 46. Older than me. So you should know this. What years was this? If you go from the 40s, the 50s, the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, the 2000s, when did the black community start going downhill? See, you don't know. That's a goddamn lie. The 70s. The 70s is when the black community started going downhill. 70s and the 80s. In the 60s, we were thriving. Let me show y'all something. Fuck this. This is pointless.
Seen Sean.
Let me show y'all something that matters. I shared this on my community earlier. I don't know how many people watched it. Show you something that matters. I watched the whole shit. I rarely ever watch something that's an hour and 45 minutes.
Mom loves that they have fresh strawberries on top.
Depends on, was your grandfather a sellout?
Pancakes Kids Meal, just $4.99.
I don't want to know.
The other word.
Look at this. Let me show you something. Check this out.
Designed to disrupt any potential black leader or movement that could challenge the status quo. Welcome back to Scandalous Los Angeles TV, where we expose the exposers. In this video, we're about to reveal something that's been hidden for ages. An ideology that has been deliberately concealed by those in power. For years, the FBI and other powerful systems have focused their attention on one group in particular. And today, we'll uncover why. We're going to explain, for the first time, why the FBI has consistently placed its focus on black people, why they actively search for a messiah figure within our communities, and why they've gone to such extreme lengths to monitor, infiltrate, and control our movements. We'll dive into the history of programs like COINTELPRO and the Hip Hop Cops, all designed to disrupt any potential black leader or movement that could challenge the status quo. We'll also reveal how figures like WAC 100 and Reggie Wright Jr. have played roles in perpetuating these tactics, serving as tools to divide the community while claiming to represent it. The powerful elites understand that the emergence of a black messiah would disrupt their control and dominance, which is why they've made us the primary focus of their surveillance and efforts to maintain the status quo. What's been concealed will finally be revealed, and the real reason behind their focus on black people will come to light. Many of you may be thinking that Hoover's COINTELPRO is just a thing of the past. However, we're here to tell you that it's far from gone.
This nigga is who ruined the black community. This nigga, crack epidemic, destroyed the black community. Like, yo, people like to place blame on things that we couldn't even control. Listen to this nigga and listen to how he talked about black people in the 70s, in the 60s. And they implemented with the shit he was talking, implemented in the 70s, in the 80s. And they start seeing the results of their work in the 90s, in the 2000s, and so forth and so forth.
In fact, it's still very much alive, just operating under a different name.
In a new version of the counterintelligence program, talked about black identity extremists.
According to a leaked FBI document, there's a new group of domestic terrorists. Black identity extremists.
Black identity extremists, now considered a domestic terror threat by the FBI.
And they've got the Moorish Science Temple and the followers of Noble Drew Ali, and they didn't mention us, but we know they're coming.
TYT's Ken Klippenstein has an exclusive and an amazing article where he has obtained leaked FBI documents that reveal the Bureau's priorities under Trump. And they kind of underscore some things we'd kind of heard in the past, but definitely prove what a lot of us were afraid of. And let's get right to it. Under President Trump, the FBI's official counterterrorism priorities have included black...
If you know about J. Edgar Hoover, then why did you say since the beginning of time? Why did you say since the beginning of time black community was been fucked up when we was thriving in the 60s? We had Black Wall Street in the early 1900s. Why would you make a statement like that? If you know about all of this, why is your stance where it is? If you know what happened. Essence. You know what happened then, right? You should be able to tell us what happened. We shouldn't have to watch this. If you know what happened, then every point that you made was non-valid. Do you know what that one small town in Tulsa had? Do you know what Essence, you don't know what you think you know. Did you know Black Wall Street had multiple hospitals, railroad tracks, schools? Do you know if that was able to persist and we could have took that statewide, do you know the position that the black community would be in today? Essence? Or you just talking? And you don't really know. You just have an idea. You know, because it's different between knowing and having an idea. Maybe you have an idea of what Black Wall Street was and what it could have been. You don't really know. But if you don't really know, you might should listen and stop talking so much. Respectfully. Trying to find that post. That shit was a couple of days ago. Yeah, man, Black Wall Street was a big thing. You talking about one? You talking about one? What you say? One town in Tulsa? I don't know. That one town in Tulsa could have changed the whole trajectory of the black community. That one town. All it takes is you know, a jump start. That's just, you can't walk around looking down on your people, man. 'Cause that's how you talking. You talking like you you look down on your own people. You don't think that one town right there, you don't think that could have had an effect on the black community? Look at the shit that they had in that one town. No, you're wrong. This is not an opinion, August. I mean, you're wrong. Like, yo, everything is not a agree to disagree. It's right and it's wrong. You're wrong right now. We don't have different ideologies. You're wrong. Look at this. Look at what they had. We ain't talking about that no more. Look at what was lost. $600 businesses, 21 churches, 21 restaurants, 30 grocery stores, 2 movie theaters, 6 private airplanes, plus a hospital, bank, post office, law offices, and even a bus system. That's since you can't name 20 more Tulsas. You can't name 20 more Tulsas. You said one small town. No, Ever, you gotta stop deleting people that disagree, bro. You gotta stop doing that, bro. You gotta let your people can disagree, bro.
Identity extremists, anti-authority extremists, and animal rights/environmental extremists, according to leaked Bureau documents obtained exclusively by the Young Turks. So grave did the Bureau consider the threat of black extremists, Ken writes, that from 2019 to 2020, using new designations, it listed the threat at the very top of its counterterrorism priorities, above even terror groups like Al-Qaeda. And guys, in case you think that it was like a random discriminatory...
They listed black extremists above Al-Qaeda. Damn. They listed black extremists above Al-Qaeda, man. This is what I be always telling y'all about the narrative and how it's imperative to keep black voices to a minimum. I'm playing this to show y'all how, yo, there's been a continuing effort to keep certain people quiet and make certain people's voices louder. You understand what I'm saying? You got people like Umar Johnson. I don't think Umar Johnson is organic. I used to. But how he went off the rails and how he been talking for so long, that nigga ain't organic. That nigga was organic, they'd have got rid of his ass. They'd have been silenced him. They don't allow you to be loud and uplift the community. Fuck no. They been put it into that. They got some shit called black extremists.
List, meaning like, hey, it could have been that they were going to put it in alphabetical order, but they just happened to put the black identity extremists at the top, etc. No, it was in order, And white supremacist extremists, which have been doing most of the killings in this country since Trump's taken office, were ranked only a medium threat.
Yeah.
So all these mass shootings, the synagogues, the mosques, the malls, everything, that's a medium threat. And the very top was black.
We can't just be blocking people. You know, that scared people away from the channel. You know, we still trying to build. So we can't just be blocking people from commenting and shit.
Black people. And the FBI, these are their documents. We obtained their documents. This is not our opinion, okay? Did they cite a single black extremist attack? Not one. Not one.
In 1956 and 1971, the FBI ran a counterintelligence program named COINTELPRO that was initiated by J. Edgar Hoover. COINTELPRO mainly targeted civil rights leaders. So I would like to ask Mr. Chair unanimous consent to enter this report into the record, which is black identity extremists likely motivated to target law enforcement officers.
For us, it's not about the ideology, it's about the violence. That's where we weigh in. It's not that the ideology isn't important for us as Americans, but we only investigate violence and the crimes that go with the violence.
But so under the racially motivated violent extremism, how many African American or black groups are considered under there?
Well, again, I want to be clear. We don't investigate groups per se. We have properly predicated investigations into individuals, and in some cases they may have co-conspirators, but in each of those instances, it's where we have three things: credible evidence of a federal crime, credible evidence, number two, of violence or a threat or use of violence, and then number three, on behalf of some ideology. So if we have those things, only if we have those things will we open an investigation.
So are white supremacist groups under racially motivated violent extremism? Or do white supremacists have a whole separate category?
Well, again, I want to stay away from the use of the word groups. We certainly investigate white supremacist motivated violent extremism in the same category that we're talking about. So, for example, we just last month arrested 8 members, I think, of a group known as the Base. And there were arrests that were made not just in my home state of Georgia, but also in Maryland.
Getting ready to go to Virginia, correct? That was the group that was on their way to Virginia?
I think that's right. I can't remember that detail specifically.
So there are organizations, and I understand that, you know, when you say you just investigate individuals, I mean, that you just gave an example of a group. So I know that there are a lot of white supremacist groups. And so my question to you is about black groups. And so I don't know, maybe they're black individuals, but under the category of black identity extremism, formally, there were organizations such as the one in Texas and the individual in Texas that was arrested. He was incarcerated for a while, and then after being incarcerated and going on trial, he was released. He had activity on a website, and he also had literature when he was arrested. Are you familiar with the case that I'm talking about? We've talked about it before.
I think so, yeah.
So my question is, are there African Americans or black groups or individuals that are currently a part of the racially motivated violent extremism category?
Well, again, I don't know that I would speak in terms of investigating groups, individuals with co-conspirators. And I would say certainly there are individuals
we can have a conversation on here.
Categorize and track under the racially motivated violent extremism part of our program management.
How about we go live
and have African Americans targeting others. So, for example, you probably saw some of the reporting about the killing of the individuals in Jersey City, including the killing of the people in the kosher supermarket.
I did.
Those individuals were associated themselves with something called the Black Hebrew Israelite,
Oh, I'm very familiar with them.
That would be in that category.
So let's use that as an example, because I'm very familiar with that group. Use that as an example because I'm very familiar with that group. That group is in several what'd you say? Yeah, well, excuse me, but I'm taking the prerogative of the chair. Using that group as an example, is that a group, because they are open, you see them on street corners in different groups, they're not a secret group at all. You see them on street corners in different groups, they're not a secret group at all. Is that group part of the racially motivated extremism? The group. I understand the act that took place. I understand the individuals, and it's not clear their level of association.
What I would say to you on that is that we have some investigations into individuals who associate themselves with that movement.
Beyond those two people.
Yes.
Okay.
So as you guys just witnessed, the FBI has a new name designated for black people who are concerned with racial injustices. That name is Black Identity Extremist. In their memo, the FBI has deemed Muslims, Moors, black militias, and others as black identity extremists. When the mayor asked the FBI director to give an example of a black identity extremist,
might have put me in that
he
category.
provided no examples, other than the one he gave concerning a group referred to as the Black Hebrew Israelites. Since he named Israelites, I'm going to show you just one example of how their misinformation campaign works.
Jewish people run Hollywood, or Jewish people run the music industry. These are the things that we've been hearing recently. Mean to you, and is it hurtful? Is it painful? Is it not? Is it, what is it to you? Like, if you ask me, the N-word, how does that feel? And this, that, and the other, we can define that, but how does that feel to you? And what can we say? What can't we say? What is foul? What is not foul?
Look, DJ, so when we talk about what is anti-Semitism, it's a crazy, it's ISIS radicalized person coming from the UK, thinks that Jews have too much power. It's two white supremacists getting off a subway train at Penn Station. They wanted to go shoot up a synagogue. It's Black Hebrew Israelites.
The man speaking's name is Jonathan Greenblatt, and he's the head of the ADL. You're getting ready to witness him run a campaign of misinformation right in front of Charlemagne and DJ Envy. The FBI said that Black Hebrew Israelites are black identity. One of the main objectives of COINTELPRO was to discredit any black leader or organization before it can influence the minds of the people. I want you guys to listen to what the head of the ADL says in the ears of millions of listeners.
Black Hebrew Israelites this weekend. Today's Monday? Tuesday.
Wednesday. It's going to air on Wednesday.
Sorry. So it is over this past weekend in Staten Island on Sunday. A Jewish man who he must have been Orthodox because you could identify that he was Jewish, and his son were shot by a young man with a pellet gun as they came out of a guns. I did see that, yeah. And so when he was asked by the police, they said it was a hate crime. He said, "How can it be a hate crime if I'm a Hebrew?"
So Jonathan Greenblatt was allowed to go on the Breakfast Club in front of the whole world and make a total lie on black people. He just blamed Hebrew Israelites for shooting a Jewish man and his son with pellet guns.
This is the kind of fiction that Black Hebrew Israelites say that white Jews, quote unquote, aren't really Jews.
This statement is completely false. The fact that outlets like CBS News, NBC News, and CNN all reported on this incident without showing the identity of the alleged shooter should raise red flags in your mind. The coordinated coverage without providing key details suggests a deeper issue, especially considering the connections between these media organizations, the ADL, and other influential companies like iHeartMedia, which owns The Breakfast Club. When you look at the ownership structure of these companies, it becomes clear that they are all part of a larger network, which explains why this misleading narrative was allowed to be promoted. This is the actual shooter, Jason Kish, a Caucasian male. Wow. Yet we just heard the head of the ADL go on a platform hosted by black men just to spread a false narrative about black people.
Yo, that's fucking crazy. See, that's why I don't be fucking with them niggas, man. Charlemagne's, the envies. So that's why I be over this bitch on a fucking war path with all these niggas. Cause yo, how they let you get away with that? How they let you get away with slandering his Hebrew Israelites, and whole time a white guy is the one that shot the Jewish guy in the face with the BB gun? That was dirty as a motherfucker, and it was intentional. And it was intentional. That shit crazy. And Charlemagne totes himself like he's a black revolutionary, or he's a spokesman in the black community. Man, them niggas sellouts. Ain't no way that shit would have flew on my platform.
This is just one small example of the forces working against us, and it serves as further proof that there's a hidden agenda being carried out right before our eyes. When you understand their agenda, it becomes easier to recognize the foot soldiers that they've employed.
You Hebrew Israelites, Captain Desariat, you and your whole team, because I got into it with them, bro. Because they be out here on Hollywood when they come out here, and they be harassing like the fucking white people, the ladies and shit. Okay. They're making them kiss their boots, talking about for the sins of your ancestors and what they did to our people. Repent for their sins and kiss the boots. And I said, listen, bro, see out here we got Nazi lowriders, we got the Aryan Brotherhood, we got the Hells Angels, we got bike clubs and shit, right? We have penitentiaries that if they see that shit, bro, if they see that shit, it can roll downhill. And these dudes be doing this shit and running back to New York. And I'm like, listen, bro, this is real shit. You ain't did no time. You ain't been in these penitentiaries. You're doing this type of shit. A video like that gets out, and now we got our innocent aunts and nieces and nephews and uncles being targets.
So you're scared of the white racists? Imagine CS2 back, going to a man who has the Baphomet symbol of Satan tattooed on his right hand to debrief on camera about black men reading the Bible on the corner. Adam 22 is a big part of the machine moving against us, and a lot of our people would sell their souls to the God he worships just for a seat on his podcast. If the satanic symbol that Adam has tatted on his hand means nothing to you now, I promise you it will, by the end of this video. From the early days of the civil rights struggle to the rise of hip-hop, black communities have been subjected to monitoring, infiltration, and disruption by law enforcement agencies, particularly through covert programs like COINTELPRO and more recent designations like the Black Identity Extremist label. The question everyone should be asking is, why? Why are they so determined to monitor our every move? What is it about us that makes us the focus of their attention? We're not the only people on the planet with melanated skin, so it can't simply be about our skin color.
We couldn't eat in the restaurants in Louisville. We couldn't eat downtown. One day I saw two Africans go in with their robes and their turbans. They couldn't speak English. I heard the man say, let them in. They're not Negroes. They're not Negroes. They're not Negroes. I said, something's wrong. I can't say it's because I'm black. Something's wrong. I can't say it's because I'm black.
So y'all don't find it strange? I find it very strange, right? And I've been finding it strange for a long time. That as vocal as Muhammad Ali was, he wound up getting a disease where he couldn't speak. Y'all don't think that's strange? Like yo, what's the odds of that? Vocal as this man was, he ended up catching the disease where he can't speak. That's strange as a motherfucker to me. Maybe I'm looking too much into it, but I think that's very odd. I think if we was making 100 Muhammad Ali's the same way, they wouldn't get that same disease.
I'm black because they're so black and they're blue, but they went in.
It has to be something deeper than that. What is it about the black man in America that makes the oppressor associate a messiah with him to begin with?
Yeah, that's
just because you're different, they always want to kind of put somebody into a box.
Well, that's the shallow end of it. On the deep end of it,
They have an idea that there's a Messiah coming. They have an idea that there's a Messiah coming. They have an idea that there's a Messiah coming, and they're not sure who it's going to be. They just know it should stick out. And so they look every time something sticks out to make sure that's not it.
Where is that concept even coming from? When you study your oppressor, as he has studied us, you'll realize that his mistreatment of us has nothing to do with the color of our skin. It's only about who he believes we are as a people. Remember, this isn't about my personal beliefs or yours. You can be a Buddhist or an atheist or whatever belief system you might hold to. This is only about our oppressor and what he believes about us. Once you understand that, it makes it easier to understand why they've gone through such great lengths to tear down and discredit any and every one of us that might have a voice.
But how many other people? Where the rest of the boxers that got it? George Foreman ain't get it. George Foreman had to rumble in the jungle. Like, what I'm saying is, what's the odds? Been a lot of boxers, man. Thousands. How many of them got the same? How many of them? And then you got to factor in the vocalness that he had. Muhammad Ali's part of the civil rights movement. Major. That man went to jail. Major advocate of black people. That man went to jail because he wasn't trying to fight in the war. Because it ain't like how Americans were getting treated over here. Just saying, yo. It's a little strange.
It doesn't matter if your stance is Islam
have more examples.
And your message is by any means necessary, like Malcolm, or if you preach nonviolence, along with white Jesus like Martin, they still deem us public enemy number one.
What did you discuss back in the hotel room? Nothing, just friends, just like Khrushchev and Kennedy and everybody. When people, all of the politicians of all other white races come together, and although they believe different, they think different, whites can come together and discuss the common cause. But whenever a few of us come together, the world is shook up. And I say, whatever went back there is our business.
Reverend King, do you agree? Oh, yes. We had a very good discussion on many matters. And, of course, these are not things that we would discuss here. But we do have common problems and common concerns. And above all, as Muhammad Ali has just said, we are all victims of the same system of oppression. And even though we may have different religious beliefs, this does not at all bring about a difference in terms of our concerns.
Which also shows you that this is deeper than one's religion. I hate to be long-winded. This video is still about the exposers and their hip-hop compish ways. But I have to address this part first to make it all come together. Now, since we're talking about black identity extremist, COINTELPRO, and preventing the rise of a black messiah, I think it's imperative that I focus on black people specifically for this video. However, I can't tell you who the oppressor believes you are, without telling you who he believes the Hispanics and the natives are as well, because the oppressor's beliefs lump us all together. Now, in 3 short steps, I'm going to show you who the oppressor believes the indigenous peoples of the Americas are. First, I'm going to show you a clip from a movie about Christopher Columbus. I did not write the script, nor did I direct the movie, and I had absolutely nothing to do with the production of the film. Then I'm going to read a verse out of the Bible that was written before I was born, and before English was even a language. So I didn't write it. Then last, I'm going to read a short definition found in the Jewish Encyclopedia, which was also not written by me. At the end of those 3, you'll know, without a shadow of a doubt, who the oppressor feels the Hispanics and the natives are. So we'll start right here with this movie. It's called 1492 Conquest of Paradise, and it's all about Columbus and his voyage to the New World, or the Americas. I want you guys to listen to what is said in this clip.
Why do you wish to sail west? To open a new route to Asia. Asia is the richest kingdom, the land of spices and gold. At the moment, there are only two ways of reaching it. By sea, sailing around the African continent. The journey takes a year. Or by land. But the Turks have closed this route to all Christians. There is a third way. By sailing west across the ocean sea. The distance is unknown. It's said to be infinite. Superstition. I believe the Indies are no more than 750 leagues west of the Canary Islands. Can you be so certain? The calculations of Toscanelli, Marin de Tir, Esdras. Esdras is a Jew. So what's worse? The calculations of Toscanelli, Marin de Tir, Esdras. Esdras is a Jew. So what's worse? The calculations of Toscanelli, Marin de Tir, Esdras. Esdras is a Jew. So what's worse? 2 minutes, and already you're a dead man. For telling the truth? Yes. We are burning people for less.
Now let me make sure that you guys understand what just happened. Christopher Columbus set out on his voyage in 1492 with the goal of finding a new trade route to Asia. Due to certain obstacles, Columbus proposed a new route that would sail westward across the Atlantic Ocean, believing that by heading in that direction, he could reach Asia faster. The guy who was talking to Columbus told him the distance was unknown. As you can see, one part of his map is filled out, and the other half is blank because they had never been on this side of the world. When Columbus was asked how could he be so certain that there was land here, he gave him the calculations of a few different men. One of those men's names was Esdras. If you're watching the movie, and you don't know who Esdras is, then of course that part will go right over your head. Esdras is a prophet in the Bible, and apparently there are a few passages in there that made Columbus certain that there was undiscovered land across the Atlantic. So next, we're going to read the Bible verse that Columbus was talking about, and see where that takes us next. But before we get to that scripture, I want to point something out that shouldn't be overlooked. Notice how Columbus gave the calculations of two other people besides Esdras when explaining why he felt he could sail across the Atlantic Ocean.
Superstition. I believe the Indies are no more than 750 leagues west of the Canary Islands. Can you be so certain? The calculations of Toscanelli, Marin de Tir, Esdras. Esdras is a Jew. So what's worse? 2 minutes, and already you're a dead man. For telling the truth? Yes. We are burning people for less.
Notice that the guy he was speaking to only had a problem when Esdras' name was brought up, showing that for some reason, even way back in the 1400s, the oppressor felt there was something taboo about what was written in the book of Esdras. Now let's talk about Esdras. Esdras' writings can be found in all modern Bibles today under the name Ezra. Esdras is just the Greek pronunciation of the name. In addition to the book of Ezra, there are 2 more books written by him that most people have never heard of. The reason why most people have never heard of Esdras is because Esdras was included in the Apocrypha, which was a part of the Bible, until the oppressor had it removed. The King James Bible was originally published in the year 1611, and the Apocrypha was included in it. However, King James was not the first to have the Bible translated into English. In fact, there were 7 other English translations prior to the King James Bible, dating back to the year 1380. And 5 out of those 7 had the Apocrypha included in it. So now let's look at the scripture that made Columbus believe that there was land on this side of the world, even though his people had never been over here. All you have to do is Google 2nd Esdras, chapter 13 and verse 40. Remember, guys, this isn't about my personal beliefs or your personal beliefs. This is only about our oppressor and what his belief is concerning us. The book of Seconds Esdras, chapter 13, and I'll start at verse 40. Those are the 10 tribes. Those are the 10 tribes. Those are the 10 tribes, which were carried away prisoners out of their own land, in the time of Osea the king, whom Salmanasar the king of Assyria led away captive, and he carried them over the waters, and so came they into another land. But they took this counsel amongst themselves, that they would leave the multitude of the heathen, and go forth into a further country, where never mankind dwelt, that they might there keep their statutes, which they never kept in their own land. And they entered into the Euphrates by the narrow passages of the river. For the Most High then showed signs for them, and held still the flood, till they were passed over. For through that country there was a great way to go, namely, of a year and a half. And the same region is called Arsareth. Then dwelt they there until the latter time. And now, when they shall begin to come, so according to the Bible, after the 10 tribes of Israel were released from the Assyrian captivity, they left their homeland and went to a faraway land where mankind had not yet dwelled. It said, it took them a year and a half to get there, and Arsareth was the name of that region. It said that they would remain there until the latter days, until the time when they come back to remembrance. This is what the Bible says, and apparently this scripture is the reason. If there was land on this side of the world. Now, we're going to go to the Jewish Encyclopedia and look up the word Arsareth. Notice that when you search for Arsareth, spelling it the way it was written in the Bible, it won't give you the correct definition. Instead,
When I tell you about how they do that, yo, they do that with so much where they hide definitions, they hide information. You know what I mean? So when I did that video on hip hop industry and how I was connected to the music industry, yo, I had so much trouble finding information just typing in typical Google searches. You know what I mean? Typing in typical Google searches, yo, you're not gonna find it. Yo, you really gotta do a whole bunch of motherfucking mathematics to that shit, for lack of better words. Like, you really gotta do a lot of looking and searching, yo, to really find the information you want, yo, because these motherfuckers will hide that shit.
it'll say Afghanistan. These are the kind of lengths they go to keep you from running into this. So when you spell Arsareth, you have to replace the S with a Z. Now let's read the definition listed in the Jewish Encyclopedia for the word Arsareth. And it reads, Arsareth, the name of the land beyond the great river, far away from the habitation of man, in which the 10 tribes of Israel will dwell, observing the laws of Moses until the time of the restoration, according to 2nd Esdras, chapter 13, verse 45. Columbus identified America with this land. Columbus identified America with this land. Columbus identified America with this land. This is the definition they give for the word Arsareth. And again, I didn't write any of this. But this shows you, without a shadow of a doubt, the oppressor believes that the people who Columbus encountered on this side of the world were none other than the illustrious northern kingdom of the nation of Israel. You don't have to believe any of these things about yourselves. You can say it's all a lie. But I'm showing you that your oppressor does believe it, and he believes it wholeheartedly. So much so that he removes books from the Bible and purposely misspells words to hide definitions. I just showed you 2 explicit examples of him doing that. According to this definition, the 10 tribes of Israel will be in America until the time of their restoration. Remember that word, restoration, because when I finally tie this all together, I'm going to show you what the Bible says the restoration is. Now, anyone who's familiar with the Bible knows that Israel is one nation of people, consisting of 12 different tribes. If there are 12 different tribes, why does it say that only 10 of the 12 tribes sailed to Arsareth? What happened to the other 2 tribes? How did they get separated from their brothers? And who does the oppressor say that they are? That's the question. In about the 10th century BCE, something took place that dramatically affected the people of Israel and still affects them today. What was it, though? It was the Great Divide, which split the people into the kingdoms of Israel and of Judah. 1 Kings 12:16-19 tells us, "When the people saw that the king would not listen to them, they shouted, 'Down with David and his family. What have they ever done for us? People of Israel, let's go home. Let Rehoboam look out for himself.' So the people of Israel rebelled, leaving Rehoboam as king only of the people who lived in the territory of Judah. Then King Rehoboam sent Adoniram, who was in charge of the forced labor, to go to the Israelites, but they stoned him to death. At this, Rehoboam hurriedly got in his chariot and escaped to Jerusalem. Ever since that time, the people of the northern kingdom of Israel have been in rebellion against the dynasty of David. Ever since that time, the people of the northern kingdom of Israel have been in rebellion against the dynasty of David. So now we understand why all of the tribes were not together when they sailed to this side of the world. According to the Bible, the nation of Israel was split into 2 different kingdoms, the northern kingdom of Israel and the southern kingdom of Judah. And also, according to the Bible, the 2 kingdoms have been fighting with each other ever since. Just so you know, Judah is where the word Jew is derived from. Not Judaism or Judea, but Judah. Knowing this is key when trying to determine who the oppressor feels we are. Because yes, the oppressor believes that the Negro people brought to America on slave ships and scattered all over the world is none other than the southern kingdom of Judah, the royal line of the nation of Israel. This is where you get King David and King Solomon. They were both from the tribe of Judah. There was also another guy in the Bible, and he was called the Messiah. He also was from the tribe of Judah, and they called him the King of the Jews, and his name was Jesus Christ. The oppressor believes that if these 3 men were on the earth today, they would be considered Negroes, and the oppressor wholeheartedly believes that we are the descendants of these men. Now look at this, you guys. This is from a website called Black History in the Bible, owned and operated by a black man named Dante Fortson. In this section of his website, he shows maps of Africa, dating all the way back to the 1500s. This is an ongoing project, created with the goal of tracking the earliest and latest appearances of the Kingdom of Judah, Wida, on maps. The Kingdom of Judah began appearing on maps in the early 1700s and disappeared from maps by the early 1900s. Multiple explorers, linguists, and historians believe the area contained the lost tribes of Israel. As we look at these different maps, please remember that I did not make any of these. The first map we're going to look at originated in the Netherlands in the year 1740. And as we zoom in, we can see the name Judah, plain as day, right on the west coast of Africa. Notice that in the top left corner, it says that this map can be found in the Harvard University Library. The next map we're going to look at was created in France, sometime around the 1700s. It has mapped and outlined the entire west coast of Africa. Zoom on in, and again you see the word Judah clear as day. You also see the phrase Coste des Esclaves, which is French for the coast of slaves, or Slave Coast. The next map originated in Austria in the year 1795. Zoom on in, and once again you see the word Judah. When you look closer, you'll see the phrase, Königreich Ardra und Dahomey Juda Ablia Engen, which translates to Kingdom of Ardra and Dahomey Judah descend. This map here was also created in France in the late 18th century. And as usual, zoom on in, and you see Judah right on the slave coast. For those of you who don't know, the Slave Coast is a historical region along the Atlantic coast of West Africa, encompassing parts of modern-day Togo, Benin, and Nigeria. It is located along the Bight of Biafra and the Bight of Benin, which is located between the Volta River and the Lagos Lagoon. The name is derived from the region's history as a major source of African people sold into slavery during the Atlantic slave trade from the early 16th century to the late 19th century. During this time, this coastal area became a major hub for the export of enslaved Africans to the Americas. European powers, including the Portuguese, British, Dutch, and French, established forts and trading posts in the region to facilitate the slave trade. The area was so named due to the high volume of enslaved people transported from its shores, profoundly impacting both the local societies and the broader Atlantic world. So you're probably wondering, if Jews are from Jerusalem, how did they end up scattered through Africa and Spain? According to our history books, the Arabs that occupy Israel today have been there since the 7th century. But a little more than 500 years before they got there, the original inhabitants of that land still occupied it. In the year 70 AD, the Roman Empire came and conquered Jerusalem. Since Israel is right next door to Egypt, the Jews ran into Africa trying to escape Roman persecution and slavery.
Many Jews fled to those parts of northwest Africa known as Tunisia, Algeria, Morocco, and Mauritania. Many other Jews fled to areas where Rome didn't have any jurisdiction. This was the region to the south, the Sahara Desert, and the Sudan. You see, in the 1930s, it was an established fact that the regal class of Negro nomads exiled from the kingdom of Judah, that they resided in Songhai, in Mali, in Ghana, in Kenem, in Bornu, in the empire, and within the Onadu forest of the Dahomey south of Timbuktu. Communities complete with Aramaic Torah scrolls. On page 90, From Babylon to Timbuktu, it says this: the black Jews had an advantage over the African tribes. Now, this is going to tell you why the native indigenous black Africans worked with Islam to trap the house of Judah and sell them to the Ashkenazi ship owners that were also Portuguese and British Ashkenazi ship owners. And that's the history we want to see. Because you've got to understand, the regal class of the house of Judah, came down from Israel, and they came into the land of the black Africans. And the black Africans resented the regal class of the house of Judah in their land because they had laws, they had customs, they had civility. And they were a regal class of Negro.
You guys understand what he's saying when he says regal class of Negroes, don't you? This is him saying that we're royalty. I'm showing you guys this to prove to you that our oppressor feels that we are the kingdom of Judah. Again, you don't have to believe any of this. I'm just showing you that the oppressor does.
That came down into Africa, and later on, it was the Ashkenazi, the Islamic slave traders as well, that then worked together with the indigenous black Africans to enslave the regal house of Judah. This is what we've got to understand, but you've got to go back before the 16th century to understand the roots of it. Blacks in this country aren't educated enough to go further back. You are a regal Negro class from the royal house of Judah. You see, Africans weren't selling their own people. They were selling a tribe that had encroached upon their land, a higher educated, regal class that had judges, coppersmiths, goldsmiths, and all of this, and they did not assimilate in, and they wanted their stuff, and they wanted to get paid by Islam, and Islam wanted to get paid by the Ashkenazi ship merchants. If you were to look, just look at old maps of the African slaving maps. There's an old map of I think it's Guinea in maybe in the 1720s, 1730s. There's this old map, and it's called a slave coast map. Look on that. It's the slave coast map of Guinea, 1736. And you look on the West Africa map of 1747, and it says right on the West Africa map of 1747, Kingdom of Judah. Right there on the map.
Maybe that wasn't enough for you, so let me show you this real quick. Ghetto. How many of you guys identify with this word? Have you ever asked yourself, where does this word come from, and why do they associate it with black people? Ghetto 1610s. Part of a city in which Jews are compelled to live. Part of a city in which Jews are compelled to live. Part of a city in which Jews are compelled to live. Especially in Italy. From Italian ghetto. Part of a city to which Jews are restricted. Part of a city to which Jews are restricted. Part of a city to which Jews are restricted. Of unknown origin. The various theories trace it to Yiddish get, deed of separation, a special use of Venetian ghetto foundry. There was one near the site of that city's ghetto in 1516. A clipped form of Egitto, Egypt, from Latin Egyptos, presumably in memory of the exile. Presumably in memory of the exile.
Exiled from the kingdom of Judah.
Presumably in memory of the exile. Or Italian Borghetto. Small section of a town, diminutive of Borgo, which is of Germanic origin, sea borough. Extended by 1899 to crowded urban quarters of other minority groups, especially blacks in U.S. cities, especially blacks in U.S. cities, especially blacks in U.S. cities. This says that the word ghetto was extended to minority groups, especially blacks in U.S. cities, in the year 1899. Slavery was abolished in 1865. Not even 35 years after that, they began associating this word with us. This means the term ghetto was being associated with black people in America, before it was used in Nazi Germany in the 1930s. Donald Sterling, former owner of the Los Angeles Clippers, is a J-way billionaire who stands at the pinnacle of wealth and power. He represents the elite few whose influence extends far beyond the typical reach of even the most successful millionaires. While most of us go about our daily lives unaware of the vast networks that shape our world, Sterling is right at the center of it, privy to conversations and decisions that affect not only sports, but industries, governments, and economies on a global scale.
It's you liberals who have lifted them up, Howard.
Paul, you conservatives make a mistake. You can't afford to strangle hope in people. Without hope, people become dangerous.
No, Howard, you liberals have let them invade our society. You give them jobs, political jobs.
Paul, you missed the point. It's only the smart ones we move up.
That makes it even worse.
Oh, we have to move them up. If we leave a smart one in the ghetto, he might develop into a leader against us. But if we raise him up into white society, we neutralize him. He feels compelled to try to act like us. He loses his identity and his racial anger, if he has any.
He becomes alien to his brothers. They realize he sold them out and they grow to hate him. He becomes worthless to them and safe for us. No, thank you. In fact, in his love for the creature comforts, except for his color, he's become one of us.
Back in 2014, Donald Sterling's life took a dramatic turn when he was secretly recorded by his mistress, V. Stiviano, making racist remarks. The recordings, which were leaked to the media, led to widespread outrage and ultimately resulted in Sterling being banned from the NBA and forced to sell the Los Angeles Clippers. This scandal tarnished his reputation and exposed the stark contrast between his public persona and his private cultural views. Let's listen to the portion of the convo that TMZ put on their channel.
What's wrong with black people?
Nothing.
What's wrong with these
It's like
Spanish?
talking to an enemy. There's nothing wrong with minorities. They're fabulous. Fabulous. Because you're an enemy to me.
Why?
Because you don't understand.
I don't understand what.
Nothing.
That racism still is alive?
No, but there's a culture. There's a culture. There's a culture.
What
People feel certain things. Hispanics feel certain things towards blacks. Blacks feel certain things towards other groups. It's been that way historically, and it will always be that way.
But it's not that way in my heart and in my mind.
But maybe you want to adjust to the world.
But why? If the world doesn't do anything for me and they don't make me happy.
You're right. I don't want to argue with you. I don't want to argue.
I can't be racist in my heart.
And that's good. I'm living in a culture, and I have to live within the culture. So that's the way it is. That's how I got it. I got the whole message. You live with your heart.
I don't.
You can't be flexible. You can't.
I am flexible. I understand that that's the way you were raised and that's your culture, and I'm respectful. And
Why do you have to disrespect them? Those are.
Who am I disrespecting?
The world before you.
Why am I disrespecting them?
By walking, you perceive as either a Latina or a white girl. Why should you be walking publicly with black people? Why? Is there a benefit to you?
Is it a benefit to me? Does it matter if they're white or blue or yellow?
Well, I guess that you don't know that. Maybe you're stupid. Maybe you don't know what people think of you. It does matter, yeah. It matters.
Do you know that I'm mixed?
No, I don't know.
You know that I'm mixed.
You told me you were going to remove those. You said, yes, I understand you. I mean, you change from day to day. Wow. So painful. Wow.
People call you and tell you that I have black people on my Instagram, and it bothers you.
Yeah, it bothers me a lot that you want to broadcast that you're associating with black people. You have to.
You associate with black people.
I'm not you, and you're not me. You're supposed to be a delicate white or a delicate Latina girl.
I'm a mixed girl.
Okay. Well, but
and you're in love with me. And I'm black and Mexican, whether you like it or not, whether the world accepts it or not. And you're asking me to remove something that's part of me and in my bloodstream because the world thinks different of me and you're afraid of what they're going to think because of your upbringing. You want me to have hate towards black people?
I don't want you to hate. That's what people do. They turn things around. I want you to love them privately. In your whole life, every day you could be with them. Every single day of your life.
But they're not in public?
But why publicize it on the Instagram and why bring it to my games?
Why bring the black people to the games?
I really don't want to discuss anymore. It's over. I don't want to talk about it.
I'm sorry that you feel that way.
I feel that way so strongly, and it may cause our relationship to just break apart. And if it does, it does. It's better to break apart now than to break apart later.
I'm sorry that you still have people around you that are full of racism and it's hate in their heart. I'm sorry that you're still racist in your heart. I'm sorry that you live in a world that's still...
How about your whole life
every day. You could do whatever you want. You could sleep with it. You could bring them in. You could do whatever you want. The little I ask you is not to promote it on that and not to bring them to my games.
I don't bring anyone to the game.
Okay, then. There's nothing to argue about.
I know.
Okay, we got a big problem here. I really don't feel like going anywhere. I don't feel like going to Europe. I don't feel like just going to the whole thing. We got a big... If you didn't like someone that I was with, I would just stop seeing that person.
I'm sorry, I don't have any more friends. What would you like me to do? Remove the skin color out of my skin?
Is that a real issue, or are you making something up?
I mean, I just don't understand what the issue is.
There's nothing wrong with you or your skin color. Why are you saying these things? To upset me?
Sweetie, I'm sorry.
I'm so sorry, too. We made a giant mistake, both of us. Everything you say to me is so painful. Do I want you to change the color of your skin? You know how to really hurt somebody. And just, instead of saying, I understand.
I don't understand how you can have so much hate towards minorities.
I don't have any hate. I love them.
I cannot understand
Why would you say
how a
hate?
person like you who's elevated, who's here, still feels above the world, and you can't even be seen with someone in which is considered of a different skin
They
color.
can be with me all day long, all night long.
I can't believe that a man who's educated, a man who's a scholar, a man
Well,
who's...
believe it and stop talking about it. Believe it and stop talking about it. Believe it and stop talking about it. Let's finish our discussion with a period, okay? You're not making any good points. You can't believe this man. That's all I am. I'm not a good person in your eyes. If I was a good person, you would say, I can't believe this. I can't believe that.
What am I
But you're all lying. I love this.
Look at all this negativity coming from...
There's no negativity. I love everybody. I'm just saying, in your lousy Instagrams, you don't have to have yourself with walking with black people. You don't have to. If you want to, do it.
If it's white people, it's okay? If it was Larry Bird, would it have made a difference?
You're just a big fighter. I could see who would want to live with a woman like you. Who would want to live with a woman? All you ever wanted to do was fight. You're a born fighter.
This on to my community. This video is on Scandalous Los Angeles YouTube page. They normally expose whack, but I like this video a lot. But this goes into a lot of shit I be saying y'all about. Well, he went way deeper, like into the history and things like that. What I be talking about is the fact how they scared to have an organic black man be a spokesman for the black community. They don't never want that to happen again, man. No, because the truth get to start coming out, and they don't want the truth to be told.
Sorry that you're mad.
You're the worst mouth.
Why are you so angry? Honey, what's wrong?
Well, why would you bring up Larry Bird? What has he got to do with it? You can walk all night long with your sisters or your family.
I saw someone I admire Magic Johnson.
Okay, good.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
He's made a lot of changes for his community, for the world, for the people, for the minorities. He's helped a lot of people.
Why are you forcing this down my throat? I'm finished talking to you. I have nothing more to say.
And I took a picture with someone I admire.
Good.
And he happens to be black, and I'm sorry.
I think it's nice that you admire him. I know him well, and he should be admired. And I'm just saying that it's too bad you can't admire him privately. And during your entire life, your whole life, admire him. Bring him here, feed him, him. I don't care. You can do anything. But don't put him on an Instagram so the world has to see, so they have to call me. And don't bring him into my games, okay?
I've never brought, I don't know him personally.
Please leave me alone, please, please.
I'm sorry. Is there anything that I can do to make you feel better?
No, you can never make me feel better. You're just a fighter. You want to fight.
I had you sit through that 9-minute clip for 3 reasons. First, I wanted you to hear the J-Way billionaire Donald Sterling openly claim that he belongs to a certain culture, specifically a culture that hates us. One thing we know about culture is that culture isn't just about one individual. So we know that there are many other wealthy people partaking in the same culture as Sterling. The second reason I played this clip is because it reveals how deeply these people despise us. They'll let you work for their companies. They'll sign you to lucrative sports contracts. But in their hearts, they truly envy you. The third reason is that I wanted you to hear everything TMZ thought was worthy of airing on their channel, because there's a part of that conversation they conveniently left out, and I'm about to play it for you now.
Honey, if it makes you happy, I will remove all of the black people from my Instagram.
You said that before. You said, I understand.
I did remove the people that were independently on my Instagram that are black.
Then why did you start saying that you didn't? You just said you didn't remove them. You didn't remove them.
I didn't remove Matt Kemp and Magic Johnson.
Why?
But I thought Matt Kemp is mixed, and he was okay, just like me. He's lighter and whiter than me. I met his mother.
You think I'm a racist?
I don't think. I think you.
Evil heart.
I don't think so. I think you have an amazing heart, honey. I think the people around you. Have poison mind and have a way of thinking.
It's the world. You go to Israel. The blacks are just treated like dogs.
So do you have to treat them like that too?
The white is white or black. You understand?
And are the black less than the white?
100%, 50, 100.
And is that right?
It is a question. We don't evaluate what's right and wrong. We live in a society. We live in a culture. We live in a culture. We live in a culture.
Did you guys hear that? What was it about that clip that TMZ didn't want us to hear? This is Donald Sterling speaking candidly, unaware that the woman he's speaking to is recording him. He just said there are 2 types of Jays. There's black Jays, and there's white Jays. And where he's from, the black Jays get treated like dogs. What do the black Jays who live all the way out there have to do with Magic Johnson over here? This highlights the existence of a shared mindset among the ultra-elite who think and believe in much the same way as Sterling. He openly stated that he didn't want her to bring black people to his games. Understand that Donald Sterling is part of a group of some of the wealthiest men in the world, and this is the shared mentality they collectively hold. You don't have to believe it. I'm just proving to you that they do believe it. He said he belongs to a culture, which means the views he expressed are not isolated. They are indicative of a larger, troubling culture within the upper echelons of wealth and power. When you understand this, you'll also begin to understand why they do the things they do. Everything will all become much clearer to you.
Can you remember? See, the problem is, bro, we don't have no real speakers. That's the issue. The issue, if we had real leaders, like organic leaders, nigga would have been got some type of resolve. But they said in the 80s, or what was that, the 60s, the 70s, that we had never had no real leaders. That's they completely compromised. That's why he did this video, to show y'all the reason why we getting these guys that we getting nowadays. The reason we getting Charleston Whites and Whack 100s. And, you understand what I'm saying? This thing should always be talking about how everybody going to have a voice. They can't stop people from having a voice. But they're going to make sure the organic voices, like the voices that can really promote change, down here. While the ignorant voices, the 607Os, the Charleston Whites, and the rest of the fuck boys, they're going to put them at the top. They're going to pay them handsome. They're going to make sure their voices drown out the real voices. And this is why he's doing this video. The same shit we be talking about all the time.
Particular words that Interscope would censor on songs, because I know there's some songs where, like on Method Man's verse on Got My Mind Made Up, there's certain words that are like silenced out.
Man, that was a big controversy.
In Chicago?
Big controversy. We call our black women bitches and hoes and all that. It was the first I could get on in the
boys, man.
Snoop where he said,
the bag
and originally it was supposed to be my Jew bitch. My Jew bitch.
In Atlanta.
They made him change it to something else. But they would not let us use the word Jew or Jewish. They would not let us use the word Jew or Jewish.
So you heard what Reggie said about Interscope Records and how they would not allow artists under their umbrella to use the word Jew or Jewish. This lets you know that the owner of Interscope Records is also a part of the culture that Donald Sterling was speaking of. For some reason, they don't want their artist to say the J word on records. Geez, I wonder why. We'll be speaking more about Jimmy Iovine later. When you understand that this is how the oppressor thinks, then black identity extremism, COINTELPRO, and the preventing the rise of a black messiah will all start to make sense. Now let me show you another clip from a movie that I didn't write or direct. In fact, this movie was filmed in the 1970s, before a lot of us were even born. The Message, originally known as Muhammad, Messenger of God, is a 1976 epic film.
No, can we get to 100 likes, bro? We need 8 more likes.
By Mustafa Akkad, that chronicles the life and times of Muhammad, who is never directly depicted. The last clip I showed you was all about Christopher Columbus. This next clip is all about Muhammad and the early beginnings of the Islamic faith.
7 more likes,
I want you guys to see the way we are depicted in this movie.
Amar, you're a friend of Anajashi the king? You're a friend of Anajashi the king? You're a friend of Anajashi the king? Yes. Can you use that friendship?
I think I can bring them back. Yes.
Abyssinia.
Rise up, Amr. There is nothing you may ask for that we will not give.
Lion of Judah, Lion of Judah, Lion of Judah. I don't know where to begin.
You have our friendship. Begin there.
Certain runaway slaves have escaped from us into your kingdom.
Slaves go back, as you no doubt would return our slaves to us.
There are, however, some freed men among them. Rebels.
Rebels? If there's disturbance in that area, why am I not informed?
They are rebels in religion.
At one time or another, all religions were rebellions. The bodies of slaves are of the world and within our disposal. But as Jesus Christ is our shepherd, the souls of men are his sheep.
These are Arabs who have betrayed the religion of their fathers. They follow a lunatic they call a prophet.
But I cannot put souls into chains without hearing them.
their stiff necks will hang them.
Do you not bow yourselves before your prophet?
Muhammad is a man. We kneel only to God.
Where are Muhammad's miracles, Jafar? If he were a prophet, he'd light the sky with miracles.
Indeed, this is true. God has given his prophets a sign of miracles, that we may recognize them.
The miracle of Muhammad is the Holy Quran.
What you guys have to understand is that the man who directed this movie was of Syrian descent. He is also the producer of all the Halloween movies, with the masked serial killer Michael Myers. So this isn't just some bootleg director playing games with a camera in his backyard. And for some odd reason, this Syrian director thought to put Negro men in his critically acclaimed movie, giving them a kingdom of their own that was clearly ruled and controlled by them, giving them positions of power and authority, and referring to the Negro king as the Lion of Judah. Filmmakers in Hollywood believe these things about us, which is why they put it in their movies. But they don't just put it in their movies, they put it in their dictionaries as well. These definitions are coming out of the new Complete Bible Dictionary, and I didn't write any of it. First, we're going to look up the definition listed for Noah's son, Ham. After the flood, the world by Noah's 3 sons, and according to the Bible, everyone on earth descended from one of these 3 men. Let's see who the Bible dictionary says the descendants of Ham are today. Ham, the youngest son of Noah, born probably about 96 years before the flood, and one of 8 persons to live through the flood. Progenitor of the dark races, not the Negroes, but the Egyptians, Ethiopians, Libyans, and Canaanites. So as you can see, the Bible dictionary said the dark African nations descended from Noah's son Ham, but it also excluded the Negroes from that equation. This shows that our oppressor does not believe that we are Africans. He believes that we are a different nation of dark-skinned people. This is the reason why Muhammad Ali was not allowed to eat in the restaurants in Louisville back in the early 50s, but the Africans were allowed to enter, reminding you guys again that it's not about our skin color. Now let's look up the new Complete Bible definition of the word ruddy and see what they have listed there. And it reads, ruddy, a word used to refer to a red or fair complexion, in contrast to the dark skin of the Hebrews. This shows you that the people who put this Bible dictionary together believed that the Hebrews were a dark-skinned people. From here, let's go to the International Standard Version Bible Dictionary and see what they have under the word ruddy. And it reads, ruddy is the form taken by the adjective red when used as a term of praise of the human skin. And this is its use in the Bible. The Hebrew and Greek words are all usual words for red, or to be red. The dark-skinned Hebrews found great beauty in a clear complexion. As you guys can see, the people who put the International Standard Version Bible Dictionary together also agree that the Hebrews were a dark-skinned people. I can show you stuff like this all day, because the amount of information they've put out there is endless. But I have a lot of stuff I have to cover. And for the sake of time, I'm going to keep it as quick and as simple as I can. But this shows you that I'm not just making this stuff up. Their own Bible dictionaries say that the Hebrews were dark-skinned, and that they believe that the Negroes are not Africans or descendants of Noah's son Ham. Now, let's talk about the Black Messiah and what Cat Williams said about them having an idea there is a Messiah coming.
Just because you're different, they always want to kind of put somebody into a box.
Well,
Right.
that's the shallow end of it. End of it, they have an idea that there's a Messiah coming.
So I'm about to tell you guys the coldest story you've never been told about. And this is probably the most important part of this entire video. How many of you guys have seen this statue before? The statue is an image that comes out of the Bible as well. It actually comes from a dream that the king of ancient Babylon had over 2,500 years ago. The king had a vision of a large statue made up of differing metals. The head was made of gold. The breast and arms were made of silver. Waist and his thighs were made of bronze. The legs were made of iron, and the feet were a mixture of iron and clay. When you understand this statue, then you'll truly understand why they believe that there is a Messiah coming. In the second year of his reign, Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, was troubled by a dream. He summoned his magicians and astrologers to interpret it, but demanded that they first tell him what the dream was. Of course they protest that no man can do such a thing, because who can tell a person what their dream was last night? Since none of his men could tell him what his dream was, Nebuchadnezzar ordered that they all be executed. At that time, the kingdom of Judah was in captivity under the Babylonians. So this decree of the kings also fell on Daniel, being one of the captives from Judah. But he, through the agency of his God, is able to tell the king the dream. It was a dream of a great statue, with a head of gold, arms and chest of silver, belly and thighs of bronze, legs of iron, and feet of mingled iron and clay. A great stone, not cut by human hands, fell on the feet of the statue and destroyed it, and the rock became a mountain that filled the whole world. Having related the dream, Daniel then interprets it. It concerns 4 successive kingdoms, beginning with Nebuchadnezzar.
That's basically what he's saying.
Daniel explains later
Israel.
in the book that the next kingdom to rise up after Babylon would be the Persian and Medial Empire, who would later be conquered by the Greeks. This is when the Europeans first truly came into power. He then explained that a kingdom stronger than iron would appear, and that kingdom would crush and destroy many. This was the kingdom of Rome that rose to power after the Greeks. Then he goes on to say that when that kingdom is destroyed, another kingdom would rise up that was going to spring out of it. He explains that it's going to be strong as iron, but it would also be divided and weak as clay. The 10 toes at the feet of the statue represent the 10 different kingdoms that sprang out of the Roman Empire, like Italy, Greece, Spain, and Great Britain, just to name a few. This is the time period that we're in right now. At the end of Nebuchadnezzar's dream, he saw a stone come and smash the entire statue, and that stone represents the Messiah. Understand this, you guys. King Nebuchadnezzar isn't just some fake person that somebody made up one day. All of our history books bear witness to his empire and his existence, not just the Bible. However, according to the Bible, this statue that you're looking at was from a dream that King Nebuchadnezzar had. This same dream that Nebuchadnezzar had, and the interpretation of it, was then shown to the prophet Daniel from the tribe of Judah in a dream while he slept. Daniel explains that the statue represents every superpower that would rise up in the earth before the Messiah returns. We are right here on this statue, right here at the bottom. This is what they call the end of the world, and you see what kingdom the Bible said was coming next. The reason your oppressor believes this so much is because the book of Daniel was written somewhere around 600 BC, and every kingdom that he said would come into power, came into power, and left, exactly the way he said it would, with pinpoint accuracy. If you guys don't believe me, just Google it, and you'll see that all of these kingdoms came in order just like Daniel stated. I know it sounds like just some crazy old story, but it just so happens that this crazy story predicted the last 4 kingdoms that would come to power in the earth, and it also predicts the next kingdom, and that kingdom is called the Kingdom of Heaven. This is the reason that the oppressor wholeheartedly believes that there is a Messiah coming, Now, if you guys didn't listen to anything that I said thus far, please pay close attention and try and understand what I'm going to show you next. Again, we are here, at the bottom of this statue, the time of the 10 toes, or the end of the world, and you can see that this chart has Europe listed as this particular kingdom. Remember, according to this statue, the final kingdom before that rock comes is represented by 10 toes of iron and clay. The book of Revelation speaks about the end of the world as well. It just utilizes different imagery. In the book of Revelation chapter 12, it talks about a red dragon that has 7 heads and 10 horns. This red dragon also fights against Michael and the angels in the end, and the Bible calls this red dragon the devil and Satan. According to this statue, we know that the final kingdom is represented by 10 toes of iron and clay, and after reading Revelation, we see that the devil is depicted as a red dragon with 7 heads and 10 horns. Now look at this, you guys. Let's see what Google tells us when I type this in. Are the 10 toes in Daniel the same as the 10 horns on the red dragon in Revelation? Yes. It says, yes. According to many biblical interpretations, the 10 toes in Daniel's dream are often seen as symbolic equivalents to the 10 horns on the red dragon in Revelation, both representing a group of future kings or kingdoms that will rise to power before the end times. Do you guys see that? I don't have to spell that out, do I? Remember, I didn't write any of this. Now you tell me, who is the oppressor telling you he believes he is?
The work of the beast spoken of in the book of Daniel and Revelation. The Apostle Paul had already begun to see this mystery unfold in his days.
Very powerful country. This is a white man's country. This is a white man's world. White man from Europe dominates the whole planet. White men go into any country and kill everybody. Take over anything they want. This is a white man's country. It's a white man's world. I'm not bragging about it. I'm just telling straight. I'm just telling you the fact of the matter. White people out of Europe have dominated Europe and have dominated Europe has dominated the world. And so England has manipulated and exploited the races, the people of the world. The white man has been using exploitation, commerce to manipulate and exploit the whole human race. So I cannot believe that some young black guy who walks in and he's going to take over the old white man's establishment on the earth. Ain't going to happen. No. They brought him in for some reason to make him look like a schmuck one of these days. But he is not in control. Obama's just a front man. They get rid of him like this.
You hear that? Just a front man. Like, that's the point of this video. He going through all the history. But the point of this video is to say, yo, watch these motherfuckers, man, who they put in your face, who they put on every platform, who they want you to support. A lot of these motherfuckers ain't organic.
Kennedy. He's a very powerful man. John Kennedy, everybody loved him. Handsome, debonair, President of the United States, wealthy, and they shot this guy in public and nobody went to jail. Nobody's ever going to jail. Why? Because the powers that be that run this country will kill you. You think for 1 minute you're going to get out of line and be important in this country, they'll lock you so thick. As a matter of fact, California State has a, I don't know if you know this or not, but the Mafia have their own license plates in California. Do you know that? Yeah. The Mafia is given their own license plates by the California State government. I know, but I'm sat with them while we talk with them.
So let's start with the biblical description of Christ, who was from the tribe of Judah. Notice that this description is polar opposite from the modern-day depiction of white Jesus. The book of Revelation, chapter 1, verse 13. And in the midst of the 7 candlesticks one like unto the Son of Man, clothed with a garment down to the foot, and girt about the paps with a golden girdle. his hairs were white like wool, as white as snow, and his eyes were as a flame of fire, and his feet like unto fine brass, as if they burned in a furnace, and his voice as the sound of many waters. So verse 14 said his head, and his hairs were white, letting you know that the hair on his face and head were white. Then it tells you that the texture of his hair was like wool. Then it tells you how white his hair was, saying it was white as snow. Some people think it's saying his hair is white, like the color of wool. That can't be what it's saying, because it just said his hair was as white as snow. We know that wool and snow are not the same color white, which lets us know that when it says like wool, it's talking about the texture of his hair. If that isn't clear enough, look what the Bible says about the hair on God the Father's head. The book of Daniel, chapter 7, and the 9th verse. I beheld till the thrones were cast down, and the Ancient of Days did sit, whose garment was white as snow, and the hair of his head like the pure wool. His throne was like the fiery flame, and his wheels as burning fire. You guys, I didn't write any of this. This was written in Hebrew, long before any of us were born. It just said that the Ancient of Days was sitting on a throne, in a white garment. Notice that it says, the hair on his head was of the pure wool. It doesn't say a color. It only mentions the texture of his hair. So it's safe for us to assume that the hair on Christ's head was the same. How many of you guys knew that the God spoken of in the Bible had woolly hair? Now, when we go back to Revelation chapter 1, verse 15, it tells you that Christ's feet were the...
Yo, he went through all books. Books that was written in the 1500s. Before the book was manipulated. And you come to say with a load of nonsense.
the same color as brass, as if it had burnt in a furnace. Anything that you burn is gonna get darker, letting you know that he was a dark brown skin complexion, which is consistent with all of the definitions we read, listing the Hebrews as a dark-skinned people. If Christ is from the tribe of Judah, and he is dark-skinned with woolly hair, that means the rest of his people would look like that too. I'm showing you guys all this because this is who the oppressor believes that we are, whether you believe it or not. Since we're here, just for shits and giggles. Have you ever wondered why they call us the N-word? I mean, have you ever wondered where they got that from? Well, let me show you. The book of Acts, chapter 13 and verse 1. Now there were in the church that was at Antioch certain prophets and teachers, as Barnabas and Simeon, that was called Niger, and Lucius of Cyrene, and Manaen, which had been brought up with Herod the Tetrarch, and Saul. Now, the way English works, Niger, is pronounced Niger, but let's listen to how the word is pronounced in the Greek language that it was written in.
Strong's G 3526. Niger. Niger.
As you guys can see, the prophet Barnabas was called
Niger.
And you can see the definition of that word is black. This is just more proof that they believe we are the descendants of these people. I showed you where they get the black part from. Now let's dive a little bit into the...
Yeah, that's typically you probably let this shit run for too long. Yeah, man. It's the fucking what you had to admit it. But yeah, nah, my phone ain't dying. Is we back right? I was wondering why everybody just dropped out. It's in my community. I shared it in my community. If you go to my the post on my page, I put it. It's the last video I posted. Scandalous Los Angeles. All right, yeah. Yeah, they start playing with the video. See that they don't like these type of videos, yo. They don't want niggas to learn off the internet. You know, even though that's what they said it was designed. Yeah, even though they said that's what it was designed for. I mean, that's why they promote ignorance and push ignorance to the top of the algorithm. Cause like I always say, we got a time where we can control our own narrative. But niggas ain't. Niggas pushing nonsense, bullshit, ignorance. And that's what's being monetized. You know, that's what's getting rich off the internet. When you talking real shit, when you trying to enlighten people, man, they against that shit. They gonna suppress. Like this video should have 1 million fucking views. The bitch only at 1,700, maybe at 2,000 on his end. But when you talking some real shit, yo, yeah, you talking some real shit, and you trying to enlighten people and show people what's really going on. Oh man, they gonna fight you tooth and nail, man, before you get that shit out. Yeah, like it's a dirty game that they play. It's a dirty game that they play, but this is a real ass video. But it goes into the point of the video is to show y'all like some of these people that they promoting, yo, you can't trust them, yo, because you see the lengths that they go to in order to hide the truth. You know what I mean? In order to suppress real point of views and real opinions. They go through great lengths. They're lie, man. Like I told y'all, like the video I did when I did the hip hop shit. Y'all had, it's so fucking hard to find out that these people are all intertwined and they're using one entity to monetize the other. Because they got these shell companies. They got a company that's under a company that's under a company that's under a company. And then once you really pull back the layers, you realize that this is all one company. They just got all these different sub-names. You feel me? Like they got all these different sub-names, but they really owned by Universal. Or they really owned by Disney. You're like, oh, the fuck up, yo. Like, but they create this illusion that it's competition. You know what I mean? Like Power 105 and what's the other one? Hot 97. They create this illusion that like they beefing with each other, but they all ran by imminence. What's the shit called? Imminence connection or whatever the fuck. I did a video on that shit. You be like, damn, yo, this shit crazy. It's a dirty game, man. It's the time Florida, man. Yeah, hell yeah. But we got here, because we was talking about the community. I was talking to the whatever the girl name was, and she don't understand what's going on and why. She thinks she do. But she put all the blame on the people. And we got here because I was explaining to her that it's not the people, it's the environment that creates the people. You change the environment, you change the people, change over time. That's evolution, that's science, that's how it always been. But whenever it got something to do with black people, we like to disregard all that shit. Man, shit, make sure you subscribe, man. We like to disregard all that shit and just blame black people. Black people lazy, black people ignorant, black people this, black people that. But in reality, there haven't been a more resilient group. Considering everything we went through over here in this land and just in general, for us to still be able to thrive and become homeowners and raise families and, teach morals and principles to our children and become doctors and lawyers and, all the things that we become. You would think that we wouldn't be able to overcome a lot of the shit that we go through, but we do. We still thrive, yo. But you still got motherfuckers that still adhere to these old school ideologies and still listen to the concepts and that was laid on us that ain't true. The narratives that's being pushed, that's not true. Like I did that video. Yeah, like I did a video talking about Fox 45 and the shit that they doing in Baltimore. Like, yo, that with the juveniles. It's like, yo, what the fuck? Like, yo, y'all running a main campaign against these little niggas. And it's like, we know what the end game is. I mean, the end game is prison. But is that going to help the community? You know what I mean? Like, you got so many people on the internet pushing prison on a black community, yo, but is that going to help? Has that ever helped? And it'd be so crazy because, well, we got all these examples. We got all these examples of incarceration and how it has adverse effects on the community, adverse effects on the children, adverse effects on the black family, but yet and still, you got these sellout niggas that's been put in place to sell you nonsense, and we just eat it up and we believe it. And before we know it, we right back in the same positions. We take 5 steps forward to take 10 steps backwards. And that's what the fuck be going on. But when you talk about it, when you talk about it, they try to start fucking with your channel. You know what I mean? They start demonetizing you. You understand? They stop sending out notifications. Like, this is what they do to us, though. You know what I mean? They don't do that shit to everybody. Yo, I don't play darts, yo. I mean, I'm not good at darts. I'm fucking terrible at it. I done fuck my wall up fucking around with these damn darts. Not good at darts, man. But it is what it is. What time is it? It's probably 1:30. Yeah, it's 1:30. Y'all gotta get up in the morning, yo. Appreciate everybody that tapped there. Yeah, man, make sure. Yo, let's get to 100 likes. Can we get 2 more likes before we end the live? We've been live about 4 hours. What time we went live at? 8. 9. So we live about 4.5 hours. Can we get 2 more likes? See, just cover that shit the white people beat. Hey, everybody got a job to do, man. Yeah, man. Everybody got a job to do, man. Y'all got a job. I got a job. It is what it is, man. I don't expect nothing less. Yeah. One more like, y'all. One more like. You get to 100 likes for being alive, man. All you gotta do is tap the screen twice. Bang, bang. We had 100. No hard. Ain't even hard work to do it. You just tap the screen twice. Yeah, man. But yeah, if you want, it's like 30 minutes left for that video. It's in my community if y'all want to watch the rest of it. Where we stopped at? If you want to pick up from where we left off, we stopped at 1 minute and 23 seconds. It's 22 more minutes left. Man, fuck out of here. Fuck I look like. Fuck I look like a doofus. My fucking neck been hurting for days. But yo, make sure y'all subscribe to the channel. It's another day of KBG News. If I don't get the like now, I'll get it on the replay, yo. You know what I mean? And I'm out.